ฟอร์มเปเปอร์เล็กวันนี้เป็นไงพี่โหดไหม
โอ้
ถือว่าเริ่มเข้าฟอร์มแล้วนะ
คือดูแล้วมั่นใจเลยว่าชนะ RQ อ่ะ
มั่นใจเลยอะ
โดนเอาคืนแน่นอน
จริงๆผมว่าเคซีมันน่าจะดีกว่าดีนะเหมือนมันเหมือนจะดีแต่บางทีมันก็ติดขัดๆอะงงว่ะKC 20วิท20เลยเหรออุ้ยผมว่าฟุตน่าจะได้สักแมปเปล่า
พูดน่าจะ3กลายเป็นไอบล็อกต้องมีเทโตเหรอ
ดีอยู่นะ ถ้ามีเทโจไอบล็อกแม่งปีแม่งวางโคตรยากอะ
โคตรชอบ
แต่อยากไปดูรีเพย์มุมฟ็อกซี่ไนน์อยากรู้มันยิงมุมไหนไม่ต้องเอาตัวไปเสี่ยงเลย
เวลาเข้าเอ่ะ หลังซ้ายอ่ะ ตรงนั้นมันเป็นที่เก่งของฝั่งรับอ่ะ สมมติถ้าเป็นเทโตคือมันไล่ออกหมดเลยอะ
ยัดไปลูกหนึ่งก็แทบจะหลังไซส์หมดเลยนะทั้งล่างทั้งบนเลย ตัวมันเก่งนะ เหมือนมีมอลลี่ของ IKO แบบ2 จุดอะไอโจปรับใหม่ยิงจรวดไปแล้ว ทุกครั้งที่ตึ้มจะเป็นป๊อปแฟตออกมาด้วยตึ้มปุ๊บ
โอ้โหหนักกว่าเดิมอีกทีนี้
ส่วนโดนยิงแล้วก็แท็กเหมือนโซวาได้ด้วย สตันก็
เข้าไอเซนใช่ไหม
อืม
ไปเติมอยู่ไอกล่องขวาบนเอ่ะ เวลาเข้าเอะ กดเติมเสร็จเข้าไซส์
เชียร์ไซส์แน่นอน100%เนี่ย
ขาวหมด
is the fact that you can have that series
เฮ้ย EMEA เขามีเลเยอร์อะไรอย่างงี้ด้วย
RQ โดน
พรุ่งนี้วัดด้วยนะว่าจะได้ไป EWC ก็เปเปอร์เล็ก
วันนี้เทโต
thing a
ปีอิ
different
งคือประสุดท้ายที่ได้เล่น
this time
เทโตแล้วครับผม ถ้าใครไม่ได้ดูก็คืออดละ
oh look at this
เฮ้ย มาร์ติน
aggressive and TP's behind Shigeki
เฮ้ยเอางั้นเลยเหรอ
gets the first KC
โคตรบ้า
double man in head
Next
Still
level play
Martin, though, stuck in enemy lines he has a way to disengage here there are still
วาร์ป
smokes
เข้าหน้าต่าง
blocking
ไป
the
เฉย
path Navi yet to route him out of
เป็นเรื่องเพล
position
ว่ะ
เริ่มฟลิปยกให้เขาเลย
Martin has not been missing at all
ชายผู้ทุ่มเทให้กับ KC
left all alone in defender spawn at least he'll be able to stop the
พุ่มเยอะไปหน่อย
domination from the Omen but KC took us to the goods Martin happy to overheat
เพื่อนสบายเลยเหลือคนเดียว
closing on a milestone amount of kills on the Omen, of course, as we know him to play the duelist, but I really like this early start from KC with Sadak. Now has the 0-point knife available again.
เดี๋ยวนะผมเพิ่งเห็น
Collecting some of that early info. It's not going to spot
ผมมัน
Rook
แบบ
just yet, but as the snake bite flies over back of yellow,
ไม่มีดูเอลดิสัก
next
ตัวเลย
contact,
สอง
Sadak might just
ทีม
win
เลย
this solo. Same time though, you've still got many more tools to work with here. Avez having those salvos and every single player ready to swing on out. KC will get the first round of this series. Such a strong start for KC to pick up
ความแรง
on.
ของพวกมันวะ
They finished out on the attack side last time when they were playing Liquid on this map. You can already see Sadak keeping everyone in check. As you say, this is a balancing act in every sense for both of these teams. Stability has been hard to come upon. In terms of this opener, yeah, Martin's just TP'd into the edge of his own smoke. It looked like it was blocking the window. He actually gets in front. That was really nice micro. I think the thing is, though, is Navi should be aware of the possibilities, right? Like, they're the ones who have done something similar in the past with their aggressive Omen. It's aggressive towards B. This is 5 of Navi's players here. That knife was just on the edge. Casey have no idea. Navi are closing in. There's a pack of players.
Martin's ready. So is Sadak. Oh, coming round from the other side. And Navi come out the other end of it with upgrades.
The spike at their feet. So
โอ้
Casey
อะไรวะเนี่ย
clamber back
มี
through
ก็
the
ตื่นเต้น
garage. Elite on a ghost to get to the
เฮียแล้ว
Guardian.
เป็น
Both regen
การเดียน
shields.
ไปหมด
And look at that, Vandal in the hands of Ruxic Hero. There is support here for Navi. And Crossfire set up with the alarm bot for contact.
Only bit of utility that you'd really depend upon here is that paranoia to re-engage. 2 nanos, sure for delay, but nobody will want to mess around with that on Navi. This will just be straight up gunfights. Finally, that smoke comes up.
Yeah, I don't completely know about that one from Koala Noob, because it doesn't maybe allow Sugetsu to get in this gap of his own
Ui,
smoke,
sweet.
and there you go, hero isolated, paranoia no value. This could become problematic. Oh,
Back
it's
to the
getting out of
game.
hand. Sugetsu's found 3, and with 1 bullet left to his name, funneling bullets back into the magazine, getting out of dodge with HP and time.
He's also got that regen shield, so he'll have something to work with. Both players on
ที่ลองนึก
similar
ภาพดิ
amounts
ถ้า
of
ไอซุย
HP.
มันยังหลอก
And
อยู่
also has that
กูเข้าใจ
molly.
ถึงขนาดนั้น
Time's going to get really close here when he tries to attempt to plan.
He's going to plant topside as well. No, he's not. It's just for the extra speed. Sugetsu getting right in there. Spike goes down. Ruxic, the reprisal from Rafters.
Viper versus Viper.
Sugetsu, I don't know if he was spotted there or not, but Ruxic feels confident on this re-entry to site. Toxins go up and he starts to work on the defuse behind it. Sui closing in. Does he have time? It's just a stick. Oh!
มันของจริงว่ะพี่
denies it against his former club.
ซุยบอกดูหน้าแบบไม่พอใจแล้ววางงานกูสนักเลยนะ
A huge opportunity in that round.
And I think that's the key point coming out of it, right? They misplayed a chance when they were in an advantage. And I want to bring this back to yesterday, right? How many times did we
วางงานหนักจัด
see Navi get themselves into a
พี่
position
ซุย
and
ส่ง
then
งานหนัก
allow
จริงตาเนี่ย
BBL to just clutch it up, sociable?
You said one clutch.
No, no.
I'm sure that's not the
Nice!
last we were going to hear from Zeish there on the reaction. Exactly right into the next round. Martin back in mid. Double TP. He's fully sent this. In between the lines. Look at KC. So quick to take the B site.
They've identified where Martin is, and it's quick to
What the
collapse
fuel?
upon. But Elite out of nowhere
Martin,
gets to
เชื่อแล้วว่าโอเมนไปดูเอล
Angels.
We nah,
the
come.
cross.
Yeah, one back at the very least. It's a 3-on-3, and Navi do have the slightly better weapons. That's discounting Sadak, but his position in
Yep.
kitchen could be killer, and the shots
มา
will
มา
land
จาก
that
ไหนเนี่ย
showdown.
KO
Advantage KC from this position. And looking at the defenders, they're
หลอนเลยทีนี้
still worried about the
ตา
captain.
แดกไม่เดินด้วย
Sadak's doing so much here for KC, and now that those mollies, the utility, get so much more value here.
Sugetsu just sidestepping his own smoke. Navi playing with borrowed time. Sugetsu looking to close the net, and that's what he'll do. Transfer to make it a
like you.
third. Carmine Corps moving on from troubled waters in their anti-eco. But with the bonus round, it just gets better.
Now they've destroyed
ที่จะพูดนั้นล่าจะเป็น
economy.
ไปเลย
This is really nice from Elite, by the way, to trade out
โอเคถือว่าแก้ตัวดีจาก
through
โบนัส
the
ลาว
orange position. And then Sadak buying so much more time.
ที่ว่านักแข่ง
It's always
เจ
been
ให้แบบ
something he's been
Oh,
accredited to
yeah,
heavily
yeah,
as a
yeah.
caller. The ability to just change up the pacing on a
That's all,
dime. It's
that's
that
right.
mid hit there that you see. Again, Martin showing us the flexibility of his agent pool with the Omen.
ถ้า DIX แบบว่า
The
คอร์ส
de
ให้
facto one on the
คอ
other
ร์สตัว
side.
ละคัน
Koala Noob, of course, playing the same role. Double smokes, both sides.
I think the thing
Yeah.
is, though, KC at the same time are starting
แบบว่า
to
ขอแค่เข้ามาแข่ง
KC
แค่แบบ
Navi are starting
แม
to
ตช์เดียว
test
อะไร
the
เงี้ยเขาก็
walls
ให้
here.
แล้ว
You look at the Viper here; it's moved all the way up.
น่าจะเป็น
to
ทีมที่
low
ใคร
rollers.
ๆใฝ่ฝันเนี่ย
And they were also just looking towards mid momentarily, but
แต่ว่า
KC
แอตเตอรี่อะ
slow rolling up
อ่า
เมื่อก่อน
towards
นักแข่ง
A,
เคาน์เตอร์
waiting for
ขับ
those
ออดี้ทุก
toxins
คนเล
to
ยส
drop.
ปอนเซอร์เป็นออดี้
โอ้โห
ไม่รู้ว่าสปอนหรือเปล่า
แล้วพอออกทีว่ายึดคืนเนี่ย
Wallet does have the smoke, but Shao forced to peek into a family
อ๋อไอ้นี่
photo
DX ได้
on the
มีกินคน
KC
ละถ้วย
side. A quick click of the shutter.
แย่มาก
Pull of the
อย่าง
trigger
นี้
and
หนอง
then
ชิม
down.
ไม่ได้
While
หนองชิม
Ruxic
กันแล้ว
has been highlighted on the flank. Struggle to see him getting too much value from this. Elite should have it under wraps, and there
อุ้ย
you
เล่น
have
ดี
it.
จัดอ่ะด่าน
Ruxic
เนี่ย
eliminated. Full focus can be put on the site itself.
Yeah, KC have done so well here. slow rolled their way through it,
Bad
waiting
thing,
for
man.
NAVI to peek them and just dealt with every opportunity that came their way.
It's threat mitigation, I think,
Yes.
which we're
แต่
talking
เนี่ยของ
about
จริง
here,
เลย
and
ไอ้
also
OT
the
ให้
mid
BM คนละ
rounding,
คัน
something which is going to come up
ไอ้ให้
a lot
BM คนได้
during
AVP ไอ้
this
ใครวะ
series. The way that KC
No kill,
like to play
ไม่แน่ใจ
is they take early space, they freeze, and then NAVI, they're just waiting for the re-clear. You get it through the flank this
อุ้ย
time, but something that will
สุย
happen
แม่ง
is
เอา
you
จริงจัด
continually keep tabs on. Because when you actually look at it and you take a step back at both of these in-game leaders, Sadak has never lost to Angel in his history. And the even funnier part about that is, he never
แต่
played
never lost to
FPX.
Angel
Always found a way to dodge each other in those
ไอ้คือ
brackets.
การเล่นผิดปะ
Valorant
นั่น
has
แหละ
brought out the op. That's towards A. KC now
ไม่แน่ใจน่าจะเคย
mostly towards B. But you've also got to be looking at Martin going towards Snowman.
Oi.
That flash was perfect. Brooksik trying to escape here and manages to keep his line. NAVI coming straight back into
ไม่ลงมาดิ
this
ตัว
one.
นั้นอะ
But it's the players from mid
แต่ว่าตรงกลาง
that opens
ครับ
up the site for KC.
Oh,
Oi.
Neves with one more. The extra details. The pit dropped in. Shao still ahead of this and can interrupt. That's exactly what he does. And as the pit
Wi Shao.
drops, he gets back to cover.
คือทำ
ค
ทุ
น
กอ
ทุ่
ย่าม ง
เท
And towards Snowman,
Don't fight
a
them.
long line of sight. That's exactly where you want the operator, but it misses the first shot. KC have bought themselves a bit of space, but they've found
โอ้
Koala
โห
Noob
พี่
at
เฉาเลย
the
ช็อต
same
นี้
time.
วางงาน
The Elite has to try and find a safe space for this spike.
Another one of the differences in the comp
มันไม่
is
วิ่งทาง
that plant
CT ด้วยเหรอ
security. KC
อ๋อมันจะไป
usually
B
have
นี่ห
that
ว่า
affiliation with
เดี๋ยว
Harbor,
มันเก็บ
but
ออฟ
no Sage, no Gecko, nothing of the
ทำมาวาง
sort.
ก่อนอันติ
You're forced to try and take that extra space. I like the idea for them to go for the switch up again in this
30
fast
seconds
B
left.
play. But as it now falls down to just
right.
Elite, a steady pair of hands who steered that BBL ship for most of last year, now on KC, and it's moments like this where you want to see something big from the youngster.
Has safe space
เป็น
here.
พายาก
Plant
ด้ว
the
ย
spike as well. Alarm bot and nanos to work with. Has to find an isolated duel onto at least one of the NAVI players.
ฟังไหนอะ
วางบน
ผมกลับบ้าน
Lost.
อุ้ยแต่พี่เฉารีบ
The
พีค
fact
จัง
that he looks
นี่
to
ถ้าแต
toy
ก
with.
นี่เรื่อง
Shao
ใหญ่
does
เลย
still have the wingman, and Koala does have a smoke. So Elite needs to be heads up with this.
อะไรคิดดูมันวาง
Just
ข้าง
straight
บน
up
ใช่ไหม
gunfights.
หรือว่ามัน
Hasn't
จะ
used any of the utility. Boss
Oh my
fight
God.
found. And
Ow.
now Koala Noob will be able to get NAVI's first round on Icebox.
Great way
คือ
to
ถ้าไป
break
กลาง
the
ก็
ice.
เดือดอยู่นะ
Navi needed that. Don't know where
แต่
that
ว่ามัน
was
ไม่รู้
also.
เล่นเลยไม่จบเลย
Good to know that we're still, on Icebox and not thinking about split just yet. That the KC momentum can be stopped. In terms of what Navi did well, just winning a couple of these key
ทำไมไม่มีใคร
duels,
โห
and
ให้
this is brilliant play
สุ
from
ยเหรอ
Shao. One of the reasons why he was retained in this roster by Angel
Well done.
is just due to his consistency at the top level, consistently being able to play regardless of the role.
พี่ซุยคนทุ่ม
Just
เท
to give you a little statistic, Kaza, one for the folks at home. Martin is 1 kill off 1,000, which is absolutely insane to think about.
Something that we were speaking about a little bit earlier, but we'll have to see how much impact that's going to have in the game at hand. In terms of this round, full by both teams. Rooksik already reinforcing A, and Op
ตอน
on
นี้แบบ
Koala Noob on the
ตุ
other
รกีส่งออก
extremity.
ไปอยู่ทุกที่
KC
เลย
need to be diligent in how they look to manage this situation, and already with the turret broken in mid, that's where Navi's protocols start to get tested, and you can see
โอ้โหดูดิ
Hero
ผมมันแบบ
just
เดินทุก
repositioning
ที่เลย
himself towards
Hey,
Kitchen,
Fulan.
actually.
Hey.
Oh, a little loose on the trigger finger there.
I mean, if Navi really want to clear out this
โคตร
Viper
เครียด
split,
อะ
you have the lockdown on Elite.
ชิบหายแล้วจะไปได้หมดเลยเนี่ย
Killjoy Ultimate would do well to clear out that A side, and that's where the spike is.
He's still a bit timid here. Utility invested,
Oh.
suppression on Rooksik. He'll be unperturbed by the
Yeah, blind.
situation,
Blind,
but walks into danger, and danger fires back. Sadak with one, Hero
Oh,
here out in
nigga
the
liep loi.
open, and down the long hallway of Kitchen. It's a long road back to the A site for Navi.
KC find themselves a little pocket of domain to work within, but remember, it was only Martin that was there, and
Kitchen, yeah.
Aves activates at the right time.
This is getting a little
ขนาด
bit
แม่งโคตร
chaotic
หมา
now
พี่
with Aves
คือ
being
กลาง
able
แตก
to
แล้ว
pick
ส
that
ภาพ
one
แบ
up.
บนี้
Control
Yeah,
is
but
restored.
yeah.
Order maintained as far as KC are concerned. Still others coming in late. Has the
คือกลาง
Sanos
กลางไม่มีป้อมพี่จอยผมบอก
The wingman can
เรื่องใหญ่จัดอะ
try and make things a little more difficult for the attack to try and digest. It does get the spike to half, but that's where Aves brings us back to
ไม่
reality.
ตลกวันนี้บอกเลย
Angel dealt with Last player sat in spawn, it's Shao, and Avis has him caught. Casey back to winning ways, that's number 5.
Clinical is the words that I would use, and I think right now Sadak is completely outcalling Angel. The defense are not dealing with these mid lurks.
ดีเฟกต์วัยรุ่นเลยไอ้มาร์ตินเนี่ยผมจำช็อตที่พี่เดิร์กโดนฟิกได้เลยโคตรช็อกอะพี่เคยเห็นว่าที่ด่านอวิทย์อะ
A timeout come through from the Frenchman.
ไอ้ที่เดิร์กมันเอาออฟลงเล็งออกมาแล้วมาร์ตินมันเล็งข้างบนอยู่ตรงไหนตรง A แล้วไปฟิกไว้ให้หัว
Later down the line into the year, we know each of them rebuilding. Import of Sadak, of course, now up against a regional veteran in the form of Angel. It must be said the goal is champs, and that's what you're thinking about at the end of the line. But in terms of the game right now, the big takeaway from that is that NAVI had a good setup, but KC just so slow and methodical, and having conditioned that mid-pressure you were talking about, it feels like they've got their finger on the pulse. They can always just change up how it is exactly they're approaching each and every lane.
แต่ช่วงนี้ที่ดูมานะช็อตสุดเมื่อวานผม
the other thing about KC and a lot of people speak about the conditioning aspect of it, because the one round where NAVI looked to actually approach mid and fight
ยิงแบบไฮไลท์
KC just sent it A and they were slow to respond.
เคยแบบจะซื้อสกินมาแล้วมันจะยิงให้ดูครับไม่ยิงแบบนั้นแหละ
on their pistol round, I would really like
ยิง
them
เป็นบอท
to try and push the limits here, right?
วันนี้ให้วิทย์ครับผม
There you have it. A millennia for Martin. 1,000 kills in VCT EMEA.
ผมให้ฟุตดีกว่า
Just joining since partnerships began, but
ผมว่า
great to
สุด
see
มา
yet another face from challengers. So become one of the most feared players coming into this playoff stage. It must be said. He has had a good start to this map.
พี่ฟุกไม่ตื่นนะจานฟุก
ไหวแล้วจานฟุกแบบว่าหมดแล้วอะ
Time again, and this time
อายุน้อยมันต้องโหดขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะจริง
There is KC players here in the
ดูเท็กเจอร์ดิ25แล้วแบบยังโมโห
Again, KC
ยิงให้เด็กมันดู
to avoid this mid play that NAVI have set up as well.
And I think that's exactly what you're doing in this round if you're KC, because you know of the threats that lie on this NAVI side. As we've said many a time, Eco's not something that you're consistently looking at them potentially being able to post, but one off of a lockdown, a Thrash, Hero Shao, and Angel, of course, having the Armageddon available. There are 5 NAVI players on the other side.
ผมเพิ่งรู้ว่าวูดมันก็ไม่มีเอ็มรูทีนกันนะ
Yeah, they've sent it back ahead and they're able to get one, but at the same time, Zugetsu has completely cleared up. I don't think the shorty will work at that range. KC's rivals certainly do, and I think they're moving through this with ease at this point. The only thing is, time is getting low, and that spike needs to go
มัน
down.
ไม่มีแต่ว่างปุ๊บมันซัดตลอดหรือเปล่า
So remaining pressure in the round, as you say, 15 seconds, less time.
อ๋อคือ
Once that
ตลอดเวลา
spike
ใช่
goes
ไหม
in, Angel, it's a hit and hope.
Wang
And I have to say, coming out of the timeout, you weren't fully expecting those ults to be invested.
คนที่มี M routine ก็พวก Demon 1
as
Net
well against BBL when they called the pause. You had it was like a stun contact for an orbital strike. The fact they're so willing to invest such heavy pieces into these rounds where it's like just a couple of sheriffs, it does leave you scratching your head a little bit at what they think those win conditions are.
I'm blind, I'm flashed, I'm bolted, man.
พี่ซุยบอกวันนี้จะมาเล่นชิวๆเจอราว2พอดีนี่ไม่ไหวโมโหเลย
NAVI are a bit too eager at the same time, right? Don't know, man. Like I feel as if like it's ultimates that could be easily used in this round, and while they have a couple here to retake back into, the A side is the weaker of the two, and there is only Rooksik here.
I'm also just looking at Sadak's null command, because one of the unique interactions with there being the KO in play is that KC do have a natural counter to this double layering of smokes. And sure, the first line of that defense will go down, the toxic screen removed. The question is, with the knife coming back up and all of this extra util in post, is how do KC want to try and play it? It looks like Martin wants to go on the offensive. 1,000 and counting as he adds yet another. Still those big ults for NAVI to work with though.
Casey need to be careful with
Way
those
back
coming
now.
back in. Lockdown most importantly. And you can see players ready to try and counteract this and fight in towards screens.
It's brilliant. Armageddon
Bye-bye.
goes in, you've got a fragment there as well, and boom, lockdown evaporated. Casey using the tools they had available, and Navi are going to call it quits.
เซฟเลย
14 even in a position here to potentially take a gun away. Does think better of it though. Gives Angel the time of day, but I have to say, it just feels like Casey are one step ahead in how they're planning out these rounds.
คนละรุ่นเลยอะ
100%. I even thought that they were going to set up Martin
ด่าน
to
เนี่ย
go and fight screens, but instead,
แล้วแมปมันใช้ความ
don't
แม่
even
น
need
ด้ว
to
ย
risk a
ไอ้บล็อก
player,
อะ
right? They just seem one or two, in fact, maybe even
คิดถึง
three
ด่านดี
steps
เลย
ahead of what Navi want to do.
I mean, we talk about finding
Nah,
feet
mà
in
hốt quá.
playoffs. It doesn't matter how many steps. KC are in front, and it's by 6 rounds now. Even just the fact that Aves was so close to getting that Armageddon, and then that's actually what they used to counter the lockdown. Lots of thought being put into this. Another gun round coming up. Navi at the very least have been able to hang on to a lot of those weapons, including the operator. Koala is on the other side of the map. B getting a look in from KC.
Well, Ruxic lucky to escape with his life there, but we're back towards looking at mid, right? And Navi have dedicated hero at least to watch on to this spot.
Poison's off.
I'd say as well, looking at the comps for both, it also gets to in mid. Huge duel wins it.
ทุ่มเท
And with that, it feels like this Navi defensive setup has almost
ให้
completely
ไม่พักเลยพี่
collapsed.
สุ
The B-long control taken early, that now getting re-cleared. Navi will know that there's nobody here right now, but KC are just going to go ahead and take it right back.
Seeing the timing.
พี่ว่านาวีจะถึง
Now
ยุคมัน
look
เมื่อไหร่
towards A, this tail drone pulling players across.
ยุคที่
KC
นั่ง
slow
รีไท
roll
ร์
once again.
แรงดีครับ
Double checking mid, yeah,
Don't
they're
pay him
going to
there,
think that this
yeah.
is towards A, but unfortunately, utility on B pulls them back.
KC have already bypassed this.
I
Sadak
think
gutting out the
man,
site
no
itself, just
เหมือน
making
ไอ้
sure
เฮ
he
เล
has
ติก
the
อะเป
space
ลี่ยน
for
ไป
the spike plant.
โอ้โหทีมแม่ง
All over
อัป
from
เกรดกัน
Koala. Navi pretty quick in how they're looking to retake.
Same time, look at those that post plant
Don't
utility.
pay
Molly
Navi.
on Sugetsu, Sadak. I mean, Elite's get some of his own, and
Koala
Aves even has
ปืนกลก็
the salvos.
เงียบๆ
This is going to be really hard for
มีแท็ก
Navi
ตอ
to
นจับ
get
ทำไม
through.
เมื่อกี้มีคนบอก
It's
อ
a
ยู่
kill already
Oh
though
my God,
from
dude, don't
Angel.
do.
That softens things up massively. Martin missing. Not a player yellow side. All of them backed up into
โอ้
main.
โหอะไรวะน่ะมีทั้งระบงระเบิด
It was the salvos as well that we saw. It's a bit of a cluster on site right now, but Angel is just sticking
Hey.
this all the way through,
Where's KC?
holding the line, and KC nowhere to be seen. Sadak, the last player
ปล่อย
left.
กู้เลยอะ
The final remnant of this standoff.
มา
Well
แล้วยุคของ
executed
นาวี
retake, and a very much needed one at this stage in the half.
Yeah, it was a nice retake, but what happened to the post plant? There was layering through mid as well. I mean, sure, Sugetsu gets the first here, but on top of that, there was further players to come through later in the post plant, and there was so much utility
Oh,
that
Martin.
KC could work
Do it.
with. Rather than taking the jewels, I know Navi tried to go and look for them, but just use that utility and depend upon it. You don't need to fight.
Wallace still standing. The walk down mid to frisk KC.
No way.
Oh, it's info again, but a quick trade. It was only Ruxic walking down long.
Same time though, right? You get rid of the tail,
โอ้ยก KC
that's
แล้วเหรอ
clearing utility gone, and not
ไว
only
จัง
that, post plant
ยังไม่ครึ่งแรก
utility
เลย
as well.
เนี่ยพี่ไอ้เพจ
That
เนี้ย
could
ผ
be
ม
a
เจอแล้ว
really big pick
เพจ
when we
ศิล
look
ปะ
at
ป้องกัน
the
ตัวที่ผม
post
ส่ง
plant
ให้
for
พี่ดู
KC.
ส่งมาได้ไหม
Moving back over
ในเฟซ
towards
ในเฟซ
B. Just clearing out this pocket.
พี่ดูแต่ละอัน
Both sides grouping up on A. KC already giving away the steps. The alarm bot contact hit. It's Hero offside. They've still got the thrash and a lot of those key pieces from the previous round.
เฮ้ย
This retake should be pretty strong coming back in.
Holy
Spike
fuck.
plan going to be successful here, but Navi are coming straight in. They're going to be quick here.
They are immediately on the site.
Uy, nah.
Shao picking up his first. Angel right by his side. Looking like another successful retake. That's unless Sugetsu can do something to stop this for Navi. Bearing on down to his position.
ไม่น่า
Has
รี
their
บเผยตัวเลยพี่ซุย
A second successive round for the first time in this half as the defense continues to show signs of life.
Yeah, and I think as well, KC
Leenอยู่เนี่ยเมื่อกี้
maybe letting a chance slip to really extend their lead. I mean, 7-4, 7-5. That's not a bad half at all, and that's why we're going to see Eng and Zeich introduce themselves into this match for the first time.
Nice, boys.
It's KC timeout of the game.
เขาไปงานอะไร
I
มา
think
ทำไมดูแบบว่า เดี๋ยวจัด
ผมว่าเพลงมันนัวดิอย่าเปลี่ยนบ่อยได้ไหมเพลงทำเอาอะ
the communication is there anymore.
Comps, right? It really does come down to the game plan and the calling structure and what the game plan actually is from both teams. Right now, KC well ahead. Walanoob looking to challenge mid with his operator. That's a fight to look towards.
Is different angle, fresh perspective from the previous round. Homemade one way that drops in, and Koala goes down on the other side. At least seemed to have the right idea. That was really well read.
It is, and on top of that, that's a
โอเปอเรเตอร์ของ
massive
กัวล่าไม่ได้เล่น
point to lose if you're Navi. Because Koala's operator, very quick, we all know that, but it's also a part of the map that he can watch and allow
โชคดียังแชทเขา
Navi
ไม่
to
คุย
gain
ครับ
information through
หลับ
that.
ครับผม
There's 3 for Navi on A, and Casey are walking straight into this.
Six spotted the first of those players, but he'll be without the poison cloud to try and face it. Angel goes solo, Sadok taking the duel against the in-game leader on the other side and backtracking his footsteps. Shao into the utility dump. Martin, Aerial, unable to get the pickup. Rooksix still hanging around here though. Playing from below the pipes in the maze, Sadok flashing in. It just feels like wherever Navi try and go, isolated, alone, and now removed from the situation. Hero the next to give a roll of the dice, but you don't feel any better about his odds than
ถ้า
what
เป็น
we've
คู่
seen
แบบ
up until
เดือด
this
ๆหน่อยก็จะ
point.
ไหลหน่อย
It starts well.
They're just giving them solo engagements.
เป็นเรื่อง
Gets better, and Hero is gonna find
หมด
all
ยุคละเค
three.
ซีอะ
A triple kill on the side
เฮ้ยมัน
of
คัด
the
บ่อย
young
ได้ฮีโร่
star.
อะ
And a Red Bull clutch that carries on the Navi streak and the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. KC just so disconnected. I can understand the first strike. You don't know where Hero's coming from. This is forgivable.
กูเล่นเกม
Martin, though, I don't know what's
น่าจะ
happening
ไปอยู่
here.
พวกมาโกะพวกฟัน
And
ติ
the
ด
last, it's just so easily given
ทีม
to
เงียบจัด
Hero.
แข่งเงียบจัด
It's incredibly frustrating for Zeich. Hero coming up with another massive clutch as he has been
จริงๆนะ
dependable in
ถ้า
this situation
ฟุต
so
หลอก
far
พี่เอ๋
for
ได้เยอะข
Navi.
นาดนั้นผมว่าเคซี
Certainly
มัน
not
ก็หล
the
อก
first
ผมได้บ่อย
1v3 I've seen him pull off this stage.
สภาพเดียวกันเลยแรกๆแม่งแบบเล่นว้าวจัดสักพักเริ่มเมา
KC อ่ะที่
Straightforward from
หมดใจ
KC.
ไว
This
มาก
has
อ่ะ
been a massive
ไวเลย
ตอนแรก
pain point
ตอ
for
นเปิดลีก
Navi.
มาให้มาเห็นไลน์อัพ
Then
ใครเป็นห
goes
นึ่
to
งในทีมเต็
Sugetsu
ง
once again through that mid duel.
Exactly, and I'm glad you raise it because it's probably the third
Don't
time
lie.
in the last 4 rounds that we've seen that first pick come through mid. It's an absolute oasis for KC, but even though they've been picking up these kills, still doesn't feel like they're getting the most value from them.
แต่ฟุตพี่เอ๋ให้นานอยู่นะกว่าจะหมดยุค
As the op here, not
เขาเรียก
Koala.
เขาเรียกว่า
We're
เขา
going
เรี
to
ยกว่า
get
หลั
an
กทีม
Alchemon coming straight through. Players won't have the
But I haven't
utility
died.
to work with. And
ตอนนี้รักแค่สุดแล้ว
has a little bit of an angle, but can't quite find what
Oi.
he's looking for.
นี่อะเสียงเซน
Incredible spam.
Sadok just reverse engineering the smoke, plops down the molly, and Spike goes in. Sugetsu still hanging around
Sorry.
in middle. Shao does remove
ฮี
him
โร่
from
คั
the
ดครับที
situation.
ละคนไม่มีอะไรเลย
Looking at that post-plant utility, KC don't have all too much. They want to fight this on the front foot, but the thrash into the smoke could be huge.
Ow,
How
middle
many does
killer.
it get? Absolutely nothing. It's Martin with 3, and so KC do come up trumps before the end of the opening 12.
Yeah, it feels
Yeah,
like
but
death by
it's
1,000
ดูหน้าพี่ซุยดิ อารมณ์ไม่ดีจะ
เห
จั
มื
ด
อนโอเมนโคล่าวันนี้ไม่ค่อยได้บอกว่าโชว์ของเท่าไหร่วันนี้
ซวยจัดเลยนะโดนสแปมตายเนี่ยถ้าแดกแม่งรู้อะว่าแบบแม่งต้องมารอสแปมแบบ ชิวนะ
BBL มีสิทธิ์ได้ไปไหมไม่น่าได้ไปครับผม
3 ที่เลยพี่เอ๋ยให้ใคร
ก็ฮิเนติกลิควิดเอฟนาติกอ่ะ
ว่ะเหมือนกันเฮลิติกนี่ขอเลย อย่าแพ้ BBL นะ แพ้นี่เรื่องใหญ่เลยนะ
โอ้อ่า
ถ้าแพ้นี่เซ็งแทนเลยนะแม่งชนะมาตลอด แต่อย่างว่าไม่น่า ทีเฮดวูดเดินคู่2เดียวะก็เหนื่อยอะวันนี้เหนื่อยจริง ตื่นก็นอนก็ไม่เต็มเวลา แต่เดินแม่งเถอะสม่ำเสมอ เน้นความสม่ำเสมอหน่อยเดี๋ยวแมป2ไปเดิน แมปแรกขอนั่งเมาไปก่อนพอมันจบปุ๊บมันจะได้ขึ้นไปอาบน้ำนี่เลย
how they wanted to approach this. We'll see exactly how that continues as they move on towards the attack. Carmine Court feel like the big brother in this matchup in terms of they understand how the comp is being played out and how to counteract what Navi want to do.
Last pistol on the defense. Casey did a very good job at highlighting the flank. Being super
น่ากลัวยก
proactive
แก๊ง
on
เลย
this
แก๊งเนี่ย
defender's side, and already Heroes completely
เฮ้ย
isolated
เจสัน
under
มาให้
belt,
สัม
but
ภาษณ์ว่า
calling for backup.
ทีม
There's a
ดีขึ้น
brawl
เพราะมิ
going
นิมัน
down,
ช่วย
and
เรื่
KC
อง
draw
ฝั่งลั
first
บ
blood.
ใครนะมินิ
Oh, it's more like a
Right,
beatdown. That flash is perfect though. And the trade's in Navi's favour. Martin trying to escape, but he's lucky to do just that. Moving towards B,
Welcome
though,
Mini as
Casey
assistant.
have a bit of a
นักจิตวิทยา
notification through Elite's alarm
สอง
bot.
อย่าง
Complete
Mini อะนะ
information
Fnatic
void on
เก่า
A
นะ
right now.
เออ
Navi
มา welcome
moving
PRX
up on
mini
long steps soon to be heard
as
by
the
Elite.
assistant
His
coach
utility
โห
helping
โหดเลยนะผมบอกเลย
dictate the
Alex
pace of the
Mini
flow through mid as Sugetsu has bought a
พอสัมภาษณ์อย่าง
rotation.
นี้ปุ๊บสักพักอ
The
เล็กโด
spike
น
is
ตบ
soon to go down and the spam's not landing.
งง
งง
Molly to deny the wingman.
Nah, he's got it.
Yeah, just about.
No problem for the wee man.
Martin still has that paranoia though. That's the other thing to consider moving into this. And well, as for Navi, the utility is looking pretty barren. It's all about these gunfights, and Navi continue to win them through this round. Martin, though, still up and alive, and you know just how good he can be. More damage being dealt, although Sugetsu now having to clutch up another 1 versus 3, and both players are low. This is doable. Shao lucky to escape here. And well, just with that, Navi will
พี่
get
เจอนะแอง
that
กดดัน
pistol
แบบ
round.
กดดันแบบแค่ยืนเฉยๆ
After
ไม่ต้อง
winning
ทำเลย
every single
ไม่โหด
pistol
ไม่
round
ทำอะไรเลย
yesterday
ไปไหน
against the team which led it statistically BBL. They're still going out in straight sets from that matchup in the upper bracket. So I'm looking now at can they build on from this. It was a nice 2v1 at the end for old time's sake from former teammates against Sugetsu.
แต่อย่าพูดก็พูดนะไอ้ปัญหาของ EMEA ที่เป็นเทคฟอร์สอะไม่น่าเกิดขึ้นได้เลยนะไอ้การที่คอมกาก
He's doing well.
เป็นหนึ่งระดับงานแบบ
We
นี้
saw that statistic yesterday,
Right.
but how he's improved his first death
เหลือ
rate.
เชื่อแล้วแม่งเป็นมานานด้วยนะ
Not only that, helping support the younger members on the
ไม่น่าเกิด
team.
ขึ้น
Sure,
คือ
Hero had his rookie year
มาตั้ง
last
2
year,
ปี
but
ทำไมไม่แก้
even there, Roxic walking into 3 players, never going to get all of them. So just backtrack. Yeah, the comms there. Hero asking for the support, knowing that KC do like to get
เม
very
ตาอิน
active.
ตอนนี้เขา มีบางที่ไม่
This
เล่น
time
ดูเย
though,
อะ
it's a full rotation over towards A. 4 players to greet NAVI, but that spike should go down first.
แต่คอนโทรลเลอ
I
ร์แทน
really like
ดู
this
เลย
response. There was 3 players towards the B side. Rixic's called that, and well, the response from Navi is to immediately hit A. KC though, very quick on the mark. The timing nearly works out for Carmine Court, but at the same time, Navi have dealt with every duel that's come their way.
There's not really much to fall back upon here if you're KC either. It's a well-played round from Navi as far as they're concerned.
And I think at this point, all the Sadak right now has been like, look guys, we're not going to win these duels, we're not going to win the post plant, so let's deny them the ultimate orbs, and I think it's the right call here.
Absolutely. Next sort of checkbox up on my list, my little Navi list right now, I think is how they're going to approach this bonus. As you see Hero on his pistol, get one more on the way back out. It's going to help with the lockdown. As you can see in terms of ults, they're actually built more towards that Thrash, still something to be thinking about. Not really seen the full implementation of that just yet. Is what this purchase looks like, because I think a couple of times yesterday on their bonuses, they were like forcing up really heavily when they'd lost players. In terms of the money here, I mean, it looks good.
Even better than it should be, guys. We have. I got one.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're happy, right? Things are on track right now, and with this being a huge purchase for them, a swing round, because KC are massively going to struggle if they lose this.
100%.
คนนั้นดูใครที่
See
ไม่ใช่
this
โอเมน
battle
ผม
start. Elite though is the one who
Done
gets
there.
things off
เนี่ย
to
ไอ้บอกเนี่ย
KC's
Bola de
side
Martin.
and
Martin
treated
de-
things down to
Martin
still an
de-
advantage in their favour. Navi's response towards the A side, Martin ahead of the mark and will even find the spike. And he's buying more time for his teammates to come and support him.
No. How does he get out?
ใจเด็ดมาก
How does Martin
รอดเฉย
an
เดี๋ยว
escape
เชื่อแม่งยิงกันคนละครึ่งแม็กไม่โดน
on the A side? But Navi back into
แม่งบิว
that
ซันคู่ด้วยนะเมื่อกี้
situation felt like they were so separated at times. We do see it in these moments where there's slight lapses in concentration.
No wonder
I mean,
Matt
even
picked-
then, they had 2 players re-clearing. They had Hero
Yeah.
belt.
This is the frustrating part about Navi, is like finding yourself in a position to build that momentum, start to move forward in the rounds, and just letting it slip.
คู่สองนี่น่าลุ้นจริง
Just when you think it's the light at the end of the tunnel, the oncoming traffic heads in your direction. But
30 seconds
can
left.
Ruxic do anything for us here? It's another Turkish player to take on the 1 versus 3. Make that a 1 versus 4, as Martin is still somehow alive.
Ruxic needs to go looking for a pick, and it needs to be clean, right? The unfortunate thing is that drone has identified exactly where he is, so he's not going to have much of a chance here.
Not at all.
Yep.
Ruxic looking for a head in the shop window, can't find it. Martin denying any opportunity for them to build that momentum, and it's something that's happened a couple of times now, which is frustrating to look at. But in terms of what KC did well here, just reading the situation, this is just ridiculous from Martin, and so unfortunate from the spray at the same time.
That's it, and I think
Loop thinks he's me. He's not, bro.
There can only be one.
Yeah. Still though,
PLJ
Bai to come back into this. All hope is not lost. It
โอ้
was
ถ้า
just
เจ
a
อไม่
bonus
ยิง
round.
ก็
We have to
น่าจะ
remember
แพ้
that.
น่าจะโดนพี่แนท
And it seems as if Navi want to hit this straight into A.
น่าจะโดนว่ะ
Was the chance to bring us within 1, but as you say, it's the age all going on. Dizzy in, players blinded in that AoE. So as it drops, Shao's able to recover, and Navi gets so much space early round. Look at Ruxic walking up tube.
Timing.
Close to the turret.
I mean, could call for a smoke to come and support him from Koala.
Still not spotted though. While he sits around in this position, KC will invest utility to try and clear. Hearing those steps,
น่าจะโดนคนไทย
backup is now arriving.
So it's 1 versus 1.
Nice.
Nice block off even caught.
Oh no.
At least the base is here to try and cut off any rotations. But that's massive from the Turkish
ขบวนครับตรง
controller.
กลาง
What does Navi do to respond to this though?
โอ้แก๊ป
I
แบบ
mean,
นี้เที่ย
the
ว
ball
จริ
is
ง
in Navi's court. They're just going to slow the pace all the way down,
That's
force
all.
KC
Like,
to make an investment, try and trade out.
เดี๋ยวไม่
space
เคลียร์
on the
ตัว
map.
ไป
You
เช็ค
can
ซะหน่อย
see Sadak is looking towards A. But as fate would have it, B is the site under threat. there's only Elite here to deal with it.
That engagement isn't clean, but at least Kill has got something to work with. All three players, though, all on their lonesome, and Ruxic once again coming in from mid.
Sitting in the snow pile, just looking to split this up. Martin removes him though, and now Navi are the ones with their backs to the wall.
Flashes have all the utility you could possibly want to come back into this one. Martin uses the ultimate to try and join up with his teammate, his leader Sadak, as he moves through B long. But Navi have moved forward. They've changed the goalposts, and now KC have got a really tough problem here. Martin trying to use a smoke to get on to spike, but Navi are so aware of what's going on.
The kill from Hero as well there that just lends Navi the advantage, and as soon as they have note of those final few positions, playing off of each other really nicely. Performance is a word which we brought up quite a few times when referencing these teams, and I think it counts for Navi just as much as it does KC. In terms of the extra coaching staff that they've relied upon to get them up to scratch, to bring them to previous M80 levels, if it's Koala or all the rest, just having the comfort of someone like Hero on this Killjoy or Cypher, of which he prefers to the Vice he was playing.
He needs to be careful here.
The early stage.
จะตลกในวันที่น้าเอาหาย
He's
เสียน้ำตาให้น้าเอาจริงนี่ไง เป็นไง
I think he's
เสีย
seen
น้ำตาให้น้า
that too many times before. Martin does isolate the lurk, and with that, KC do go level in player numbers. There's a little bit more support on the B side of the map this time as well, though, and the plant is yet to go through.
สลับลายลักษณ์พูดเลย
Carmenco to get clears into position to flood retake is absolutely massive. But remember, Sadak is only on a pistol.
And that Ghost can't do enough to deny, but the rest of KC played in. Aves and Elite from up top, dropping in the stun. Koala gets his though and gets out. 3 on 3, but the playing field is skewed in favor of Navi. Close paranoid to the back of yellow positioning is so constricted, and that's where KC have a vice. Can Angel do any better for us in the clutch? The salvos are up, and the time is ticking on down. Even more onto Elite. 6 points of health. 1 bullet would do it. But it's Martin again, and with time on his side, he can take Carmenco up to 10.
Double digits reached a big ground for Carmenco.
ไอ้สโมกลูกเมื่อกี้มันดูเหมือนช่วยน้าไงไม่รู้
Navi, when you think that they've found themselves away into the B site, away to get within touching distance of their
ฮิโร่มัน
opponents.
หยอกล้ออยู่กับมาติน
And now you start to look at the economy, you start to look at how the rest of
เมื่อ
it
กี้เหมือนโคล่าแบบออกตัว
Navi
แล้ว
need
รับ
to
แท
be
นนะ
careful because if they lose this, it could be a massive swing round. The good thing for them is they have plenty of ultimates to use.
That's exactly it. One ult point.
ถ้าเจสันพูดว่ามันมาช่วยนี่คือแบบ
Full house. So
เกมรับเปเปอร์เล็กโคตรดีเลยตอนนั้นปกติมันไม่กันเยอะขนาดนี้
twisting the ult back towards his own spawn, I believe. So just faking out the possibility of a flank. KC have already cleared this. They're set up for the right site. Lockdown comes in.
แสดงว่ามีผล
And they've got a combo util again to break it. That's
พวกนาย
brilliant.
ลองเลิกดันดู
Fantastic. And now Navi are left stumped, scratching their heads. How do we get into this site? There's another. Gonna have to use the thrash to do it. But at the same time, like the utility and response from KC is perfect. So it's gonna come down to these gunfights.
And now Martin's on an
กำลัง
aggressive
มี
line.
สกิม
With
แท
the
ร์
one-way smoke set up, you've got Aves here for contact. KC are perfectly in place, and Navi feel like they're out of options. Shower saving grace though.
That's massive. Ruxic just hanging on the edge. Koala though gets two of his own.
เฮ้ยมาติน
Martin out of nowhere.
ไม่มีวาร์ปด้วยชิบ
Still
หาย
Navi one ahead, and Sugetsu nowhere near to bail Martin out. He could use his ultimate to escape, but wants to stick around.
ให้โดนสแปม
Wants to look
เออ
for
ยืนดีๆหน่อยอย่าชิดมากไอ้เหี้ยโดนสแปม
Doesn't realise Suget or Rixic was close.
มัน
The
ยืน
Viper
รอ
of
ดแล้วตอนแรก
Navi
อยู่
bailing out his team.
คุยบอกงานหนักคุยแล้ว
It's Angel on the other side.
Spike planted.
Molly at his feet. But supported by
Mong Gan.
Rusik now, and this one should not be winnable, but Sugetsu's already done a boatload of damage. Cross-held solo by Hero, drops back.
He's the man
หน้าพวก
who makes
แปลกๆ
the
ว่ะ
man you want to depend upon here. With the Viper's pit down, that's the biggest obstacle that he needs to try and get by.
He's looking elsewhere. Thinking about that next player, it's Hero. He's the one that can shut it down for NAVI and keep them within touching distance. Just 2 rounds now separating the teams.
Yeah, I was speaking about the economy, right, and how expensive this round would be for NAVI if they lost it, but they put everything towards the middle of the field. Only one ultimate was kept into the next round. That was Angels, and that was only because it never came up.
It's crazy how in so many of these rounds it looks like KC are so well set up defensively, and then all of a sudden it completely falls apart.
เฮ้ย
Glad that there was an extra couple seconds there for Rusik.
Yeah, at the same time,
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ตกแล้วม่าน
it
ห
was
มดไปแล้วนี่
expensive
จ
for
บเลยนะ
KC. They're down to Sheriffs, and now that's where we expect NAVI to start to get close to their opponents now. They're in that eco-cycle of defense. It makes it so much harder.
Absolutely. And this is just another opportunity to tighten up that scoreline a little bit more. You take a step back and look at the veto. In terms of these maps, you go on to split, but I don't think last time out was a fair representation of what KC can do there. Last 3 series, they haven't banned it. It's been floated, and then Ascent. Last 3 series, that's been left open for NAVI.
Big 1v1, Martin forced out. The drone to follow up and make sure that there's no one else hiding.
That I'm making here though is that if NAVI can go ahead and win this map, the series all of a sudden looks very different. But it's rounds like this that we've mentioned time and time again that just don't feel all too guaranteed for them. And look at the setup. KC have guessed correctly. 4 players on A, 30 seconds. NAVI, can you get past this eco?
That's the question, right? Show's done well, so have NAVI. It's starting to become a stampede of yellow and black. And they'll send it home. 1 is all there is between these 2 teams.
It's little rounds like that for me, which have your heart in your mouth, honestly.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I think NAVI did a brilliant job. They kept it simple, used the utility. That's one of the margins that you can really exploit when you're playing against the low buy. And it's a confidence builder as well, because this is now a 1-round game. KC are coming up on some huge round-winning
ถ้าแม่ง
ultimates.
มีลูกตั้งแต่อายุ16-17น่าจะนั่งแข่งอยู่ด้วยกัน
The
นะเนี่ย
vibes are being kept
โอ้
up.
โหนี่ลูกถ้าจะเป็นอย่างนั้นตัวล่าไม่ได้เกิดอะดูไอ้ลิสนี่เป็น
Have to
ลูก
keep
นาย
an
นะตอน
eye
เนี้ย
on the lockdown and an Armageddon on either side and how they're used. I imagine Angel will be thinking about how he counters Elite's ultimate. Still look towards him.
ลูกเนี่ยบอกพ่อเดี๋ยวพ่อไปเลิกนะ
That's even bigger. Koala finding Sugetsu and an open up in A.
คู่นี้ให้ KC ไปครับ
Sadak at the same time is trying to find
แต่
the
กูจะโดน
timing here.
KC หลอกแล้ว
Just needs to hold on to this space towards screen.
เทียร์กี่รอบให้กี่รอบไอ้แพ้ทุกรอบ
Cut back through. Absolutely no reason to overplay your hand, and he's done a brilliant job at just managing this space, which KC now backfill.
Yeah. Also, KC know about the late luck coming through kitchen from
Ui.
Rooksy. Oh no, deals with the lead. This is now an even bigger problem from the French side.
No, it's Shao in the
Shao.
corner though.
Oh.
2 kills picked up from him. Martin forced to just bail from the situation as NAVI have found a way to tie this back up. It was a brilliant round. KC came in with all of the tools and looked like they were happy to
จ
concede
ริง
the A
ๆฮีโร่คือลูก
space.
นะเองวะ
But then when push comes to shove, there was just nothing
ใช่ไหม
there.
ใช่
It's the fact that they had
Mate,
the
we think
ultimates
that
to
ain't
come
no
back
cool.
in, right? And just
Yeah,
didn't
ain't
opt
like
to
a
use
card
any
man.
of them. That's a big
ที่ฮอลแลนด์ตุ
kill.
รกี
It
เลย
is.
Because KC are now
เมียแรงไปสัญ
have
ชา
no
ติ
cash. It's another eco round.
ทุกวันนี้ผมยังสงสัยเลยคนที่เขามี3 สัญชาตินี่คือเขา
Ah,
Look,
but
singอะไรบ้าง
that's map.
ก็แบบว่า
I don't think you should
อาจ
feel
จะเป็น
too
ปู่ย่าสัญชาติหนึ่ง
อ๋อแบบพ่อ2 สัญชาติแม่2 สัญชาติอะไรเงี้ย
ก็เป็นเซี่ยวอะไรอย่างงี้
Icebox, it is a little bit reactive. You can't exactly invest and go aggro like you would be able to on other maps, not without decent protocols in place. But to go back to the prior round as well, and something we'd already been talking about a bit, I'm really impressed with how Koala is starting to gel into this Navi side and what his, you know, that component looks like, not just in terms of the duelist, but then also vocally as well. Because if you go back and look at Navi's recent history and the former versions of this roster we've seen, it's completely different to a CNED or an Ardis. And I think we were even hearing Angel talk before about how he, you know, apologized.
พี่ว่าถ้าโค้ชพาลอนไม่ใช่ฟอร์ดอะพี่ว่าใครจะ
really key rounds when they needed it in that vitality series.
ไม่หมายถึงถ้า
So
โค้
as
ชพาลอน
everything
ไม่
is
ใช่ฟอร์ด
starting to mesh together, the question is, can they take it over the line on
โอ้ยาก
Icebox?
ว่ะ no idea เลย
Something that I would have also thought from yesterday was just the amount of times that we never saw
อ๋อ
Navi
สวิตช์กับญี่ปุ่น
actually
ไม่
go
ให้
and
ถือ
take
เกิน
control
สัญ
of
ชาติ
a
เอ้ยผม
series.
รู้นะ
Well, as for Outlaws,
ดีป่ะ
84% of
โอ้
the
ยอย่า
time
เลยครับ
getting
ผ
a
ม
kill. Roxic has one right here.
โอ้โห
So
เดี๋ยวจะ
Getsu
นี่ไง Viper
เดี๋ยว
Demon
be
Add Code
careful though.
Yeah. Already missed one bullet.
แต่เขาสัญญาคาดนวลปลดนะเผื่อผลงานไม่ดี
KC Eco. But I feel like when we fly stats like that, you just know
Yeah.
that there could be trouble. I mean, every single player on the defender's side is within striking distance of this.
Of course. At the same time though,
Oh, there you go.
there's the sheriff wants to get to. But you've also got to
Dạ,
be
cũng có thảm
careful
áo kia
of
để phun
Martin's hero rifle.
Su
This
ơi.
could really go out of control
wow.
if Navi can't get
เดี๋ยว
a
พี่
grasp
พาไป
on
กิน
it.
ข้าว
This is also where KC want to play, up close and
Oh, hang
personal.
on.
Rifle of Martine.
Oh no.
Should have been doing more. That would have given KC a huge opportunity. But Navi are the ones that strip it back instead. None of those
โดน
ults
บอก
with
GE
any
จะเซ็น
need to
โค้ด
be
อะ
used.
ดูผู้เล่นที่หลุดตลาดไปเลยพอเลยเซน
Navi had thrown
Demon
them at some
One
of their ecos.
Ending
KC building towards something bigger in
ลอง
the
ทุ่ม
next.
ทุ่มเงิน
But
นั้นหน่อยไหม
เห็น
while
ไม่
all
น่า
this
ได้
is happening, I
Oh,
mean, look,
Pen
you've got two
ชิ
more
ว
to
อะ
build towards here on Angel and Hero.
Yeah.
ฟิลแบบไม่อยากแข่ง
Interested to see if they're the ones given the kill here.
I mean, that's even if they
เดี๋ยว
get
จะซื้อโกเวเนอร์มาอยู่กับแบรนด์เหมือนเดิม
just going duel instead. No.
Ooh.
Calls it quits. Would rather keep that rifle into the next
Yeah.
round as cash is pretty tight here. He'll go to 11 Navi. Starting to get
จริงๆผมว่าแอบใจร้ายกับแพทริกคูนอยู่นะมันได้เล่นไม่กี่แมตช์เองอะมันก็ไปละ
I like the outlaw buy, but you know, it's always going to be one of those
ไอแมตช์
rounds
ที่ไม่ได้
where
เล่นอาจจะเป็นแบดเดย์ของมันก็ได้
something crazy could
ยังไม่
happen.
รู้
It
เลย
was
ว่า
a
มันโหด
decent
จริง
start
เปล่า
from
แล้ว
KC,
มัน
but
แบบ
even
ว่า
players
มันเจอ
in
ทีม
place
โหดๆด้วยนะ
not quite doing enough. Has he got Sadok fan in the audience? Very nice.
น่าสงสาร
Obrigado.
เนี่ยเพลเยอร์ที่แบบ
Anyway,
ลูกี้
Navi
เข้ามา
now with
ต้อง
the
มาแทน
lead.
ใครเยอะเอาไวไปไวโคตร
KC rely on their captain yet
อย่างน้อย
again
พิสูจน์
to
จาก
bail
ซีซั่น
them
นี้
out of a bad situation.
มันควรจะดูเขาเปิดมา
Something has to
นานๆ
change. This defense now losing 4 rounds in a
มาตีเมา
row.
ส์พัง
It just doesn't look like there's any
ผมว่า
silver
มัน
linings.
เดินไวไปเว้ยมันไม่หยุดแบบหมายถึง
frustration.
มันรีเซ็ตเป้าช้า
Ultimates to be used. It's NAVI who pulled the trigger first on it. Same entry that we saw from Martin in the last half. It's Koala to do it this time, but they've not accounted for Sadak. NAVI get the trades though. Still worried about Kitchen and a player potentially being deposited there. That was Hero, and he's gone.
จริงๆมันอาจจะเก่งถ้ามันอาจจะเก่งจริงๆก็ได้แพทริกคูอะเพราะว่าคนอวยมันเยอะมันก็ต้องเห็นความเก่งมาโดยตลอดใช่ไหมล่ะ
ถ้าสมมติตรงนี้มันสแปมทะลุได้เลยดี
น่าจะให้โอกาสมันซะหน่อย
At the same time, trying to
เพ
stop
ราะว่า
out
เรา
using
สุด
the
ท้าย
thrash,
ที่
but
เจอ
the
DFM
Vipers
อะมัน
pit
ก็คัด
has
เก็บ
bought a
ให้อยู่
little
นะ
space in which to
เอาออฟ
work
ดันไป
with.
เก็บ4
The lockdown will buy more. Angel trying to reposition towards
นั่นแหละ
Snowman,
ตาม
decides
ภาพครับ
against it.
ยังไม่ทันได้เล่นเลยไป
From
ซะ
this
แล้ว
position, you can still sit outside the ult and spam if you're KC. It doesn't really commit too much space, and yeah, Angel is still
น้า
sitting
ทุ่มเท
pretty
ที่ผ่าน
here.
So it's just defusing
Hit now
now.
gone, but Martin's gonna still
ได้เนียนว่ะ
through. Oh,
แล้วเดี๋ยวอีกคนนึงไปทำอะไรอะ
such a
เอ้า
frustrating way to lose the round, and
อีกคนไปทำอะไรอยู่อะ
very nearly cleans the slate
ไป
into
ดูหลังเหรอ
24 kills now for him. And we
Well,
will be
that's come
going
out.
to the very limits of regulation as it's a Red Bull clutch to give KC 11.
Yeah, it is. And also, it's a Navi timeout to try and push themselves over the
ไม่เป็นไร
line.
เดี๋ยวซีเ e ตเก้าแพ
I
ทริก
can
คูอยู่ด้วย
understand why you would pull off the angle after the spam, right?
Where
You
you
think
blind? I was blind.
a little bit of communication, maybe. But at the same time, the point I was
เอาอะตกใจเห็นเพลงนึกว่าเทคพอร์ต ขอบคุณพอชรอแล้วไม่บอกสมาชิกขอบคุณครับคือง่ายถ้าเดบิวต์แล้วแบบไม่เด่นเหมือนปิมมี่เงี้ยโอ้โหโอกาสไปโคตรสูงอะแต่ถ้ารอนชุดเนี้ยวอลเลยต้องให้เวลาเดือดแน่เชียร์มันเลยขอแค่สภาพจิตใจบนเวทีสู้ดีก็พอละ
Still Navi not
สกิล
too far off
สกิลเพย์
some
มี
of
หมด
their
แล้ว
own.
เมคานิกการเล่นมีหมด
Couple
แล้ว
of pings from KC
ให้เวลา
towards
ตัวเอง
the
อยู่
A
บนเว
side,
ที
maybe a little bit
จะได้
more
แบบว่า
aggressive from the
ลดแรง
defense.
กดดันลงเรื่อย
Martin's the only one really backing that up.
Martin has been unrelenting in his aggression,
ๆ
and
ก็
I
จะดี
think
ขึ้นเรื่อย
at times Navi have struggled
Pero
to
con
contain it.
King,
You can see
Su
two
nilang
players
bisa.
sat underneath Bell outside of A right now, as the rest of the pack is just cleaning up on B long and
พวกเกาหลีเนี่ย
keeping the
กด
attention
กด
of
ไปเจอ
KC
ท่านบ่อย
holding it.
บางคนนี่แบบ
That
นักแข่ง
drone
บาง
is
คนกด
forced
ไป
to
เจอท่าน
re-clear
ค
it
รับ
through
ลอส
Aves.
Get all the information that they need, so it should be easy
รอ
to
ฟอร์ส
start
กลับ
to
มาช
lean
มอยู่
heavier
ไม่มาชม
on the A
กับ
side.
กลัวฟอร์ส
Will
จะไป
Navi
ไม่ดี
begin to make inroads?
ผมว่าต่อให้ไม่มีหลักฐานจริงมัน
To
มัน
that
มาชก
extent,
มันก็ทำอะไร
KC
ไม่ได้
are
เลย
not
มัน
fully
เหมือนกับ
sold on this situation.
มันรู้ๆกันอยู่อะ
Knife goes into mid, that's a little bit of extra info, and now Sadak seems to have the right idea about
มัน
it.
ไม่ได้ผิดกฎที่ชัดเจนหรือ
Third
มัน
player over on
ไม่งั้น
A,
ไล่ออกมาก็เทค
fourth
แอคชั่นไป
shortly
นานแล้ว
arriving as the rest of Navi will be. They've got
โอ้ถาม
utility to open this up, but that's very quickly
อีก
removed
อย่าง
with
ฟอร์ส
the
มันก็
ult.
ไม่ได้เป็นคนออกมาพูดด้วย
Fitting
ว่า
the side to play from the
มันไม่จับ
outside.
มือ
It's
เพราะ
a
เรื่อง
lead
สกิล
that
แชร์
actually gets the kill.
เป็นเพราะ
Not
เรื่อง
Martin
มัน
is
ไม่พอใจ
trying
เฉย
to play aggressive. That's no command
มัน
is
ก็เลย
denying all the
ไม่มีความจำ
utility
เป็น
that
ที่ต้องออกมา
Navi
พูดเลย
would want, and the rifles
แล้วเขาก็ไม่ต้อง
denying
รับ
the
ผิดชอบเลย
players
เพ
that
ราะ
they
มันไม่
would
ได้พูด
want. Two to the good now. But Navi still trying to play slow, and as they do, they just get completely cut down.
What?
Spike goes cold. Does the
2-1 ครั
round.
บ
Hero has to
เป็น
clutch
12 ก่อน
up
หรือเปล่า
here.
ฮีโร่หรือฮีโร่มาดูกัน
Within a chance, and with 10 seconds left, you would think
อุ้ย
it's going to be KC
พอรู้ว่าโลนี่ทำชั่วเลย
เล่นตลกอย่างนั้น
And that's one of those rounds which does still feel repeatable for KC. Perhaps not the ultimate, but at the very least the read. It's a number of times now where we've seen them get into position but fail to execute from that game plan. So this does feel very gratifying from their perspective to win the duels. Hero keeps it close, but still
น่า
too
โดด
far
มาก
out
ไอ้
of
เล่น
his
ไป
wheelhouse.
Relax, guys. Everyone
โดนหัน
relax.
มาส่วนเป็น
หมานี่จะไม่
I
แบบ
think
ว่า
that's the big thing. Talking about emotions.
ขำให้นี่แท้
Relaxing here. That's
Don't
what
come
Sue
back.
was asking Sadak. How easy is it to control the emotions of your team?
ชาวเน็ตเตอร์โกเดอร์
KC would have won the mid
เนี่ย
round
ตี
last
ใหญ่
time
ครับ
out.
นาวีปูบายมา
Do it again here. In
Then-
terms of info, it's the first 20
มันอุปทานหมู่
seconds.
กันเวว่าเป็นเรื่องสกินแชร์เพราะว่ามันมีคนที่แบบว่า
Early line up to try and get rid of the
เหมือนจะ
turret.
เป็นวงในออกมาโพสต์
Go
นู่นนี่นั่น
Go
That mid control now lost
แต่
for
มัน
KC.
ลื
A
ม
big
ไปว่าฟอร์ส
question
แม่งไม่
mark,
ได้พู
but
ด
Sadak has the cross at least to
คน
make
ข้าง
sure
ตัว
no
ฟอร์ส
one
แม่งพูดแค่นั้น
walks
เอง
through. Just doesn't know about kitchen though.
ที่นี่จะดี
Are
เยอร
yet
มัน
to really involve themselves here. They're still with this two-player pairing, both of the lurks.
Still in a one bot.
Brooksik and Hero starting to show themselves in
สะเทือน
Sue's
นะโอ้โห
direction.
เขย่าวงการเกาหลีเลย
Backed all the way up.
คือก็ต้องออก
Still
มาพูด
playing
กัน
from yellow,
คม
but two players dragged over, and now it is open
ฟอร์ส
for
บอก
the
กูไม่
taking.
ได้ทำอะไรแค่ไม่จับมือแล้วกูก็ไม่พูดเยี่ยอะไรก็ไปนอนชิว
Not fully committed to this. They are spread thin, and you've got 30 seconds or so left to play with.
ๆจริงมันไม่ควรทำครับ
From
มัน
KC is
ไม่มีมาร
almost
ยาท
here, right? Apart from
30
two
seconds left.
towards
จะ
that
เป็นคน
B
ตรง
side.
ๆเห็นมัน
It's topsy turvy. No, they're going to use the Armageddon
มีปัญ
to
หามันก็
clear
ทักไป
that
ถาม
back
เธอนี่เลย
space
เป็น
if you're
เยี่ยอะไร
Navi.
ไม่
But
จับ
there's
มือกูไม่
such
ค่อยมอง
a
หน้ากู
small lane to actually
Mà làm
play
như một
into,
việc
so
gì
that
nó bẹt
fragment's
bẹt.
already done a lot. And KC already for retake.
Yeah, they're so ready. The utility straight back.
การแข่งแม่งก็เป็น
That
entertainment
lockdown
ชนิด
will
หนึ่ง
buy a
ที่แบบ
little
ว่า
bit of delay for the attack.
แต่สำหรับผมเป็นคนดูผมชอบ
Absolute
แม่งดู
chaos as
ดรา
utility
ม่า
goes
เสีย
traded. So quickly keeping
ไม่ได้แบบ
tabs. Navi have little left for themselves.
นั่นแหละ
Angel salvos
นิสัย
is
คนไทย
about
อะ
as
ผม
good as it gets. There's still flashes and stuns on
ต้องตัวไป
KC
เชียร์
side
พี่
to
วูดยัง
come back through.
ไม่ไหวว่าไกลเกิน
Finding himself another
โรนโต้บินนี่
box, in which to walk. And Navi supporting him in his
นั่นไง
endeavours. 2 players left, make that just a 1.
OT
It's
up.
up to the captain, the leader of KC, or it will be overtime. And I think there's a nice little ribbon put on this by Navi. We are heading all the way. Oh, I mean,
เดบิว
KC
ต์มาแบบ
players
คิว
in
อาจ
position.
จะยาก
It was a
จ
tug
ริง
of war,
ๆยาก
and that rope was splitting at the seams. I think, you know, it's the perfect demonstration
เด
of
บิวต์
how
มา
much
มาเจอกับทีมที่แม่งเล่นกันเป็น
the
ทีมอยู่แล้ว
players
โอ้
on
โห
both sides has
เอาอะไรไป
evolved
เกิด
as we
ทุกที่
move from that very first opening
ดู
fixture
คาร์ลอนดิ
kickoff
แรกๆก็หลับ
up
ๆอยู่
until now,
เพิ่ง
the
มาตื่นช่วง
elimination game in stage
ปลาย
1.
ทัวร์ให้เวลามันหน่อย
Util sent both ways. สงสัยพวกเราต้องตัวหน้าคอมดูที่บ้านดีกว่าอย่าลำบากเลยรอให้เขามาแข่งใกล้ๆญี่ปุ่นเกาหลีไทยอย่างเงี้ยเดี๋ยวมึงเล่นเลยเหรอ Into the attack.
แล้วมึงเพลงขึ้นอะไรกูนึกว่าพอด
An 8-4 half from them to kick things off, but Navi respond in kind. A little bit of pressure put on early towards this right-hand side. Spike posturing in the direction. It's classic calming court. You're expecting them to go quiet and then re-hit in the latter stages
เป็น
of
กล้อง
the
กับ
round.
พี่ที
But the question
เหวอ
being,
ครับ
how much
เป็นผมเป็นนักแข่ง
information
ก็
can
เหวอ
Navi
เหี้ยละ
collect in the
มึงไม่ช
meantime?
นหมัดแล้วกูต้องทำตัวไงแล้วไอ้ฝั่งตรงข้ามแม่งก็เม้มเลยทีนี้ แล้วกูผิดอะไรอ่ะ ถ้าเป็นนักแข่งเวอร์ครับไอ้เครื่องอยู่ดีก็ต้องมันมีแรงกดดันกูเหี้ยแล้วฝั่งข้ามมันก็จริงจังจริงจังแบบขั้น
Make
สุด
sure no one else comes later. And they can focus completely on this
ก็
side.
ยังมีโอเมนไว้ดีเท
Blind going in, but immediate suppression there to just stop this retake in its tracks. Tap of the plant from Sadak, waiting for the reply, and here it comes.
There's back in.
เชี่ยวชอบมาช็อตอย่างเงี้ย
KC, one player to the good. Still
Martin.
Spike knocked down, but don't necessarily need it. Winning out the deathmatch
3-1 นะ
here. The null command
คุยกัน
denies
ดีๆ
Hero
นะ
his
เพื่อน
utility. So he
กิโล
has
อีกแล้ว
to
นะ
depend upon his
กิโล
rifle, in which he has been
นั่นไง
hitting
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
shots and
หนึ่ง
continues to
แสดง
do
โลด้วย
so.
อ่ะ
A similar position in which from before KC, Sadak,
รูเดเบิล
he's low.
Hero's heard the drop in as well, and
Wang
Sadak,
Paulo.
as you say, on death's door, needs to get to trade off of him.
ไปโหรูแล้วก็รอฟังเสียง
Set his Viper up, but
ไปแล้ว
instead
สอง
finds the timing.
No way.
1 versus 1, but that flash is what puts
ใจหายใจ
KC
คว่ำหมด
ahead in overtime.
ไม่วะ
And now Navi need to defend this overtime.
หน้า
The
หักอย่างเดียว
Sadak
จริง
self-flash
ๆแต่คนแรกแหละ
as the skipper has sent them on to another map point. I mean, in terms of the opening engagement, it was good.
โอ้โห
KC
ไม่คิด
doing
เข้า
enough
หัว
to dissuade that
เหลือ
quick
เชื่อ
blood. And Sadak really turning it on when needed, even getting the null command there to just...
It's okay. I carry you in overtime, guys. Puppets online.
He was saying earlier that he had the
ผม
youngsters
เคยดู
now
ไว้เนี่ย
to just put him in the backpack, but
ที่พี่
he's
ตุ้ยก็
the
ยิงหลัง
one
ไม่โดน
in
อะ
these
แล้ว
big
แสดงไว้
moments,
สาย
these
หัว
killer moments that is showing up
ที่เอา
and
เชลี
showing
ไปดัก
out
ได้เอง
for KC as they go into a timeout and look towards him and the coach slot for answers.
Well, that's
แต่
it,
ว่าตอน
right?
นี้
This
ถือ
is
ว่า
the
ยัง
last
อารมณ์ดี
time
อยู่
that KC, the last time out
โห
that
ตอน
KC
หน้าแบบ
will have.
หน้าแบบไม่ตล
Here
ก
on
เลย
forward, they just have to hope that they get the reads right, the plays right.
เห็นว่าเรื่อง
To
จี
finish it
เจน
early,
จีอะคาเด
Navi
มี่
will
ส่ง
still
เรื่อง
have
มาหา
one
เรา
time
แล้
out
ว
in overtime. That's the other thing to consider. That would be the other time that
ไม่รู้ว่า
England
วันนี้ผม
Ice
ก็
get
ไม่
to
แน่ใจ
come
อาจ
back
จะไป
into
เคลียร์กัน
this
หลัง
one.
บ้านแล้ว ไม่รู้ว่าเกี่ยวอะไรมันก็ไม่รู้
That
เหมือนกัน
being said, we're ready to send this one back in for another round.
Yeah, and looking at Navi's attack here as well, it did look
เรื่อง
really
สกิล
strong
แชร์มัน
towards
มี
the
ไหม
end, but my
ความ
concerns
รู้สึกเล
still
ยนะ
lie with
พูดแบบไม่มีหลักฐาน
some of
จะ
them
บอกว่ามันมี
felt
ไหม
a little
ถ้า
bit
จะไม่ให้มันมี
readable,
มันก็
that
มี
you
ได้
were reliant on moments from
หรือ
players
มันจะอาจจะ
like
ไม่เคย
Hero
เกิด
who
ขึ้น
now
เลย
sits at the
แล้ว
top
เรา
of
ก็
the
เป็น
sheet
ตัวเป็นตากันไปเองอะไร
for
อย่างเงี้ย
Navi. The scorecard 21 kills to his name.
แต่ว่าถ้า
It
มัน
might
ไม่มี
even
มู
just
ล
be
มั
a
นก็คง
pace
ไม่หลุด
change here. I'm seeing
มัน
4
อาจจะต้องมี
players
แหละ
at
แต่
the
ว่า
B
ไม่
barrier.
ไม่รู้จะ
That
ทีมไหน
smoke
อะ
going in early. They look to scale up behind it.
So gets it doubting himself from pushing forward into the smoke like last time. That was
ถ้าเราไป
easily
จั่ว
countered
ทีม
by
เขาก็
Angel.
เดือดร้อน
This pace extremely slow, waiting for
ไอ้
that
บล็อกเขานิยม
execute
เอา
to
โมเมนต์
happen.
เป็น
And
สมมติ
Casey have
มันเลิก
really
ได้ครับโมเมน
It's
ต์อะ
a completely rehearsed execution.
แล้วไอ้บล็อกแม่งด่าแบบขี้เลิกอยู่แล้วอะ
But Sugetsu following it up from close. Koala with a quick trade, but Sadak still alive. Looking to carry the rest of his team through OT, but it's Aves that finds the next kill. And one by one, Navi drop. The spike is on the other side of the screen. Koala up top, but Aves knows it and nails the shot. Such a big kill.
How do you even get this spike back? It's really difficult, but that timing's insane.
Individual play from Ruxic, more coming up. A lead there and now Hero once more.
เอาอีกแล้วไง
Can he find a way to do it yet
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่ง
again?
ได้ไง
The 19-year-old falls. It
ต้องอย่างนี้ตายหนึ่งมีคนมาเทรดเลยไอ้เชี่ยไม่ใช่ไปยิงวันไปวัน
ทีละคนทีละคนทีละคน2-1แน่เลยว่ะ
เกาหลีโดนมองไม่ดีด้วยแหละบางหลายเรื่องที่มันไม่ไว้ใจก็แปลกมันก็
เต็ม
น่าจะประมาณนั้นครับ แต่เชื่อมันเกาหลีมันก็คือไม่เป็นทีมที่แบบเล่นไปกันอะเข้าใจปะแล้วแบบบางทีหลายๆคอมหลายๆแผนแม่งดูคล้ายๆกันใช่ไหม มันอาจจะแค่ก๊อปกันมา มันก็เลยทำให้คนรู้สึกว่าไอ้เฮ้ยเอ้ยมึงแชร์สกิมกันปะวะอะไรเงี้ย เฮ้ยแต่โตรอนโตเป็นซีได้ไป2 ทีมนะเกาหลี1ถือว่าโออยู่นะโอ้ภาพที่เห็นตอนแรกถ้าเกาหลีไป3นี่หนักเลยนะแปซิฟิกจะหมดกำลังใจเอาอย่างน้อยก็มีเปเปอร์เล็กกับคิวเพิ่งแบบแรกเคซีดีใจจริงจังดิมันสำคัญเนี่ยตกรอบแบ่งกันไปบ้างหมาจนต่อมันกัดเก่งไงเกาหลีเล่นละเอียดครับ น่าจะโค้ดเข้มด้วยแหละเล่นละเอียด มุมอะไรเงี้ยลักไก่ยากครับ จังหวะเกาหลีจะแพ้ก็ต่อเมื่อเจอฝั่งข้างยิมคมๆแล้วคมเก่งๆพอเริ่มหมดกำลังใจเริ่มยิงไม่ออกครับ เริ่มเครียด เกมนี้มันขึ้นอยู่กับ mentality นะครับ ถ้ารู้สึกเริ่มเครียดจะเริ่มยิงไม่ออก จริงๆผมว่าทารอนอะสู้ DRX ได้นะเว้ยแต่วันที่แม่งแพ้เนี่ยแบบเท่าไหร่วะ มันก็โอทีเกือบจะโอทีไปแบบนึงมั้งมันดูเหมือนไม่ค่อยได้สู้เท่าไหร่อะวันก่อนอะแต่ผมว่าสู้ได้เลย จากใจผมพีดิกให้ทารอนตบ DX 20ด้วยซ้ำแต่มันไม่ไหวจากอะไรวะยิงวิปไปหมดเลย ยิงเขาแบบจังหวะวัดอะจังหวะวัดได้ยิงฟรีก่อนมันวิ2 วิอย่างเงี้ยมันก็ยิงไม่โดนงงน่าจะนั่นแหละเรื่องของความมั่นใจตกอะไรยิงไม่โดนใช่ไหมเพราะว่าจังหวะเดินจังหวะอะไรแม่งมันได้หมดเลยนะเว้ยแบบแต่แค่ที่แพ้คือมันโดนยิงเขาไม่ตายอะหลายช็อตจัดเลยแต่แผนเผื่ออะไรโอเคแล้วแบบว่ายิงเดินอะไรก็โอเค ความเล่นเป็นทีมก็ได้อยู่นะแต่จากที่ดูคือแม่งให้คมบ้างบางทีมันเดียเอ็กก็ไม่คม แต่ก็ยิงไม่โดนก็งงกัน จะโลกกว่านั้น มันฟอร์มขึ้นลงครับ ทีมไหนที่แม่งรักษาความสม่ำเสมอของฟอร์มได้แม่งก็เทพแล้ว อนนี้เจนจีอ่ะมันคือทีมนั้นแหละยังโอ้โหขนลุก นานๆทีจะฟอร์มตก ไม่งั้นฟุตคงไม่ได้หลอกพี่เอ๋ยได้บ่อยขนาดนี้ เอ้ยเจเนติกอย่างเงี้ยฟุตนี่คือหลอกพี่เอ๋ยหนักมากอะวันที่พี่เอ๋ยไม่เชียร์โอ้โหสุดแม่งโคตรทำอะไรก็ดีหมดฟาลินเก็บ5อย่างเงี้ยวันไหนที่เชียร์อ่ะเรียบร้อยเข้าแก๊ปเอาจริงๆเปเปอร์เล็กเป็นทีมที่วันไหนฟอร์มตกอ่ะจะพยายามเล่นอีกแบบหนึ่งอะเหมือนกับแบบเล่นสู้ฟอร์มอ่ะมันจะต้องมีคนหนึ่งที่แบบทิมขึ้นมาเสมอทีมแม่งโคตรแกร่งวันไหนดีตบแชมป์โลกวันไหนหลุดจริงไอ้ฟุตเนี่ยไอ้ฟุตมันทำให้ผมนึกถึงไอ้นี่เลยว่ะทีมละซีเคทเนี่ยแหละทีเอสอ่ะวันไหนที่เขามานี่คือเขาตบยันเปเปอร์เล็กอะตบหมดอะเจนเจนจีตบเกาหลีก็มีRQยังโดนมาแล้ววันไหนที่หลับก็คือหลับเลย เก่งเก่งแต่กับกู เดียกเอาคืนให้วันนี้ mentality ตกวันนี้เดียเอ็กดูหลับไงไม่รู้เล่นแบบเล่นไม่เฉียบเท่าวันก่อนเดียเอ็กต้องทิมครับไม่งั้นโดนพี่เล็กทิมแทน ว่ะเปเปอร์เล็กเป็นทีมที่แบบว่าคอมไวคอมมันไม่ค่อยแบบมีความเครียดนะข่าวนอกสนามมีผลไหมเดียเอ็กวันนี้ ไม่น่านะ ผมว่านักแข่งมันไม่มีความจำเป็นที่มันต้องมานั่งโฟกัสกับข่าวมากกว่าการแข่ง ถ้าจะมานั่งลุ้นว่าเมื่อไหร่ฟอร์สมันจะออกมาโพสต์ว่าอันนั้นแม่งไม่ได้อย่าทำไม่ออกมาเดินดีแล้ว เพราะว่าตัวฟอร์สเองไม่ได้พูดอะไรครับตั้งแต่แรกอะคนรอบตัวฟอร์สนั้นฟอร์สอาจจะนอนกุมขมับอยู่ด้วยกูไม่ได้พูดอะไรนั้นแม่งมาหาตีนให้กูซะงั้นจริงๆอาจจะแค่งอนกันหรือไม่ก็ไม่ชอบขี้หน้ากันเพราะว่าแม่งเมินกูบ่อยตอนจับมือเลยว่ามันไหมมีวิธียกว่าใช้สมมติถ้าถ้าเธอมีไม่ชนหมัดพี่อเล็กอะแล้วพี่อเล็กเดินไปจับมือเธอมีแล้วมาชนหมัดเลยไม่จะเป็นภาพที่ฮาจัดเลย มึงไม่จับแต่กูจับให้ตัวนี้แม่งไอ้นี่เลยเอาไปล้อเลย G2% นะกูไม่ชน มันดูเกิดขึ้นได้ที่เธอมียกช้าผมว่าไม่ได้จะไม่ชนหรอกน่าจะลังเลเฮ้ยแม่งจะชนกูเปล่าวะแต่กูยกคนเดียวกูเคว้งอีกให้มันยกก่อนแล้วกันเดี๋ยวกูค่อยยกตามรอบที่แล้วยกแล้วแบบจริงใจเลยฟอร์สแม่งไม่ชนซะงั้นน่าจะระแวงอันนี้ว่าระแวง ดูกล้ามนักเจสันมีกล้ามหรือตอนแรกเทอมนี้จะไม่ยกแหละแต่น้องจริงตะโกนมาไม่ยกเดี๋ยวครูจะซัดหน้าให้ด้วยอะไรเงี้ยก็เลยต้องชนไปก่อน
Again, I think coming into
นักเลงอย่างว่าน้องจริงเฮ้ยแผนหลุดแล้วน่ะต้องโหวางไม่อยากเห็นน้องจริงไปยิ้ม เอายิ้มไปก่อนนะนี่แน่อยากยิ้มได้ไงนาวียังยิ้มได้เข้าแมปตัวเองละไม่กลัวแผนหลุดเมื่อกี้ไล่ที่ร้านอาหารอ๋อคือสำรวจแหล่งใช่ไหมโน้ติกโพสเคยลองจอ500-400ยังเลยครับผมมีจอ OLED 240 เฮิร์ตซ์อะใครมี540 เฮิร์ตซ์เอามาแลกกันไหมไม่เทคหรอมั้งอาจจะเทคแต่เนียนเอ้ยแต่มันหลายรอบแล้วนะไอ้แบบเนี้ยคิดว่าไม่น่าเทคหรอกมั้งมันจะเทคอะไรบ่อยๆไอตอนมาสเตอร์แบงคอกอะที่พอจังหวะจบแมตช์ใช่ป่ะแล้วผมก็ไปฉี่ไปหลังเวทีมันจะมีห้องน้ำสำหรับนักแข่งแล้วผมก็เดินไปสวนกับจอคิโมที่แบบว่ากำลังรีบๆอยู่เหมือนแบบมาลงเหมือนมันปวดขี้แล้วเพิ่งแบบว่าเพิ่งออกมาจากห้องน้ำอะแล้วจะมีสตาฟมากันให้นักแข่งเข้าก่อนเนี่ยคือมันเดินออกมาแล้วแบบมันเอามือกุมกุ้ม ไอ้เหี้ยชัดเลยแม่งทำเวลาจัดเลย เจอหมดเลยทาลิกเทนท์หน้าห้องน้ำยืนต่อแถวอยู่ เทนท์ยังไม่ได้เข้าอ่ะเพราะให้นักแข่งเข้าก่อน
NAVI
ชัดเลยข้าวเหนียวมะม่วงทำพิษแน่นอนใส่กินเยอะไปหน่อย แล้วห้องน้ำเนี่ยบอกเลยแม่งมี2 ห้องอ่ะแล้วก็ไอ้ที่ฉี่สองอันอ่ะห้องผู้ชายอะแล้วแบบเป็นห้องแบบโคตรเล็กอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยแล้วแบบตอนพักครึ่งถ้ามึงปวดขี้แล้ว2-3 คนนี่มึงชิบหายเลยนะต้องไปเข้าที่อื่นเลยนะ จำได้แล้วไอ้เหี้ยที่ฉี่ขวามันชำรุดด้วย มีป้ายเขียนอยู่ชำรุดให้มันใช้อันเดียวเด็กเจอไม่ได้ไปแข่งอะดิขนาดเทนเขายังโดนยืนกันเลย แล้วก็ให้นักแข่งเข้าก่อน แล้วแม่งตอนพักแมตช์อะไอ้พวกวอตปาร์ตี้พวกนักแข่งอะไรแม่งก็ไปฉี่พร้อมกัน เหลือจะเชื่อพี่เอาสรุปว่าถ้าซ้อมกับทารอนแล้วไปบอกว่าทีมเจอที่จะถามว่าเชี่ยวกันก่อนพี่มี่แม่งกินลำยอดแล้วใส่สับลีกได้ปะ อันนั้นไม่น่าลีกปะ ไม่เกี่ยวกับแผนนะไม่น่าลีกดิถ้าไปบอกว่าพี่ไม่กินไข่3 ฟองอะ
Since
หรือแม่งเป็นเคล็ดลับมา
very low win rate for Navi
เคล็ดลับความ
on
ยิ
their
ง
own
คม
map picks, but they're going to need one of them here. Start off, it's 5 players outside of A as Sadak, the sole guardian of this site.
yeah, not finding much from that. KC
ก็อย่าง
holding
น้อย
on
ผมก็
towards
เคย
mid
เห็น
and
ใน
with all that
พวก
utility.
นักจับจออยู่หลัง
Sadak
นี่
is
นะ
trying
คือมัน
to
จะเป็นซุ้ม
stick around
คอมพิว
here.
เตอร์แล้วก็จะมีแบบ
Something in which to work
คน
with.
มอนิ
The
เตอร์
HUD
อยู่คน
doesn't
หนึ่ง
get
แล้วก็เป็น
much
ห
in
น้า
terms of
หน้าจอ
information, but Navi have at least got a
กล้องทั้ง
very
งาน
open plan.
Yeah, it's sort of off towards the screen side, and so that's where they're going to go. Navi funneling players towards the defensive half. They've traded places because it's ramp that's re-cleared.
As Hero in the pocket.
เอาไป
Shao.
ก่อนหนึ่ง
He found one, but that's all it's going to be. As KC now start to get things underway. On towards the A site you look. You've got to think about Elite deposited towards Heaven to just catch out a late lock, but Navi are stopping KC
Ui.
in their tracks.
หมดเลย
And we'll find that pistol round.
Another
Kind of
attacking
wow,
pistol
man,
round
really.
1.
ตอนเย็นเนี่ยชนะเหรอ
by
เป็น
NAVI.
เล็ก
Now looking back, if my math serves me correctly, that's 4 out of 4 for the last attacking pistol rounds that they've played. And on this map, great way to start it because, as we mentioned previously, they only needed to win that last time. It was a mid push they went for. 5
ทำไม
players
ส่งเหมือน
strong.
ได้วะ
Similar
KC
thing here, but it's A. And I love the plant spot.
เพราะว่าภาพ
I
แม่ง
love
จับ
the
แต่ไอ้
waiters to be
โคราชนูที่
looking
มันโลอยู่ในไซส์
for
ไม่ได้ดู
Elite
ตัว
in
อื่น
heaven there too.
Yeah, and I think for me, Navi bring out that iconic buy. Once again, 3 rifles there in which to work with. Remember, KC can find a way to
ล้อหลอกที
try and find a couple of those rifles and pick them up and work with it. There's 4 players
นี่
sitting,
ชนะไป
5
โดนอัน
players
นี้
in
สายล่าง
the hole.
โอ้โหอะไรวะเนี่ย
อะไรวะเนี่ย
Like badgers in a hole.
สัมมนาเหรอโอ้บุญจริง
RV pest control looking
แม่งโยนเนตกับไอ้จับขามาสักลูกนี่รู้เรื่องเลย
Don't think so, mate. I think this is going to be beat.
And you could only hope. You could only hope. There is a world where they walk
วันร
into
วม
that,
ญา
but
ติ
still, Navi, on a lot of these rounds, and as we said before, building
Yeah.
towards that bonus, it's about keeping things clean. They have struggled massively from these positions so far. It has been a real dampener on what otherwise we're talking about a team which can have an upswing in form. You know, it was the 13-0 on this map against GX, which made you think, oh, okay, Navi are really back from decider to decider.
Yeah.
Against Apex, that series, you go into the Heretics game though, and it's a quick reset. Back to Vitality, BBL, reset again.
I feel as if, though, for me, when I think about Navi, we're always waiting for what was promised, right? A team that should be reaching international events, have veterans that have done it many times before,
ส่
but
งแรงใจให้เฮลิติก
I
ได้
always
ไปเล่น
feel
จะได้ดูมัน
disappointed,
ๆหน่อย
right, in terms of
แต่ผมบอกก่อนนะ
the
มาสเตอร์
heights
ตลอด
that
โต
they
เนี่ย
actually reach. It's always
แข่ง
one
เช้านะครับ
step too
ตี
far
4
for
ตี
them.
5นั่นน่ะได้ดูอ่ะ
And look, this elimination game important to just show that they can endure those trials and tribulations as KC have moved that train of players into the corner. Against the Pistols, they are going to win a couple of fights back. But you look at Navi's current buy, those purchases which they will be able to keep as all of KC go down. It's 3 rifles retained into the bonus.
And this is where we look at Navi, right? Because this is a few times now on the bonus round where they've come in with a fantastic buy, but they've never been able to back up the promise of that, right? Something similar to what we're talking about with the actual org and the team. They need to be able to try and pose real problems,
เฮ้ย
do
ยังไม่ตื่
real
นดูเป
damage.
เปอร์เล็กกันเหรอ
They weren't able to do it
ไปอ่านดรา
yesterday,
ม่ามาเมื่อกี้
not necessarily in the first map,
ไม่ได้แข่งซาอุ
But
นี่
they
มัน
do
ใช้
it
เวลาอะไร ยุโรปปะ
on map number 2.
Split their selection. Starting on the attack. But it's KC that want to make the first move of this rifle round. Navi anticipating it. Crossfire placed. Martin in play. TP available, but opts to go against it. It's Elite at his back, which fires 2 shots off, finds 2 kills. Navi down to their last couple players.
Yeah, and the sound cue from the announcer showing that the spike is down in shops. The last two on NAVI, Angel and Ruxic, to try and fight back into this. Ruxic in towards the back lines. Angel has to try and come from sewers and has utility to clear players in the spots that they're in.
So without help in this position though, the in-game leader. It's a slow trickle of util out from the belt, but that is a tether. Aves has been spotted on the other side of the wall, but what do you do with this? It's nothing, it's just a distraction.
Yeah, he's baiting for Ruxic to come in to
กล้ามันจะ
spot,
ตื่นมาดูหรือ
although
เปล่า
Sadak has identified what they were looking for, and now Angel left all on his own.
This is a round which has very quickly crumbled. Like sand, it falls through the hands of NAVI. Nice mid-jaw from KC. They read the situation so well. Just felt like they had their finger on the pulse in terms of what to expect from NAVI in that round. And so that's how they get on the board.
I would love to know if we could get a statistic on the amount of rounds that we see NAVI come in with a full buy and end up losing out. As for this though, they move in towards the rifle round in the next. KC with a brilliant read. And it looks as if they're read into this
ใน
one
พวกนี้มัน
too.
หายไป
Three
นะพวก
players
โควี่อะไร
on the A
ที่มัน
side
เคยอยู่
for the
จีเก่า
defense. And NAVI
ไป
have
เล่น
all
เทียร์สอง
five ready
กั
to
บ
hit
ยุ
it.
โรปไปแล้ว
อ๋อ
First of those players is Martin again, but he goes down at the hands of Koala.
ลงแหล่งเนี่ย
It's
มี
gonna
รอด
drop
เฉย
in for damage, but nothing more. Satchel away. Sustain on the NAVI side, and it looks like they just want to dive straight in to this push as well. Aves to receive them. The wall is a little too tight for him to play around.
ตื่นแต่เช้ามาดูดิ
Casey have done
นอน
brilliantly
ไว
to
ๆหน่อย
stall out NAVI. I mean,
ดีเลย
they're
ถ้า
starting to look towards heaven
ถ้า
now.
NA มาผมว่าจะเปลี่ยนเวลานอน
I mean, the
ตื่น
defense
เช้ามาดู
happy
ดี
to
กว่า
give this up.
อย่าฝืนอยู่เลย แล้วก็นอนตั้ง3-4 ทุ่ม
Back through, but as soon as this wall drops, the
เพราะว่า
timing is
ได้
everything.
โปรฟิต
Nearly
คือถ้า
caught
เกิด
with
ว่า
all of their
NA ตื่น
Sadak,
เช้ามาดูเนี่ยแล้วหลังจากนั้น
he falls flat. A lead
เวลาเรา
by
ไป
his
ตกปลา
side.
เราก็ตื่นเช้าได้
To get to
ได้มีเวลา
trying to
เช้าๆเยอะๆเลย
creep up behind his former team, but it's the wall there which I'm not quite sure if it got trapped or not. I didn't quite catch that.
No, it's still up.
Yeah, he's not even gone for it.
I mean, has the TP if he really wanted to go by it, but is worried about players maybe coming
Oh,
through
เรียบร้อยเลย
vents and repositions
But
towards
then-
shops.
And so Hero's job
When
here
you
is
roll,
to
we
just
don't
clear
got
out
right
all of that
here,
space
nah.
and make sure
30
there isn't an
seconds left.
oncoming
Can't
flank,
see people
that the rest of
around,
Navi can group up with some comfort
Yeah.
and take the A site.
I mean, NAVI don't really have money to go hunting either for these last two remaining rifles on KC, and I think the defense will be happy to try and save them out and have something to work with in the next round.
My ult's ready.
I mean, on top of that,
Now
you
we
get
did
Koala's
better than Toa.
showstopper up as well.
Oi.
Maybe just looking for a couple of exits here from
Nah,
Sui
ใช่
in the attacker spawn.
น่าจะมีแมป3ว่ะ
So round number 4 ends with a gentleman's agreement that Navi will remain in front. Sui just hunting for some exits, but it's Hero who has done his job and stood the test. Back on this Vice, which, you know, at times we say it's a Sentinel, but plays much like an Initiator in the way that you have to be very acute with your utility usage. That Arc Rose is fantastic for mid-rounding. And, you know, you look back at Hero's history on former teams, I remember all the way back in the Wild days, right, where they were running an Ascent comp when he was on the Phoenix. Look, let me cook. On the duelist with flashes because, you know, KO was not
อารอน
something
ไหว
that he
กับ
felt
พวก
comfortable
นา
with
วี
his
ครับ
agent pool,
ไหว
right?
ครับ
In terms of how you look to try and be very specific with where that utility is.
อารอนไหวกับทุกทีมอะตอน
But
เนี้
I
ย
have to say, I'm very impressed as we get to the point
แต่ต้องเลิกฟันปลาก่อนอ
with
ย่างแร
how
ก
he's been playing and gravitating towards,
Oh.
the same role, but a very different agent.
Yeah, that was really nice that the replay ops were able to highlight the smokes as they were forming was what gave the attack the notification of where players are. Remember that showstopper available for Koala, and Casey have a buy here. They lose this.
แต่ดีใจนะที่
upset.
Master Toronto แบบว่า
in mid once again.
ไม่ได้เป็นทีมเดิมไปอะไรเงี้ย
This is such a strong position for Martin because he can immediately send
ส
himself
ลับ
over
ไปบ้าง
towards the A site.
เดี๋ยวพอเป็น
It's
แชม
going out
เปี้ย
on the A side.
ทำไงเลิกฟันปลาได้ครับเลิกแพ้ครับผม
That's the question. You know, does he commit to this TP in the final few seconds of the timer? And
สั
the
งเกต
answer
ไอ้
is
ช่วง
no.
ฟันปลา
They
ไอ้
see
ตอนชนะ
remain with
ช
their
นะอย่าง
double
โหด
layered
เลย
setup
แต่พอแพ้ก็
towards
แพ้แบบ
middle, and that's
แพ้
where
แบบงงอะแพ้แบบ
A now comes under threat. Aves
ไม่ไหว
on
จริงเหรอ
the
วะ
off angle.
Seen the fast trigger discipline.
นี่มันเป็น
Works
เครือจริง
well,
ๆเหรอ
but it is only one, and it's Hero the Sentinel that's gone. Chance to maybe try and go for a flank here as Koala gains space in towards screens.
ในการทีมเดิมเพิ่มเติมมีแอดปาร์ต
That first player gone. Navi
Oh,
have the
yeah,
man
back right.
advantage, but they don't have the space.
Oh,
So
that-
you
oh,
do
the
still have
Tonto
Angel
man,
coming
man.
late ramp with this open plant, but there's no tower player.
Yeah, Casey are quick onto the site to try and take the fight. Shao denies that.
Huh?
Oh, it's going a little bit topsy-turvy, but still Navi come out on top. And that's a really big round to win for the attack.
เนี่ยเดี๋ยว EMEA ก็
because
เปลี่ยน
they're
ทีม
gonna
เหมือน
break
กัน
the defense by.
แต่ลิควิดยังได้ไปอยู่อะ
So Navi had the open plant, they had Angel in main, and then
ต้องส่ง
was
TS
it
ไปดูแล้ว
Ruxic who TP'd up onto the platform, and we're in smokes as players are walking back through. I would love to see that from another POV. But Jules won as far as Navi are concerned, and it has pushed KC
Hilo
onto
ni
an
tưng
eco
mấy.
here as well.
Yeah,
ก็ตึงอยู่
well,
นะ
you look
วัน
at
นี้มันคัดอยู่
Sugexu to be the only one with a rifle trying to
แต่ก็ไม่ขนาดนั้น
in
นะ
B main where there was plenty
ก็
of
อยู่ใน
bodies
ระดับ
to
กลาง
hit.
ๆ
Unfortunately, not a point of damage felt by Navi.
ไปในทางถ้าเต็ม10ก็ได้ประมาณ
Set up with this very deep wall, of which I know Mitch is a massive fan.
7 สเตต
They group up through market.
สเตตเพลเยอร์
Just starting to investigate
Overall.
mid now late on. KC have put player numbers here multiple times. This is one of the first where they show us a more passive style.
Yeah, and at the same time, Martin's
Look, we
getting
see
a
it a lot.
load of information just sitting in A main.
5ด้วยเนี่ย
Doesn't have anyone to fill that space in heaven.
Yeah,
though.
got
That's the
that.
only thing to worry about.
ยังไงก็แบบ
KC.
3
Martin, though, with a chance to maybe take that main space if it did come through mid, but instead, this is looking like
แต่
a B
คอม
split.
KC ขอกันทั้ง
KC
สี่
know it.
ก็ได้
You can feel that something's in the water from tower. Koala goes, supported by the long TP backside, making the cross, connecting with it, and the transfer as well is there. Angel by his side, this is comfortable for Navi. KC again. Just feel like they have players in the right position, but in this round it's the
Ni
guns
puro mama
and
like
it's
quá.
Shao that
Yeah,
shuts
they
it
did
all
ban
down.
That cosmic divide now up. You're wanting Angel to try and get
Ủa,
a
Nọng
pick or
Chim
at
mình
least
lên.
get caught out.
Ủa,
And he
serious
is going
á?
to get that. So the Nightfall is well being
Nọng
kept
Chim
for the
mình
next
thẻn,
round.
mình-
An in zone
mình đu
flawless
แบบ
and
เล่น
well played
เล่น
by Navi.
And looking at the players
เล่นหวัง
here as
พึ่ง
well,
แด
that's
บบี้มากเลย
4
ครับ
out of 5 that didn't break
แล้วพอแดบบี้มันโดน
their
จับ
heavy
กลุ่ม
shields,
เล่นไม่ได้
so
มันก็
still have
นั่นแหละ
all of their armor, don't need to pay for a single upgrade.
I'm
And that's
happy.
absolutely huge in terms
Bro,
of
no one giving it to
bolstering this
Angel.
economy.
Angel taking it by himself, bro.
Speaking in the third person, and Navi playing like they're sat in the
Come on.
audience right now, I think, in terms of how they've approached a lot of these rounds. Even if it has been the site where KC is set up, it just does feel like they're winning the duels convincingly. We haven't seen all too much to get excited about from the defense so far, but that's where the ults start to come up, and this timeout has that much more importance placed on it.
In terms of what KC have been doing though on the defense, like how do you change that up? What do you do differently? It feels as if like when it comes to some of these retakes, Navi are so well prepared in what they need to do to stop Carmine Core coming back in.
Also, you know, just even the mid info as well. Like, many
Alon king
times
đó
you'll
là-
see a round of split be decided on who has
พี่ว่า
control of
EMEA
that
ทีมอะไร
area
จะ
of
โด
the
น
map.
โต้
I
บ้าง
find it all the more intriguing
Heretic,
that neither of
Fnatic,
these teams are
Liquid.
running the breach or the Teho, right? The
Yeah.
premium refreshable utility that you have, those signatures to take that space. So, an opportunity to try and exploit. And well, there you go. It's
Hey,
another 1,000
9,000 คิวแล้ว
hit.
พี่เอ้ย
And it's Angel that has got
เล่นมาตั้งนาน
a round of applause.
Finally, the big man gets there, and Navi looks as if they're going to be
มี
able to
แพ้
get
ช็อก
this
ไหม
B site for pretty much
ไม่
free.
เชื่อช็อก
As
สิ
they
นะ
set Koala
มัน
down.
แพ้แล้วอะฟุต มีโอกาสอยู่นะเว้ยฟุตมัน
Which he can try and keep himself
เดี๋ยวเข้าบีออก
alive. Koala catches a Vez. There's more
วันไหนถ้าพี่
players
ฟุต
there.
มานี่คือได้อยู่
It's just Sadak looking like him
Spikes
from
out.
elbow, crunch in from
ตู้นาวีไม่ได้หรอกวะพี่
position.
ด่านเนี้ย
Navi just know all too well.
โดนแบบเนี้ยแต่คอมกันยาก
Spike
คอม
comes
เคซี
down.
อะ
Elite into
Oh,
the
that's
retake,
the-
gets
they
his
lose
first
too,
1v1 and takes Angel out of play.
But that Viper pit is still up, so if Navi lose control of the spike, could get a little bit worrying. You still have the Astra util up, 4 stars on show.
เจอเข้าไปอันตีคู่เลยไหม
And all the extra utility, but Elite wants in. What a statement this is. Viper's pit dropped, still not spotted. Had the molly out, was thinking about it. Gravity well, the expected response, still no stun, still no challenge. NAVI should be looking to take this on one player at a time, just means that they can buy themselves the clock as much as possible.
สถานการณ์มันต้องเอาขึ้นเลย
Manage the situation. NAVI doing a great job, and while there isn't a player left to tell the
ต้องเอา
tale,
ครึ่งตั้งแต่
that is
จังหวะ
round
แรก
number
เลย
6
โดนดูด
and
เลย
some serious security about this attack side
ดูด
now.
ท้าดิ
Yeah, they've done really well to get the advantage that they've got. Not only that, this round,
เฉา
I don't know what happens. A bit of chaos, and I was worried for NAVI moving towards heaven. But Shell does well to get rid of that. Now for the next one, we're back to another swing round. KC,
งั้นแม่นเค
now,
ซี
if they
แม่น
lose
กว่า
this, back to an equal route.
สักพักทีม
They've
ที่
got
ได้
the
ไปโตโต้
showstopper
แม่ง
to
เป็น
use though.
BBL NAVI FUT
โอ้
Feels like such a telegraph play though, Cairo. So Casey, wait a moment before they pull the trigger. And
อาจจะ
he'll
ช็อก
go
วงการ
off with a bang. Avis has 2, but he might need more. Gets his
ไม่ได้
third,
ดิ
can't get out. Rooksik
ความ
with
น่าดู
2
นี่
bullets
หาย
in
เลย
the
นะ
outlaw
โตโต้
finds 2 kills. And control of the
ไม่
smoke
ได้
back
ใช่ไหม
on
ไม่ได้
the Navi
ไม่ได้ไม่ได้
side.
คือตอนนี้แบบเป็นเล็กเข้าไปแล้ว
Even
โอ้โห
trades. Angel now
เลือดแล้วตอน
coming
นี้
to
โตโต้
support
เป็นเล็กเกนจี
Rooksik
นะ
in his endeavours.
เซนกับ G2 ก็โอเคเดือดอยู่แล้ว
โอ้ก็เดือด
Casey
น่าดู
playing the mid
น่าดู
round
จัด
nice.
จีนนี่ไส้ไหลเข้าอีก
Both
โอ้โห
players, they're now
น่า
starting
ดู
to
ชิบ
walk
หาย
back down mid and have a look in.
EMEA
Hero's
เข้าไปเป็น
ball is missing from Suez,
FUT
and with this information, they know
NAVI BBL
there is the possibility to commit to making this a double
ไม่ได้
flank.
ทำไมวิทย์แพ้เยอะ
ก็เสีย
Navi
ดาย
ฟอร์มตก
ดี
wondering
ฟอ
how
ร์ม
much
เซฟมันต
extra
ก
real estate they're willing to take
มันก็
in
ตก
this
ทุกคนอะผมว่า
situation.
It's not only that though. There's plenty of time to play with if you're on the
แต่ถ้า
attack.
EG ได้ไปก็หนุก
Timing here is absolutely insane.
Yeah, Navi are taking a lot of it to get
Look,
onto the site. They don't have enough to play
ตั
around
ด
with.
สายมาเจอ
Not
ไอ
thought about this
คิว
at all.
แมตช์แรก
Absolutely. And it's Elite and Sugetsu right behind as the spike looks to drop in. It's the player instead. Angel another up against Elite. First bit of damage
เจอน้า
goes
นะ
his
ไหว
way.
เปล่า
เออเจอ
Still
น้
has utility.
ำอุ้ยแล้ว
Gets
น้ำมัน
in to
เปล่า
clutch it. And
น้ำมันเล่นแบบ
goes
ไม่กลัว
to
เลย
the
นะ
corner. The spike
นี่อย่า
plants
จะตายอ่ะ
but Elite
กลัวหน่อยก็ได้
finding
นะ
the shots and putting KC back on the map.
ขอแค่
I
สี่
mean,
ครับแค่
at the
สี่
same time though, Navi
Yeah.
don't
Right,
think
Vicky.
about this flank whatsoever.
ให้มันไป
The
ปรับตัว
fight
ดี
in
แล้วครับ
main
มัน
is good from
ไอ้ทีม
either
มันเป๋
side,
แต่เลย
even trades, but
ให้เวลามัน
how
สำหรับ
long
ตัว
they
เนี่ย
took, surely
แต่มันต้องไป
they're back
แข่ง
ahead.
อะไรอะ
This could be where the players
e
come
สปอร์ต
from.
แชมเปี้ยนอะไรน่ะนะเวิลด์แชมเปี้ยน
Brilliant
Leo
individual
ถ้าเก่ามันไม่
moments
รู้ครับ
from
ผม
both Rooksik and Aves on
หายป่วย
either
แล้วก็
side
มา
of the server.
จริงๆแคชชี่ก็ดีนะตอนเนี้ย
Each in their rookie year, but proving
ไม่
indispensable
มีกำหนดเลย
to their sides.
Casey aren't out the woods yet with their economy either.
ทำไมอยู่ดีบูมฟอร์มไม่ดีอะครับ
Players to
คือโดน
fight,
แก้แผนหมดแล้ว
targets to hit, and he's doing so. He's got two, and he's out.
I think that's just
ต้องบอก
ridiculous.
ว่า
And then right
ที่บูม
behind
ชนะมาได้อะ
Elite
ผม
with
ว่า
the
มันแอบ
volley
ลั
and
ค
the
กี้
smoke,
ครึ่ง
so no
ครึ่งหนึ่ง
chance
คือมันโหดอยู่
Navi
แล้ว
to
แล้ว
get
ก็
back in here anytime soon.
จังหวะที่
Fowler will clear a
ใช่
player.
ของ
ช่วงต้น
Pace
สเตจ
is back, but
ฟอร์ม
Elite
ฟอร์ม
remains
แต่ละทีม
ahead
มันยัง
of the
ไม่
curve,
คง
and
ที่
that's
อะ
where Angel will fail to clear him.
ประจวบบอกที่บูม
It was
มัน
a
ชนะมา
5 versus
ใช่ป่ะ
2, but Hero gets one
แล้ว
back
แม่ง
in
ดัน
the
ฟอร์มตกตอน
conversation.
เพย์ออฟ
Again
เรี
though,
ยบร้อย
these
เลย
players are so split up from one another, and you're asking for heroics again to win a round for Navi.
I mean,
ชนะเจนจีก็
these
เจนจีที่เอาสักเจตลงใช่ไหม
two to fight Rooksik.
ชนะ DRX ตอนที่ DRX ยัง
อุ้ยเกือบ
ยังมี
Just
แฟ
the
น
one
แบ็ก
they
อยู่
settle
แต่ว่า
score, though. It looks to have
ตอน
paved
นั้น
the
คอม
way
ของ DRX ยัง
for
ดูไม่ค่อยลง
Hero
ตัว
on
เลย
the A site. Horn
เอาละ
drops
ครับผม
into
ชนะ
heaven.
เป็นเล็กตอนที่
ชื่อ
ฟอร์ม
นี้
เป๋
บอกเลย สั่น
Casey should
กว่า
really be
PE
expecting
DFM
a
ที่สอง
second
ตายอยู่
player though, and you can start to see
แต่
the
ได้
movement
5 แต้ม
map
แล้ว
suggesting it as well.
Hero's trying to look
30
for
seconds
something to
left.
work with.
You have to be in these situations. Does have both thorns.
คิดว่าทารอนชนะบูมไหมชนะได้ครับช
มัน
นะ
ไม่
ได้
ได้
Next to it.
ทารอน
It's another
ไหว
situation. A clutch of which
สำหรับผม
is
ผมให้
so
ทารอนแม่งไหวทีม
capable.
อะถ้าเกิดแบบ
But will he be up to the task here to confirm that advantage on this attack half?
วันนั้นแม่งไม่ได้
Be
เกิด
a big round if he could do it. He's had highlight moments before. We think
ฝากบอกด้วยครับ
towards
KC
the
20 ผมอยู่
game
สนาม
where
เฮ้ย ใช่เหรอ
took him a long time
เว็บเด้งแล้วเหรอ
to have his first death.
นี่เราดูดีเลย์ขนาด
To
นี้น
come
เหรอ
up in a 1
จะได้
versus
แบบว่าไป
3
ดู
here.
ที่สนาม
We've also got to consider Sadak has the Nightfall, which he will use. So Hero loses a lot of health. Decayed and
Think I don't
Decisive
put
for an
anti
ultimate
yet,
of his
you know
own.
what?
He fancies
แต่
this.
จริง
His
50
players
แทบ
send
การัน
it
ตี
their
เพย์ออฟ
way.
สเต็ป2
The reaction's unreal.
นี่ไง
Hero!
Cut
He
out,
had
cut
no
out.
sight, but he doesn't even need it. A Red Bull clutch to send Navi into an advantage in the second half.
That's absolutely disgusting from Hero, and he
ไหน
knows
รีเพย์
it.
เฮ้ย รับวะ
Seventh secured.
กูจะดู
And
รี
it's
เพ
a
ย์
situation
เกม
where
ที่
you
รี
feel
เพย์
like
หน้าคน
KC have to take the time out. Actually, it's NAVI that call it.
เนี่ย1-3
Maybe for
อีกแล้ว
composure more than anything else, but we chalked the situation up to be exactly what it was.
แล้วรีเพย์
One
ก็โด
that
นมือไป
Hero
แล้ว
was capable of winning. So many multi-frags on that standout display that we saw
แล้ว
against
มุม
GX
ที่มั
that
น
you
วางเปิด
mentioned
มันแลก
there.
ยิงจากไอ้นี่
I
ได้ไง
think
ต่อ
as
ย
well though, you say like maybe for composure, but there is still a lot of mistakes that Navi are making within the actual round itself. It was Heroics that won them that, and sure it breaks KC's bye. But this is what I imagine we're seeing from the coaching staff to come in and talk about, and just like make sure we're not putting paper over cracks.
Completely agree with what you're saying. You don't want to wash away that blood without sealing the wound. And Navi certainly coming into this game with plenty of things to consider coming out of the BBL match, right? The story as it was, they won all 4 pistol rounds. It was in the rifle rounds where they struggled. Moments like this make all the difference, and just looking back at it, I mean, there was no sound from Chavez just trying to get the element of oh my lord. So it's just reminding us that he has had a trim as the hat comes flying off the head.
โมโหแล้วโมโห
But that is
จริงผมโมโหแทนด้วยดูไม่ควรเสีย
looking at the hefty bill that KC have been forced to foot
โอ้โห
here.
เหมือนกัน
I have the spike.
พี่เอาได้
It's
ไง
just
วะ
pistols. A Bucky, a Guardian.
I mean, that's what you're looking towards, right?
Choice weaponry.
Martin has been the enigma
Yeah,
many a time
what
on
did I-
Carmine Corin. I mean, Sadak was talking about it. We need to know when to use the X factor, and well, in this position, they certainly need it as they go to take these fights in mid.
Last time it was 2 kills for Martin and a TP out, but on a round such as this, you're
ถ้าเป็นที่อะไร
happy
ก็
to get away
น่าจะ
with the
สภาพ
goods.
อย่างครับน่าจะทุบอะ
Anything that can just snowball the late round into something a bit more winnable, and he's even going to invest the ultimate.
Gets a rifle back in his hands though because he's using that dimensional drift.
Yeah, and the pass is the one that he had over to Sugetsu. So with every passing second, this defense continues to get stronger, and that's the story of the B site. A 4th player pulled over, Elite on the
ตลกที่แบบว่า
Scrappy get ready to walk
ไอ้ที่จับกล้องพี่เล็กยิ้มที่เขาแพ้เอเว่นเนี่ยที่เจอเดียอีฮาจริง
Information to
นำไปเท่าไหร่80นะ
through, but Koala's beating the
จับภาพพี่
slow.
เล็กยิ้มที่สัก
They're
พัก
going
แพ้
fights. They're going KC's way.
Down B.
quick trade, still numbers with the defense. Angel does get spotted, but look at Alves walking out, 15 seconds, still no plan.
Enemy
And the
remaining.
spike's down cold. How
Not
does
happening.
Angel get that back?
Unreal
เอ
for
อ
Armin
แต่
Core
ตอนนี้
in
โค้ด
this
เป็นไบโพล่า
round.
แล้วคิด
Sure,
ตีได้
you can come up with a huge individual moment, but when we call on a team performance, it's KC that deliver the pay safe card thrifty.
คนนี้ลุ้นจัด
Now moving into the next. Even after Navi timing out and still losing that round, they have ultimates in which to work with. These are really nice shots from Sugetsu and Martin that were able to snowball into a round win.
And that comes through it being a micro masterclass as well. Just the finer details. Passing a weapon over. Not, blowing all the cash on a few different guns. This time it's the full by Martin again. How does he do it? Every round good for the one and still not down.
Brooksy trying to play up above once again. At least gets the trades out. So no more Viper utility on the defense.
หน้าเราเพื่อนช่วยปาด
That has been a mainstay through middle in terms of how KC can dictate the pace of play. Hero on another one of his signature lurks, and that's Sadak
มีกระชิวเกินพี่ซา
gone.
เด็ก
Captain is lost to the A site. It opens up completely for Navi.
There's also a cosmic divide for the post plan to even buy more delay.
That's on top of
นี่ได้
what
ภาษาบอล
Hero
ที่
has
เรียกว่า
already
เล่นไล่
thrown
โค้ด
to the deck. The wall, the thorns, and the flash in front. Fake out from Martin to try and clear this early util, but the divide is up early, and Navi are ready to receive those players.
KC know that they can't get out of CT, so they're repositioning for Heaven as a way of getting out, but at the same time, Cosmic Divide is denying them any sort of line of sight here.
Learning the wick at both
ไอ้คิดเม
ends,
นี่ยาว
but
มันหา
knowing
ว่าว
ได้เลข
This
โค้ด
is
ที่
all
เก็บ
the
ไว้ให้แม
time
น
that
ยู
they've
เนี่ย
got left. The util's gone in and done its job. Martine trying to pave the way, hold the torch, but it goes dark.
ต้องให้โอกาส
So get to the last player standing.
ได้ไปเยอะด้วย
Long-serving
โอกาส
member of NAVI under
แต่นั้นมันมาแบบ
Angel.
ว่ากลางฤดูกาลไง
But with Hero, the new
Uniform.
boy on the block, having his mark made on yet another round,
แต่น้องอยู่แล้ว
Alert
ใช่
turned into a full sight hold. You thought Martine had done enough.
เคยมาเที่ยวไทยด้วยอยู่ใกล้
Yeah, this is an insane round from Hero, and I really like the post plant by NAVI. And moving into this next round, again, we just have to highlight what's up and available. It's Hero's Steel Guard, and it's come through his ability to find these picks. It's coming up time and time again. This will be a really big round if NAVI can win it, because that would be a 9-3 half. Martine trying to be the one, the difference maker, but
แข่ง
instead
ใจคน
it's a
เชียร์แมนยู
difference
ไม่ใช่
maker
มันไม่เก่ง
for
นะ
NAVI.
แต่คือแค่มันฟอร์มแม่งผิดกับตอน
To take the
ตอน
A
กูสั่ง
site.
อยู่
Elite's already
โอ้โห
got a
ตอน
sheriff.
นั้นที่แบบ
That's all he can have. Doesn't matter.
ดูจนท้อ
After the ult, it makes no difference. Sui one back, still heaven control. Spike going in, and look at Angel.
ๆรับเต็ม
Angel,
ตอน
sorry, it
นี้
was Sadak on the other side. I thought we had some kind of a
เออ
flank
เหมือน
coming
แม่ง
in.
แบบ
No,
พอมาตรฐานเปลี่ยน
it's all bodies as far as Navi are concerned.
โดน
On
ยับ
A, and a retake which just
สุดท้ายใคร
doesn't
แม่งก็
feel
เหมือนกันหมด
feasible.
No, both players disconnected as well. How do you even get back into this one?
Short answer is no. Long answer is no, you don't. Koala with his third on the round.
Koala.
To settle for just
Third
three
ba?
from this defender's
ไม่มี
side.
เฟิร์ส
It doesn't even feel like they've hit the
ต้
baseline.
องดูปืน
No,
พก แต่เขามันบุกโหดจริงหรือเราดูมันบุกคู่สายบนพวกนี้นะครับโหค่อนข้างชัดนะคู่แรกอิเล็กติก20
2-0เลย เน้นเฮเรติก
แต่แอบมี
2-0
ความรู้สึกเอเนติกจะเอาคืนเหมือนกันนะ
เฮเรติกบอกขนลุกเลยวะมันชอบติดตลกเหมือนกันนะเฮเรติกอะบางทีมันนำเขาเยอะมากๆอยู่ดีมันก็แพ้อย่างเงี้ยบ่อยด้วยเกิดขึ้นบ่อยด้วยนะ
มีความรู้สึกว่าเอเนติกจะชนะวะ ต้องดูแมปวะ
เอาหน่อยดีเคซี2-0ไปชิว
ลิควิด2-1ครับ
ๆพี่ต้องเชื่อมันในพลังพี่เน็ตกับเกโกะแล้วก็คาโม่เลยแต่ที่สำคัญเลยพี่ซีเรียสนี่มาแน่นอนซีเรียส
หลังๆมาจัดอะ
ตอนชิงเขานำ EDG นั่นแหละมันโดนคัมแบ็กบ่อยจริงรู้ป่ะเฮเลติกเคยโดน G2 คัมแบ็กจาก11เฮเลติกนำ11-1อ่ะไอ้เหี้ยมันโดนคัมแบ็กจนแพ้งงปะได้แหละเซนอะล่าสุดก็นำ Giant X 10-0มันก็โดนคัมแบ็กอีก เหี้ยงงวะไหนจะโดนเปเปอร์เล็กอีก
little bit more here. 5 ghosts brought up. Just playing the default, looking for a pick off any player.
Something to bring it back to what Sadak was saying in that interview was you just have to focus on things round by round, and in a 9-3 deficit, you would expect this is exactly the game plan. Koala Noob noted through the haunt. At the same time, KC are also got their eyes set on mid. They've got a vice wall to try and fight through. It's procced, and that
Ui!
got a chance.
พลิกขวานะ
Click!
And he was on top of the wall as well. It's
ไอ้
not
มึง
too
จะ
often
สวยไปไหน
he's
อะ
played, but this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Game by game, his vice looks to get better and better.
Angel He's exploring an avenue in which you don't necessarily want to be in, and he's been
ถ้าวันนี้
hunted
DX
down
มี
at
แฟ
the
ลช
same
แบ็กน่า
time.
ชนะ PX ไหม
It's a double
น่าจะ
tether
ยาก
there,
อยู่
though, so has bought
แต่
himself a
น่า
little
จะ
bit of
ตึงกว่านี้
space. Still no support. Angel, good for the first. Still, Navi are so slow to follow this up.
Yeah, and if they try and execute in towards A, those storms that are live, as you've just heard, will deny them entry. 30 seconds.
อย่าบอกนะ
30 seconds left.
But, I mean, damned if you do, and if you don't, go back to middle. That's where Ruxic is already waiting.
ไปสงสัยมุมอะไร
Oh, but the A-hold can't hold up
มัน
its
สง
end
สัย
of the
มุม
bargain.
สโมก
So he's found two.
มัน
Navi
ถึง
are
ส
on
ง
the
สัย
other side of the veil. The curtain put
Good
up in
ha.
their
สง
face.
สัยอะไรอ่ะ
Plant coming in open, even without that extra control.
งงว่ะ
แต่ว่าโลหมด KC โลหมด
All three players ready to play off
I'll
one
be gone
another.
then.
But that's a big kill from Shao. It brings it
Ui,
back
Martin
even.
mum
The
pada
last
duit,
two
roll
remaining
in it.
players on KC
เอ้ย
are
มีสโม
low.
กช่วย
And out in the open, Martin felt like a
Home.
sitting duck, but quickly he
โดนนะเนี่ย
responds. Shao,
Don't
the
think.
healthiest of the players left in the server, looking for
Ah.
more, but it's
ทำไมยิงไวจัง
Martin
อะ
that makes manifest this KC attack side
แฟลชแบ็กมันโดนดรอปไปเป็น
Yeah,
ฟิว
I
เทีย
mean,
ร์สอง
that's both teams with two pistol rounds to their names, one on each map.
แมนทำเหมือนมาโก้ทำกับทารอนเหมือนกันนะ
That
จริง
being said, getting this one over the line is going to be a great way to start this half and their comeback into split.
มันน่าระแวงขนาดนั้น ไอ้มุมนี้แหละ
onto the attack side as well. Something from
อันนี้นาวีโดนพี่เอ๋ย
the
อ่ะ
game, the glimpses that we got of it was the post plant
มันฟิกมาหั
had
ว
looked a little bit shaky at points.
อยู่ขอ
เขา
ง
โคตรดูด
I go no
Martin,
further
you
with
back.
that conversation, but the point being is, as this one moves
Yeah, he
forward,
said it,
you're
right?
looking at it being double dive,
Nah-
right?
nah, yeah,
Something
Lu-
which, again,
Lu-
Sadek
Lu-
has shown affiliation towards, typically the Jet, but Martin's Yoru, iconic as it is,
รู้จัก
I'm
ครับ
wondering how much utility can they stockpile when they get into these positions? How difficult can they make it for Navi to have successful retakes?
น่าจะปัญหาชีวิตของแฟลชแบ็กซิงแก้ไม่ได้
This time
แล้วได้ดรอป
we'll
ไปอยู่
see
ส
what
ติ
we
มิ่ง
saw.
น่ะ
Nice
ประมาณนั้นแหละ
blocks in terms of denying orbs and
Spike planted.
taking it slow. So KC, this will be number 5. So we'll end up 4 rounds the difference between the two.
Right now, it's Elite, the player that should be looking to try and cause any problems. In fact, he's the only solo player towards ramp. The
Ui.
double up comes
Xiao,
from
he
the
sui.
rifles. And with
Alai,
Sagasi's
what
name in the feed, that's a couple for him.
กระโดดก็ไม่รอด
Casey still
Good
keeping this
job.
one clean. Time slowly ticking away.
ยิงแบบคนโมโห
Martin
จริ
now
ง
the one on the hunt as that ghost changes hands. Headshot Ruxic, trying to farm up
Đột- đột đi
some
con
of these
bóc.
ult points, but
Xui
Sagasi's
hay
the
một.
เป้า
one
บินหน่อยเทปเป้าบิน
that
หน่อย
is just a single point away from having his in the next.
เฮ้ย
And there it is. From the shadows comes online, as do KC. That's 5 now, looking towards a very strong bonus round.
Yeah, can KC now show Navi how to convert a bonus round with their buy, because they have all 5 players on a rifle. Some nice shots all in, but I mean, it was futile resistance
เป็นอะไรวะ
from
ต้องกระโดด
Navi. Still at the same time, Navi have been building up the same time some really
Bonus
nice ultimates
bestie,
and halfway
KC.
towards Shao's Cosmic Divide.
Slay bestie.
เชี่ย
It's the highest win rate in that
วิเลต
metric.
โคตรสูง
And it's a round like this when
ผม
you're
แล้วทำไม
looking
วิ
at
เลตมัน
4
สูงพี่
vandals, a bulldog,
พี่ดูปืนมันดิ
quite a few regen shields, in fact, 4 of them.
แล้วดูตังค์มันดิ มันบริหารยัง
Fans
ไง
of the new kit. AC slow on their mid approach, but taking the necessary steps. The Haunt clears vents, but Ruxic is here
นี่อย่าไปก่อนเล
with
ย
his rifle in hand. That's Martin gone, no trade.
Yeah, there's still support as well through Koala Noob. That utility combo looked good, but
Missed
โอ้
nade.
ปาด
yeah,
ไอ้นี่
exactly.
มัน
It
ตื้น
just
มัน
doesn't get the nade just doesn't hit as well as what it should.
And so for these early
Ow.
investments all KC
Good lawyer.
made towards mid, they haven't really held on to the space. It's only Aves deposited here. Can't quite track Ruxic as you
Huh?
saw
Huh?
Sugetsu find that kill on B and send
Oh,
it
he
back
missed
side,
that, no.
but to Hero he goes.
Oh.
And to the spectator screen now.
There's a lot of
Oh,
ambitious
nah.
plays coming through here. And
Oh,
will
yeah, that's
KC
what we
get
were,
control of the
yeah.
A side?
Finale, yeah.
You're looking at Aves in the position that
Yeah.
he's found
โบนัส
himself
ลาว
in.
ที่
It's
ปืน
just
แม่
going
ง
to be
เต็มตัว
calling Casey back towards this side of the map,
เฮ้ย ลงท่อ
towards
เปล่า
B behind
Oh.
the
เชี่ย
standard.
เอาไว้ได้
They will go into vents. Hero just about in position to catch on to this, but does he expect Aves the reason for the rotation. A deep clear, but he walks to the open, and that's the advantage for the attack side.
Yeah, that could be the
Rebloid
deadly
เลย
blow
The
on the
last love.
round. 15 seconds, plenty of space to get that spike down. As for the two remaining, Koala and Ruxic,
Koalaยังมี
they
เน็ต
have
นะ
utility in which to work with. Most
คิดว่า
importantly,
มันจะเล่นข้างใน
Koala's
3 คน
nade.
ตกใจ
Smoke setup as well are going to completely estrange the main
ดูเร็วเลย
players.
โอเค
เจอซุปเปอร์
ส
บั
อ
ต
นนิดนึงครับ
Short of the mark,
Yeah,
it's
ไม่สูสี
just to help cross
แต่ไม่สู
into
สี
sight, and always the possibility of a player swinging back from outside it.
Position
Navi
โคตรดี
are
อะ
slow in their movement to the side.
But look at the crossfire, you can't really swing out into this.
Someone's going to have to soon, though. Surely not another full stick. Satchel coming in to push at least the player off, but the spike's already been halved, and that's where someone needs to step up. Someone on the Navi side. It has to be Ruxic. Second smoke,
Sadak.
but can't find the
โอ้โหครับผม
firefight.
มินิ
Sadak delivers a
เฮ้ย
bullet
ผม
to
ว่า
his
ถ้าไอโอเมน
brain.
มันกั้นใจ
That's a
คู่ต่อ
six
มีโอกาสนะ
KC, and I
But
tell you what,
the
Cairo, it's the bonus
ตอนที่
that
เพื่อนออก
they
มา
picked
ปาด
up.
ให้
Yeah, and not only that, you win the bonus, you
ตอนที่
destroy
ฆ่า
the
เลสตายแล้ว
value of the defense. And Navi,
ชิวจัด
I can't believe I'm saying this, but they're letting another lead
Oh, that's
potentially
only
go
kind
to
of
the
tiny.
wayside.
No,
This
no,
time,
come on,
and the
yeah.
round count. And you think for a minute that they're going to be able to get the
But yes,
defuse
give
through
me
as
your
well.
I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I didn't.
I'm so stupid What the
I
fuck
don't know what it is he didn't realize. Potentially the smoke's still in
นี่เขาเรียกว่า
play.
คน
I
รู้
feel
ตัว
like that would be a bit too much
เฮ้ย
of an oversight. Okay, nice shot,
เป็นเรื่อง
Martin.
ดิ้ง
Into his dome piece, 5 HP left. But I think that round as well tracks what I was saying about those post-plant situations. Casey still grouped up though, able to haul it through. The threat in
Bah,
this
Martin,
round for me
tip
is
off.
Koala's Bucky, but
Yeah.
solo A. Spike not yet committed, but Navi already showing they're willing to show face.
It's like, yeah, the threat is Koala's Bucky, but are they going to go anywhere near it? I mean, it looks like Elite
โอ้
is
ย
though.
ตายไปเนี่ย
Spike is
ไม่ชอบปืนเลยวะ
this little bit separated.
Oh no.
Koala up close.
ไม่ตายแล้ว
This could be a problem, but as Elite walks
พอ
and just
รู้เลยมันเดิน
hugs
ลง
the
แล้วไม่
back
ตายแล้ว
wall,
เนี่ยหลุด
that's the safety from the
เสียเหลี่ย
Bucky.
มแล้วเมื่อกี้
Away from striking distance. KC on the A
แปลก
side.
ว่ะ
Moving here with intent now. All 5 players, heavy main control, but concessions made towards Spawn. Such a long rotation for Angel though, so yeah, there's no real moves to be made right now.
Oh, that
มันจะสะบัด
big
เป้า
move,
ต่อ
though.
ไปปะ
Actually cleared out main
Đi lên
completely.
lằng.
Navi won't know that, but it's
Cái
still
này nó
all
lằng,
4 players on site. If they can constrict them and stop them from getting out, 4 rifles could be lost here.
Shackled by the thorns, sent out by Hero, the tether on top and the reveal behind it. KC looking to win the
Right,
round
idiot.
at the very
Hey.
least, but can you get out with the guns if you were able to? Ruxic finds 2. Shao needs a couple
เกิดเป็น
more.
เรื่อง
He's not going to be able to win this, but in terms of damage control, I think Navi have made a bit of a
Lucky.
dent here. KC up to 7.
หน้า
And
ตา
that's
แม่ง
the
ดู
big
ไม่ดีใจ
talking point. Just 2 rounds in it. Still the defense yet to pick one up when they had a flawless defender's half last time they played this map.
And that's the big thing, right? And I wonder if that's what KC looked at in terms of their ante in towards this. If they were thinking about game plan management, right? Their defense side didn't look too good, but their attack even better.
And one important statistic that needs to be mentioned about that defense is that they didn't concede a single first death, Navi. So they always had the run of play going their way. It's these uncomfortable situations again, which is the serious stress test of how well the team is doing.
เฮ้ยธรรมดาใครๆก็ทำกันยุคนี้
Martin
Game
close to
guy,
see
hey.
Koala, but Ruxic
Yeah.
hasn't been identified. He will do after
Oh,
destroying the fake out.
คอนแทคกับตัวปลอมเอง
Well, thinking about the dimensional drift instead, decides against it.
And Casey don't want to rush this. They're playing the game at their own pace. They have
Yeah,
the
I don't
tools
think
now.
that.
Sadak still
Top
with the
bomber,
Nightfall
yeah.
available. So
Remember,
if you
bias.
wanted to tag up a couple players, you could potentially get Martin in behind. But it looks like he's just going to full send it B instead and clear
ตก
out
ใจไม่ไหว
some of this potential utility wall included, but no fake out to remove it.
Yeah, remember,
ได้เอ๋กลับมาเจอดี
the dimensional drift doesn't have as long as what it used to be, so the Nightfall comes in, and Hero's found a pocket, trying to walk
เรียบร้อยวิป
go in his favour, but it doesn't. Shao does instead. Needs to win against
Yeah.
Sugetsu, and does, and puts Navi at one player to the good, trying to use his own star to make a pocket where he can walk and does so on for the ace, but it's Koala who's in the next engagement and loses a chance now for Elite to run to the other side of the map.
That's the green light. And in terms of what he has to
พี่เฉา
work
ทำ
with,
หน้า
he's
เซ็ง
still
เลยโอ้โห
pocketed
แม่ง
that
กูเอาไป
poison
สี่
cloud. One off the pit as well. So many tools to just play around. And Shao coming back into this, just a single star, and not much health to support it.
เอาใช้เลย
Viper's pit, and I mean it's not as
Oh.
if you have much health anyway. Elite quick on the swing out. A Red
โอ้โห
Bull
พี่เฉากูเซ็งเลยทำหน้าเซ็งเลยกูยิงไปสี่
one of these two teams.
And as I said before, Navi are just not getting these rounds on their own terms and conditions.
ไม่ได้เอทแต่ยังแพ้อีกไอ้เหี้ย
After Casey finding that opener, it did feel like they rushed things
เพื่อนกูไม่เอาสักตัว
towards the B side of the map.
โคราชนี่
Navi doing well to dissuade, but
พี่เฉาหน้าเซ็งสัตว์เพื่อนกูไม่เอาสักตัว
another clutch for as many as Navi built their empire on their own attack side with these 1vx's. That is such a backbreaker now. 5 rounds consecutive, and you're digging into empty pockets.
You are again.
โคราชเททิ้ง
Cool is
แต่ท็อป
never
มันก็ปรับตี
kind
นะ
when you find yourself at the back of a run of rounds from the
ดูยิ้ม
attack.
แย้มตลอด
And what do you talk about here if you're Navi? Try and amend the mistakes that you've been making.
We've seen that Navi are very willing to invest and upfront some huge ultimates in rounds which don't best suit them economically. However, they don't really have the ones that I think you could really cause a problem with here. It's more looking towards that retake.
And I think I was just sorry to cut you off, mate, but like you think that you say that, but I feel as if a steel garden on a retake, you even the playing field. Like I don't hate that idea, but the one thing I do hate is Navi always invest in those ultimates.
I was just about to say that when you look at Happy's
Ah,
history, even as a player, he was always someone very good at doing more with less, at least in terms of weaponry. So I find it funny. This is the situation we're in. It's Hero, the sheriff in his hands this time, a hand cannon as it were.
And there's always two ways of approaching a round after a
เกม
timeout.
เก่
Do
ง
you either
เป็น
play it fast
ตัว
and
รู้
loose,
สำหรับ
or do you
ต้น
play
ๆข
it
อง
slow and methodical? And KC looking to go the latter route. As they dot their I's, cross their T's, and Navi are like moths to a flame, trying to respond to any sort of pressure.
Yeah.
Casey are poking and prodding throughout the map.
And they still have a minute left here as well, Cairo.
It's of Nightfall as well.
It is. Angel getting it up from the orb picked from the floor of A main. That's where the initial aggression was. Navi kind of hoping that they can shepherd KC into the setup. They're still going to get the B execute. But this one feels like it's at KC's pace rather than Navi having set the precedent.
Shao found out. He's able to get one of his own though. And Ruxic has a Spectre as well, so as you come onto the B site and close quarters environment, you would favour Ruxic here.
Around the smoke. Spectre in hand. Hero also on his lonesome 20 seconds time. Not really here for them, needing to clear out those couple of players, but look, Aves is a safe pair of hands. 2 kills quickly. Spike in a spot where you would want Koala's nade maybe to stop it. It's going to take a while for him to get back over.
ในตอนแข่ง
The
ซีเอส
upgrades
เล
are
ย
on site. Angel does have the Vandal. He's trying to play it kind of early.
And that horn to clear close by, but that rifle now passed over to Koala. He doesn't even have shields either.
No, and I don't know how much more of a go he wants to give this. He
Gal
get half a chance. That's 6 rounds now. Successive for KC.
เขามันบุกโหดจริงว่ะพี่
Split should have been the
Không buộc
shoe-in for
ไม่แต่ว่า
Navi, but now you're looking at the real
นาวิมันต้องคอม
possibility
ที่คล้องกันมันต้อ
of
ง
a
กันได้เลย
completely catastrophic
มัน
second
กันไม่อยู่
half. The
โดน
defender
หมดเลย
second
โบนัส
half, of which we saw be airtight for them before, but now it's poor and it's porous.
แต่มันโดน
Yes,
แพ้1-1แล้วแหละนะ
Not looking good whatsoever. The ultimates to come back in. Sure, they used the Nightfall, but there's plenty more
กินลวด
at their side. we look towards mid is there's a couple players here to try and brawl it out.
แน่งกันตีไว้
Holds on to B main with his
แน่งใจ
operator.
ร้อนอ่ะ
The first real time that you've seen that op come in play as well. The desk talking about it in detail. How Navi's macro is built around
เรียก
this.
โชกไหม
A consistent factor in that game against
ยากอยู่นะ
GBL
มัน PAD
yesterday.
ฟ้องมันอยู่แล้ว
Right read a lot
แม่ง
of
โดน
time
KC
when they were trying to scout it out.
ก็โชกหน่อย
Not
ๆ
able
ไอ้
to deal
แอดช็อตตีเนี่ย
contain that threat fully.
นาวีแพ้พก
Already
เจอ
looking
มา
at
ตีม
both
แบบ
prowlers being invested in mid
เน้น
here.
ๆเลยดิครับผมมันไม่ได้วางเป้าด้วยมันลากเข้า
Just
หัว
keeping
เข้า
half
หัว
an
เลย
eye on
พลิ
it.
กหัว
Remember,
Big
Rook's still
wall,
to
big
make
wall.
his introduction here as well, so this has been really good baiting out by
Ui.
Angel, and Rock's able to get
song,
two,
song.
but Casey,
Ôi, em
two
bè
back
gì
in the
hả?
conversation. It's even after
แต่
that
ถ้าจะ
engagement.
ย้ำบีเนี่ยอยู่ใน B2
They have the tower control here as
Yard
well,
เลย
which they have
คือฮี
so
โร่วางของ
frequently
สองไซด์อะพี่
enjoyed.
Shao, he's in a
Shao,
one on
don't let-
one and
don't
done
let
angle. He
Nung
can't
let.
really escape from there.
ผมว่าแม่ง
Casey have closed it off.
Mà
Sadak
khâu chỉnh
looking
ว่ะ
to use his utility through this smoke, play around with the timing, shooting the haunt mid-air is Shao, but still finding
ซา
the
เด็กทำได้
kills.
หรือเปล่า
Koala has the ult if he needs it. Just to get that first round on the board. You might as
Ôi,
well
khủ
pull
ấy
the
con.
trigger now.
He's also buying time for Hero to get into position as well.
But Hero doesn't want to go too quickly because he's worried that Sadak might have repositioned. Still 10 toes down
โค
on
ล่า
the
มัน
B
กลัวไหม
side.
เปล่า
And as the showstopper goes off, he
Lên
knows
ảo
where
chùa.
Koala is. If he can find this kill, then maybe there was a chance. But there you have it.
มัน
Navi
เคลี้ยวฮะ
coming back
เห็นมุมแล้วมันเคลี้ยว
double digits, but it took a while.
Yeah, that's the exact point.
นา
I
วี
was
เจีย
coming
นี่
up
นะ
with.
แองปะ
The fact
น่าจะ
that
แอง
it had taken 7 rounds to find that round as well.
ใกล้แบสแท็บเชื่อ
I mean, the
They show
benefit
shit out.
from that last round is that Casey were able to get the showstopper. The bad thing is they choose their own.
Sure, Koala, dude. And again, you're just expecting him to be involved
Sail,
as
sail.
much as possible on these rounds when he has the op. Through mid, he'll go this time. Smoke place market side, but he's the first responder to the ramp play.
Yeah, for the most part, Navi were happy to lean heavier towards other places in the map. So now the players start to rotate in. Casey had a free sight, they don't anymore.
The wall's not yet
Operator by
tripped
the-
in that position. They know it's the flood out from main. Casey get themselves on site. Without Koala Noob, his trusty op, the support of player presence, it's Casey that take this fight early.
อุ้ยแล้วดันเมาเลยวะ
Trying to go in towards CT. The ultimates now starting to come through. The first of which is the Steel Garden. Rooksik trying to use his own ultimate, and there's a pocket to work with. And
Oh, bên liêng
behind the
mà.
Cosmic
Lú, lú,
Divide,
lú.
Casey aware of this, trying to respond.
Ау,
Martin,
แต่ทำอะไร
the
ไม่
rest
ได้
of the players fall at the same time. A distraction, but Ave still not found. Finally, he is. And Navi,
รู้
after
แต่มัน
getting
ทำไม่ได้
the first, very quickly double up.
And it's so important that they do as well. Because you're looking at the money on a few of these players. Rooksik, Hero, Shao, all below 200 credits. I don't think there was any world where KC were going to get caught off guard fully by that Cosmic Divide TP play. You remember back to kickoff last year, they were the ones that pioneered it with the Yoru, but it's the fact that there is no return there.
I think that's the thing though, right? You say that, there's no way they're going to get caught off guard, but they do in another sense. They put so much investment into trying to deal with it that Navi are able to get the value.
It's like a distraction.
Yeah.
Oh, look. It's your favorite set retake over here in backside, and then the rest of
แต่
Navi
ถ้าเมื่อกี้มาร์ตินไม่เสีย
have a
พื้นที่ตรงนั้น
different
ก็
kind of
น่าจะเล่น
approach.
ได้อยู่นะ
The next round just as important as the last, and that can be said for KC most importantly. Stinger in the hands of Martin, the rest have the guns they would like. Sadak the ult, 5 players through the mouth of main.
Outcome, Koala's op has been notified, and Will Shao found out as well. Rooksik's in! Oh, out of nowhere, out of heaven! An elbow drop onto the head of Carmine Court. And Rooksik's still able to survive, and he has
Ui,
support
nã.
as well. Navi are looking to send this towards 12, and they'll get it! That's 3 in a row!
พอพี่เลยย้ายฝั่งเพื่อนเรียบร้อยเลย
All come up at the exact
Mấy vụ
right
bên hộ
time.
win.
I mean, it was bound to happen. The 9-3 comeback, we get to 9-9, and it's all Navi.
But it's like the same storyline that happened on Icebox.
Absolutely. The question now will be, can they close it on not completely favourable terms? Casey still have money left in the bank. They've got a timeout from which to work. but that was, you know, a precious ult invested. The first couple of picks collected, but then NAVI with the rest of the player numbers and Ruxic dropping out of tower there to support the double kill, reinforcing the backside space with his smoke as well to his left-hand side, enabling everyone else around him, as both smokes are the stars on the NAVI side.
Can you see this easily going to overtime as well? I don't think NAVI are completely out of the woods just yet. I mean, you look at the money as well, it's still not amazing on the defence. As for the attack, and we'll have found most of their success, or I guess less of their success recently. They've been caught off guard with these retakes that NAVI have been doing.
Yeah. And it's a point that I raised much earlier, but I suppose it was almost invalidated with that streak of success from KC, but some underlying issues starting to pop up in these rounds that matter most when you felt like the teams were on even terms, that big swing in their direction has been met with an equal response. So here we have it, KC to hang on and not head towards ascent.
พี่แครกกันนะ
เก็บแคกด้วยพี่อาร์ทำตันด้วย
Needs to be careful of shots.
Complete confidence is taking this space right now, as you've highlighted.
14-2 เองครับ GG
Hanging
จริง
on, just waiting with bated
IoT
breath for him to peek in.
อู้
And as he goes round the
นี่
corner,
แหละ
it
ลอง
fires
เล่น
back.
ช้าดูบ้างค
เขา
รับ
เรียกว่าจุด
Alves
เริ่มต้น
to
ของ
get
การ
the
OT
once over
บทที่
his opposite number. And you look back to the streak of rounds that KC won, they always had that first pick.
They did. Ruxic though, he's
1เรา
trying to
energy
be
หนักภาคแล้วเราเดินเลยจังหวะนี้ลูซิกครับหูปลายออกไปตรงกลางครับ ตอนนี้เคซีเลือกที่จะไม่เข้าครับแต่หาข่าวไปก่อนแล้วยิงทะลุเข้าไปดูไม่โดนครับ
น่าจะกลับมาเถอะ
ไอ้คนเหนื่อย
เออที่แค
Look
ก
at
เล่น
Hero
เก
in
ม
the
Cardio.
meantime, completely detached from all of this
ตา
on
แดกเดิน
A.
ที่มาเอาตัดไปที่พี่เชาอยู่หน้าบีครับ
Walking on
ยัง
up
ไม่มีอะไรเกิดขึ้นครับโค
behind his
ด้วย
own wall at a moment's notice.
ไอ้โคแข่งกัน
It's a full cancel as this garage
มา
space
ตี
is
เรื่อง
taken.
ที่จะมาหลอกหรือเปล่า
KC
แต่เก็บ
want
ออฟไปก่อนมีอัน
in
ตี
with the
นะครับผม
dimensional drift which they just brought up through the ult point.
I like that though.
เฮ้ย
You know, you go and clear
เด
out.
มชั่นดิฟเข้าไปครับผมเห็นเป็นหนึ่ง
Found
คน
out there and he finds himself
ขึ้น
in
ไป
the
เช็ค
smoke.
ทาวเวอร์ก่อนเจ
Close
อ
to
3
players.
ขึ้นมาไปหนึ่งครับแม่งแตก
That
เรียกได้ว่า
main
แตก
fight's
คา
gonna be
ทาวเวอร์
a
ครับ
big one. Shao gets
แล้วนี่ครับโอ้โห
the
สแปมเข้าไป
Oh, and there's more
ไอ้แค่ดู
to
ไม่
be
ทัน
had. Time is low and it's all on Shao. If he can hold this side of the map, then maybe it's enough for Hero to come in and save the day again. But already taking on that responsibility, he finds the first and freezes.
Waits for his teammate to come in and support. No utility on either. Shao Star won't come back up on time.
Casey fully realised where
มา
exactly
คลัช
Shao
แมน
has
ครับ
gotten
อยู่บน
off
ทาวเวอร์
to. Hero with the flash
มา
to
แฟลช
just
ก็เป็น
lay
หนึ่ง
this
ดอก
back
ครับ
up. It does
โด
get
นยิงไป
destroyed, and the drop in not yet here. As he's finally spotted, Hero responds, and this might just be how the second map ends. It's all on Martin between KC and the decider. The first kill is his. The TP across, and the time
ตอนนี้
on
เวียนเทียน
his
ครับ
side. Shao has to stick it half. Martin knows it and nails the shot.
ไป
A
ต่อ
Red Bull clutch. 10 taken. Casey's still alive.
I can't believe we managed to get into a position
ผม
where
บอกว่า
it
ตอน
is
นี้กู
winnable
เอาให้
for NAVI. Martin, again, we speak about X factor. That's a player you can depend upon when it's needed. And again, I highlighted it just before we went through this round. NAVI's bio didn't look great into the next round because of the money that they have, and that's exactly the case. Both teams are stricken for options here. A big
จบเถอะ
swing
กูเดินไป
round.
50 นาทีแล้วเนี่ย
This map is done,
น้อง
or we go overtime.
เนี่ยเริ่มเดินในราวหนึ่งเนี่ย
It's the biggest
แล้ว
round
โอ
in
ที
this
นี่เดิน
series
ยาว
so
ๆครับ
far.
จังหวะนี้
And it's Shao again, who needs to keep his composure. One kill might not be enough, especially due to the fact there isn't players on site this
ตัว
time.
ตั้งหลายตัวไม่
Playing
ยิง
from
ตัวปลอ
tower,
ม
they'll keep the space at the very least, but
ยิงตัวปลอมแบบ
Well,
คุ
his
ณด้วย
nades
นะ
have been pretty good and
เออ
fast
แบบ
though.
เข้าหัวด้วย
yeah, I think he needs an extra layer of support to find this kill. Instead, it just buys time. Navi
เนี่ย
have made
ถ้า
that
เน็ต
rotation
ถ้าเล่นมีเน็ต
happen.
2 ลูกไป
Yeah,
ก็
that
ยังไม่ได้วางอยู่
nade
ใช่ไหม
still
นี่
up and available for Angel. This retake could be pretty good for NAVI.
Alves Hearing footsteps in the halls
Oh,
above
we
the
don't.
nightfall, not going to catch him.
He's
Still not
Sadak.
spotted. Sadak at a top draw. Here's Alves on to the next. KC
Ui.
coming up clutch in the rounds that
Wow.
they need. The
Ui,
absolute
ui, ui,
most.
ui, 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 ui.
Regulation
Ui,
to the
ui, ui,
limits
ui,
of
ui,
it we
ui.
will go.
อย่าออกตก
24
แล้วไม่มี
rounds
ตัง
on
ค์ด้วย
the
เลย
table and KC still not keeling.
Hazard, they're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at this round. They have absolutely nothing in terms of their buy. It was a big swing round and it swung defiantly in KC's favour. The ultimates, I mean, here or there, you look at it, depending on the way that some of these kills go,
2-0
or ultimate orbs,
2-0 พูนสวัส
that
ดิ์
could be a defining factor.
โอ้แล้วปืนโคตรหล่อย
Very
กู
straightforward.
ปืนแบบว่าน่าโดนมากแต่ว่าเรื่องที่จะเข้า A ไอ้เนี่ยแท็บเต็มไปหมด
Hour on split to send us to a second successive overtime in the elimination series. They head into the double stack of utility set up. Aves has the ult, but at the best of times, he's been unable to land it.
ตัวปลอมอีกแล้ว
Finally spotted, still not taken down, and while Aves gets one in the meantime, Shao still walking away with one, and
ทำไม
Koala
มันถึงไม่
gets
โยน
his but can't get
พาวลง
out.
พาวเลอร์รีคอนเลย
Spike still
ให้
not
เลสอัน
down.
ติด
The repossession.
And Ruxic right behind them. Oh my
Oi.
lord, he's only gonna get one for
อะไร
now.
หูดับเหรอ
Players trying to escape up ramp, they're not going to get a chance.
It's a 2-on-2, and Ruxic has taken it to their
พี่โดนเปลี่ยนม้าไม่ยิงตายหมดเลยงง
doing it right at the death 30.
งงว่ะ
ไม่ได้ยินหรอ
50 นาทีโอเคแล้วไม่มีโค้ด้วยนะงงว่ะไอ้ที่มันควรจะจบเลยมันควรจะ 2-0 ควรจะ 12
วันนี้พี่ชาว
ขึ้นโอ
ลั่น
ที
จัดอ่ะ
ไอ้เล่สังงั้นแม่งยิ้มได้เลย
ลมโคตรดี
ไปกันเนาะเหลือเชื่อปะ ลาวมีปืนไม่แพ้เราปืนไม่เต็มไปกันเนาะ ไปทักพี่กิฟต์หน่อยไม่เดินหรอครับวันนี้โอ้แล้วเปิดเพลงซะด้วยเนี่ยดูยาวๆกันไปโตลอนโตนี่ต้องปรับตัวยังไงดีวะพี่จะปรับตัวกับการดูโตลอนโตมันมาเช้าอย่างเงี้ย
วันแรกจะเหนื่อยหน่อย
ก็คือโตไปเลยใช่ไหม
ใช่
อย่างชอบเลยมาสเตอร์โตลอนโตเริ่มมากี่โมงน่าจะตี 4เป็นต้นไปจะทรงละทำไมประเทศเราเขาถึงให้วัวกินเหล้านะ
นั่นคืออะไรบอกกินเหล้า
วันพืชมงคลไงพี่
คนพูดบางคนเพิ่งรู้ว่าวัวต้องกินเหล้าด้วยเหรอ
เหมือนพยากรณ์อะไรสักอย่างปะไม่แน่ใจ
เดี๋ยวเป็นวัวให้
อยากเป็นวัวเลย
กิน
ค
เห
รับ
ล้าทำไม
พี่เอ็มมาดูพัตเตอร์ตอนดูครับดู
วัวไม่มูฟออนกินมา4 ปีคือยังไงอ่ะ
กินมาทุกปีอะมีเทศกาลก็กินอ๋อวัวเลือกกินเขาให้วัวเลือก
อ๋อ
แต่วัวเลือกที่จะกินเหล้าเขาให้พระโคสุ่มกินพระโคซัดแต่เหล้า ใส่ติดใจแค่ 4 ปีติดอ่ะเขาว่างั้น แล้วมีแบบว่า
แล้วมันไม่เมาอ่ะ
พระโคแบบไม่เลือกกินอะไรเลยไหมไม่รู้เหมือนกันอาจจะเมาแหละ ถ้าไม่EMAมันเป็นช่วงนานจังวะช่วงนี้เจอแฮกบ่อยไหมครับไม่เจอเลยครับผมตั้งแต่ผมเล่นมาผมไม่ค่อยเจอเลยนะอ๋อเจอเคยเจอครั้งเดียวไอ้ที่ทีมเดธแมทอะที่แม่งเอาแฮกมายิงไอ้สัตว์อย่างเท่เลยเราอยากเจอเสมอ อยู่ตลกว่ะ
เคซีครับแบบ3
เคซีมาร์ตินได้เล่นอะไรเจ็ดเหรอ
7เด้อ
แพทไงไงเอิร์ธเสมอผมประมาณเขียว3 อิ่ม 1แล้วเจอใครเกินหน้ากันตายไปก็ลองดูที่แต้มบวกมาคืน30 แต้มถ้าช่วงอิมผมว่าจะเจอเยอะนะเว้ยเพราะว่ามันคือพวกแฮกอะมันก็แบบเล่นแล้วมันก็ดันอีโลขึ้นไปสูงๆก็ส่วนใหญ่ก็จะไปตันอยู่ช่วงอิมครับ นี่อ่ะเจ็ดมาร์ตินเจ็ดเห็นแอสเซนแล้วอยากเล่นเดดล็อกเลยว่ะพี่ชุ่มโคตรโหด
กดแล้วต้องบอกเพื่อนว่าอันนี้เฟกนะ
แบบตัวไม่โคตรดีอ่ะด่านเนี้ย
กดแล้วเดี๋ยวเพื่อนไม่เลือกไซเฟอร์ขีดจอยมานี่ลำบากเราอีกทีนี้ เราต้องไปทำหน้าที่ดูแลคนอื่น
ต้องกลายไปนั่งโหหน้าบีถ้าจะได้ไปปากงเข้าไซส์อะไรอย่างงี้ใช่ไหม
แทนที่จะไปทำนู่นทำนี่ตามสลัดเดดล็อก
ติดใจกงช็อตอ่ะผมชอบมากเลยคือไอ้กงเอช็อตอ่ะเพราะว่าผมโคตรรำคาญเลยเวลาเข้าเอแล้วไอ้ช่วงปิดประตูจะต้องมีคนออกสโมกมายิงอะแล้วแบบแม่งก็ต้องโฟกัสเฮเว่นด้วย ประจำเลยเนี่ยผมเลยแบบพอจะได้โยนกงเท่านั้นแหละ ชีวิตแม่งดีขึ้นเยอะ อย่างน้อยแม่งก็หนีการจับกลุ่มไม่ได้
When you look at the this is exactly what they ran on M80 when we look at Koala Noob on the Euro. The only difference being in that composition, they've subbed out the Sova for the Tego. So let's
แล้ว
see
พี่รู้ว่ามัน
if
เอา
that's
ไป
going to bring some
ในด่านเฮ
value
เว่นอะ
as we move into map
ตรง
one
เอ
of the last
ตรง
map
ที่เขาชอบ
of
โพ
this
นประจำ
elimination
ของ
series.
ทางเข้าเอ
It's Koala Noob
มัน
that
สามารถ
draws
ปักจากฝั่ง
first
ตรง
blood.
ข้ามด้วยนะเพื่อเช็คว่ามีคนอยู่
NAVI
ปะ
in front on the attack side.
ยังโกงแล้วนะ
Collected.
อ๋อ
As KC have gone back to this default style, it's through mid that they'll look
Ui,
to try and
ôi.
funnel the players, but Koala Noob again delivers a bullet to the
ยังดีลิดมันเอาให้สอง
This time he'll walk away
เกือบแล้ว
with
พี่ซุย
2, but still the numbers Navi.
Well, that door is dropped. You've got to be looking at Ruxic, who now becomes the Joker. In fact, they're going to open the door back up to let him
เปิด
back
เปิด
in.
ปิดคืออะไรวะ
Players are already out heaven.
Because I mean, there's
Ôi,
a
đấy,
mesh
Phương lấy
set
rồi.
up, so Navi looking to try and take this fight. It's a TP back towards main for Koala. Ruxic finding the kill. Koala looking to add the final details, but it's Ruxic that ends up with both. Another attack side pistol for Navi. By my count, that's now 5 in a row.
Yeah, and not only that, you can already see the comfortability on Koala within this comp, on the Euro. That's what you should expect when you're running a composition of agents, but he knows how to work.
And even from the double sentinel here, which has touched on just a little bit, is that we've seen other teams in the region go for it, right? We know that Apex tried it. It was one of the maps where they did find a little bit of success. Liquid against BBL, that was very nearly another 13-0. And for me, you're just looking at those combos as well with the Tejo and how that net and salvos are going to be paired up.
That's the thing. Something everyone always highlights with this comp, that
Hey.
Casey are running the deep... Oh, wait a minute, Hero, he could get caught here.
I think he'll be all right.
Hey.
Oh. Without his cage, but yeah. Hitting the tag. Swings
That's
and
a
roundabouts,
lot,
mate. They are off to A.
Yeah, they've seen plenty of bodies here. The correct decision is to be as quick as possible and hitting A, but KC could be quick in cutting off rotations.
แต่มันไปเล่น default หน้าบีแล้วก็ไหลขึ้นช็อต
Now we look at
ประ
Aves.
จำครับบอกเลยว่าประจ
Biding his time towards the back of Jen. Anything here would have been
ำ
good.
พี่
It's
เฉาเอาให้ก่อน
a turned head
เกือบ
for
แล้วเกือบจะตา
Koala
ขาด
Noob, but he'll turn the other cheek. There's no problem.
A little bit of a headache, paracetamol maybe needed as KC take their time coming back into sight.
And from this position, with the stat that you
Yeah,
saw at the
that's so
start of the
happy,
round, the history in terms of how they manage
ตลอด
money,
ไป
we're talking about another Navi bonus and the potential of it to create a snowball. We know that they had such a strong start to split. They built up a number of rounds,
Hey,
93.
So,
That's gonna thought
He
they
lost
might
it.
pick up at least one kill there onto Elite. But no, it's just safeguarded the round instead. And to carry on what I was going to say is that, yeah, I don't think they're going to be losing anything here at all.
yeah, but I just want to go back to my point that I'd started at the start of the round, right? About how Navi, in terms of the composition they're playing against, will have plenty of opportunity to get practice against this, right? The default comp, the one that we tend to expect or used to expect on Ascent, now that double Sentinel's starting to make its reappearance and find its way in the meta. Yeah, you're looking at Navi, they should know exactly how to move around the map, know exactly how to gain reactions, and I mean the decision making should be easy for Angel. Should be.
ว่าถ้าเกิดไลออน
Made
ปรับ
his choice here.
ถ้าบอมระเบิดแล้วจะได้เงินน้อยกว่าตายโดยการโดนยิงจะเป็นไง
Sadak with the utility.
ละทิ้งภารกิจนี้
Just a shot that he fires in. Very committed position, but the Cajun
แต่ว่าถ้า
support
ตายบอม
are
แล้วได้
dropping
เงิ
the
นน้อยลง
recon
นะ
behind it. What's in for a little bit
Sadak เอา
more,
หน้า
but
ไป
all
รับ
it
กระสุน
ends
แบบ
with
เต็
is
ม
damage and tears.
Yeah, but remember, 3 players of KC are here and ready to fight, and one of them is Martin. Spike dropped to
Ui.
Angel, trying to recollect the spike, gives
ๆ
himself
โอ้โห
up.
ดูตัวทัน
Navi.
ไหวตัวทัน
บอลเลต
I mean, it's just been fallen to the wayside here. It looks like KC will have the response. Is that Navi curse once again on the bonus?
This hero can do something about it. First couple shots clean
มา
onto
เป็น AFK
Martin.
อะ
But KC have restored order in the rifle as you expect.
Yeah. Again, though, I can't. I don't want to be the hater, right? But like, how
Oh,
many
yeah.
times?
No, you know what? The
Perhaps
floor is
so.
yours.
But like, how many times are we going to see Navi not win a bonus round when they have that buy? Like, they set themselves up perfectly every time, as you should expect from the architects of the FPX buy, right? But like,
ผมยิงแล้วนะ
the next round, the bonus round is always so underwhelming and it's frustrating.
I think there, KC just given the time to
วันนอนดู
react
ฟันนี่
here. They
เคาน์
want
เตอ
to
ร์
be proactive
ฟันนี่
instead.
ส่วนใหญ่ไม่เกิดจากการ
Martin
ยิงกันเองบ่อย
into the fire and flames beyond this smoke. Is there support? It comes in the form of
Ui.
others, but it's just not
อะไรอะ
enough. Not long
สปีด
lasting.
รันเหรอ
Navi
เอาสงสัยกลัวเราดูนานไง
immediately
พี่
respond.
เดี๋ยวต้องรีบให้หน่อย
Yeah, what a way to respond to any criticism that had levied against him. Very well navigated by Navi.
It's all in the name, buddy. It's all in the name. But I have to say, that's a situation where it's like, okay, is that repeatable?
Yeah.
Probably not, because KC have just brought the fight straight to them. The question will be, is there more of the same? Is that something that this defense wants to try? Because when you talk about strat books,
Swing, bro. What is
and
this?
Ascent being in quite a healthy meta right now, I think all things considered, everyone knows what the strats are. You've seen that play a million times before.
Yes, 100%. I mean, went back to
Dan
Vision
Gaming
Strikers
Valorant.
as it's been called many a time. Not even in Valorant any longer. So Getsu, is he going to be in this round? As he tries to escape, Martin buys him out there.
I mean, those players might not be heading to Toronto, but I'll tell you who is. Track by track,
Ui.
one step at a time. Navi,
อะไรวะน่ะ
not the ones that are putting a foot in front of each other too well here. It's a couple of missteps. Now trying to force the issue on B, but the setup
Iya,
is there.
mungkin Mi.
KC do well just to trade out an elite buying time from backside. Show
เอา
again.
มาจัด
พี่เชาเขาแบบทุ่มเท
With the
จัดตอนนี้
spike down, there's still a chance between him and Hero. These are the players you want.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got Sentinel utility to work with here as well. So Navi in prime position in
ทำไมผม
post.
ว่าเคซีมันจะโดนวะ
The ult on Shao to set up Hero. Oh, it's blocked him a little bit from the initial entry, but he fans out behind it. And KC with a blind eye, but still Hero can't do anything but damage. Can Shao capitalize from it?
รู้สึกพี่เชา
Sitting
จะได้วะ
inside the smoke.
ตัวอะไรนะพี่
Not shown. But as it evaporates from his vision,
Rotate
there
ไว้
you have it.
ดูเลือดแล้วมัน
KC
แบบว่าไอ้เนี่ย
เขาคงคิด
effective
อะ
in the way that they
อยู่
played
ใน
off
ไซส์
of
กับ
one
กู
another to set up
ไม่
the
ได้เหรอวะ
second.
The big thing for Navi in this round, very similar to
กู
Split,
สาร
is
ตี
when
ออก
they
ไป
get into
กดให้มันออก
post, if they have majority of their members up, it should be as strong as possible. It should be almost impossible
เวลายิ่งน้อย
for
ฝั่ง
KC
ข้า
to
มัน
get
ยิ่ง
back
กดดัน
into sight. Understandably, there was only two players alive there towards the end, but that's a win
let's go.
condition for Navi. And when they move on to defense,
million times I was saying that I was.
as we were saying, on
พี่เอฟ
the
สวัสดี
on
ข่าว
the
นี้อยู่ใคร
defense,
อยู่พี่เอ๋ครับผม
we're expecting them to do better, right? So it's about how many rounds can you get on the attack, Navi.
And I mean, how prepared are KC going to be when push comes to shove? What does the execution look like?
Mid is going to be taken by KC here.
Tempered approach. After the first 15 seconds, they pull the pin, the play is made, but that redistribution of the defense is towards the B site where the spike is yet to cross. Sadak in play, sprays away,
นี่ไง
two
อ่า
kills.
ซาเด็ก
Elite right behind
อย่า
it.
นะอย่า
The
ปาโด
rest
นอ
of
อกมานะ
KC
กลางสนาม
there,
รบนะ
reactive at the best of times, but the support,
ดูว่าตัวปลอมจะ
it's
รู้
flowing
ที่
through when
มาตี
needed.
มาร์ตินบอกอาจจะลืมไปแล้วว่าเล่น
It
7
looks like the last one out.
This is Koala's map.
จะ
though.
เฟรกโคนซะหน่อย
I think he can do this.
I mean, I'm not sure if I follow along. I mean, you hype a guy up. There was
โบราณหนูบอก
always a chance.
เฮ้ยไม่มีใครอยู่ในไซส์เลยเพื่อนสบายสบาย
Look as
พอ
well
เพื่อนเข้าไอ้
drilled
ชื่
as
อ
they do in
มาจาก
situations
ไหน
like
วะ
that. It's where Navi are not quite reaching those expectations.
I saw how all the players were set up, right? Like I saw the one chance, right? The Doctor Strange scenario, but at the same time, we go back to 3-3.
Mate, you are him, bro. You are him.
So many times that we've seen a player have their moment. I mean, right now, I think the most telling. All of fish from Finding Nemo. They're all pointing in the direction of another playoff game.
I will find them.
There's still so much work to be done, and any round you let Navi pick up here just makes that defense even more terrifying.
Speak of Nemo, just need to keep on swimming round by round.
That was Dory, mate.
Yeah, but it's in the Finding
Close
Nemo
enough.
movie.
Very true.
Give it peace.
I've been told that I look like the Dory voice actor a few times.
Oh man.
Shenanigans aside, see if
They're walking into a vest here.
Navi can course correct on this eco, and well, Angels open it up.
no.
A first kill for
แปม
him.
แม่นจังอะ
And it's the A-site onslaught with
Zom,
Hero slipping in
Hello.
between the lines beyond the barrier mesh. It's another
way.
kill. Could this be the Navi eco? Or does Martin have something to say? He's silenced.
เล่นกันเร็ว
That's
ดี
the
ว่ะชอบ
lead.
อ่ะ
And Navi find themselves in front on this attack again.
เป็นการเล่นด่านเซนที่นัวๆ
Do
ดิ
you know what? That's just absolutely insane. The mismanagement of the round and the mistakes that we see. I mean, I know we were all seeing Sideshow crash out earlier, but he'll be crashing out of that one. I mean, what is happening there?
Any particular reason why?
I just something about a trap.
There was a hole under your wall. I just went under it and went got killed too.
Even so, I'm sure how expectant of that KC were, but posted more success. Navi have this annihilation to work with. 3 ults on the other side, and looking at player positions right now, Sui has a lot of work to do. Potentially going to reposition Wine, but holding the one way for now. But if he bails, it's only others here to support. Still that ult to bank on.
I mean, this split is perfect.
The group up short. They're going to break one of the arms of this push.
I don't think they are. Look, they've split up once again. This is a set take, set exit. They're waiting for the utility to come up, and the players send it in.
Yeah, and Abbas is going to be caught behind this wall, so it's all on Sugetsu to stand his ground. Sadak in support. Koala furthest player forward.
ที่นาโยน
Revealed
มา
TPL. Just about hanging on. KC fighting through into short, but they can't survive. Navi batter back.
เซตอัพดีอยู่นะ
5 rounds
สโมกการ์เด้น
expected
ปิดการ์
unless
เด้นก็คือ
Sadak
จ
can
บเลย
save the
ไม่มีใคร
day.
ทะลุมาแน่นอน
I mean, could maybe get a Vez back up, but instead broke the door, so this is just a bait, and they know exactly where the Sova is.
The cage has him caught. They know now
Ow.
the info. Stunned,
Oh,
revealed.
Oh my.
Everything on a very long list of troubles which continues to grow as Navi have doubled their advantage coming into a round where they're expected to keep on moving forwards.
Very nice utility at the end. I mean, just the way that they execute, and you can tell that it's set, not just from the fact that the players were waiting for the utility to come up, but the fact that it hit every single part and now you look at the buy.
หรือว่านี่แหละคื
You
อ
look
ม้า
at
มืด
what KC bring forward. A
Mà
Vez
bạp
with
team
just a hero rifle
phải
and
buồn.
Sadak with a
ไม่ว่า
bucket.
ใคร
นา
จะล
วี
งมานาวี
In terms of those player positions, it's this vision striker move that we were talking about earlier. Hero getting one. Reveal
ปืนน่ากลัวจริง
not the player, but the fake out.
โดนถอยกันหมดเลย
Still Bucky in hand of Sadak as he sidesteps the shots. Shock looking for further damage.
เรียกว่ายิงขู่ไปก่อน
Martin here, and the space that he's found. Navi are walking right into this. Oh no!
To the grand tour,
เม็ดเดียว จบ
Martin. Step into the show floor, first kill picked up. Flash through. Oh, two would have been great. With Ruxic removing him, it's straight to the boathouse he goes.
Love this, taking the space nice and early. KC though are very quick on the mark.
They expect the site player from the TP, but still can't deal with him in front of the line. Sugetsu was looking for the spike.
Where are Navi going?
They're gonna reroute this just because they don't want to deal with that one defender.
ไดริสได้เก็บหมดไดริสไม่มี
Faking
ปืน
mid
อยู่ดี
pressure. Sugetsu still solo.
He just got a chance to deny the spike.
He's so far ahead of this.
พี่ซุย
Gets
เจอพี่ซุย
kills. Ruxic last
เป็น
player,
เรื่องจริง
and it's just fallen apart for Navi. At
Oh,
least step it
เป็น
in
เรื่อง
to just shear away another. It's a pace safeguard thrifty, and
พี่ซุยเอาให้
no rest for Navi at all.
พลังการดิน
No rest for the wicked, no rest for Valorant watchers because what just happened, mate? A pace safeguard thrifty in KC. Even after
Everyone
winning
fed
that
me
round,
for
I'm
winning.
gonna call a timeout.
ไม่มี
Sublime.
But,
Yes,
Lucky Low Fat ไปแล้ว
whatever it is you want to
Lucky
say
Low Fat.
about this round,
เวลายิงบอทอะ
KC
เอาไอ้แฟดของไว้อะ
อ่า
ติดกำแพงที่เรายิงอะเราก็กดแฟดตัวเอง ยิงไปกดแฟดตัวเองเคยเห็นคลิปปะ
อ๋อเรื่องนี้เราก็รู้ดิ เพราะมือเราเป็นคนกด ใช่ปะล่ะ
รู้ว่าแต่อย่างน้อยมันก็ฝึกหันไงแฟดมันดีเลย์แป๊บนึงได้อยู่นะ
ได้อยู่ ผมเป็นคนหนึ่งแล้วที่เวลาหลบอ่ะชอบแบบหันเมาส์นิดเดียวแต่หลบทันตลอดนะ แต่หลบไม่พ้นเพราะว่าเมาส์ไม่สุด
ให้คีเนติกเอ็นมาติกลิควิด
แปมแปมแปมแปมเฮ้ย เอ้าเฮีย
Getsu
Sorry,
has
bro.
been spotted. Ruxic knows his tricks too well. That TP won't be catching him off guard anytime soon.
I really like that by Navi to make sure that Wine can't be taken by KC. They've also deposited a trap outside of B just to make sure that we're not going to get the same sort of flank that Martin was able to do last time out.
Reposition towards B for Navi. On this attack side,
Oh, big info.
as you say, the difference is they would have had numbers, but it's the recon in front of the utility, and they go back to the stack. Hero's still here. Neural Theft dropped in. What do they do with this info?
I mean, they've only found Decipher, and look at the reposition off the back of it. I thought they were going to run to B because only one player was found, but Navi's slow roll out, and Naves is only able to get one elite though,
สำคัญเลยครับ
finding
ช็อต
his
นี้
chance, but he's already taken so much damage. It's easy for Koala to finish out. Martin getting one of his own, 2v2, tries to deny the spike, but it's not to be advised. It's Navi will find
ทำไม
six.
ผมรู้สึกจะเป็นนาวีวะ
มาร์ติน
Navi already at the very least guaranteeing that this half breaks even. And you're still thinking in the back of your mind, what does it look like out of the opening 12? How much more is there left in the tank? Does this double sentinel have legs? And right now, in terms of the rounds as they're being played, just looking for KC to make their move first, because this has been a very proactive version of a style we've seen so many times before.
มันไม่มีแบบซื้ออง
Even
ค์ซื้ออ
by
อฟไป
those
ตัดบ้างเหรอ
standards.
Well, one of the ultimates was used. It
Yeah,
was
do that.
only the neural theft and
Come on,
massive
play it out.
value. Now you look at the rest available, and they can usually get
โดนด้วย
อะไรของมัน
even better
งงๆ
chances at being used. Now, looks to be another B split. Martin.
เดี๋ยวตัดให้ดู
นี่อ่ะ
One go, and the next
Nia.
play, the cherry is
เออ
just
ไม่ต้อง
a
ซื้อ
sweet
ก็ได้นะปืนอะ
Elite following it up. 4v3 situation, and Casey offered the reset.
Blades up, ready to go.
ที่เขาเปิดมีดวิน
So
นี้เลย
that rotation is even quicker.
The read's perfect.
3
แต่ปืน
players in
อยู่
short.
ช็อตไง
NAVI
ที่ว่า
walking
เขามี
up
โคตอนเนี้ย
and into trouble,
Rebloy.
into the face of danger. Casey
อ่า
coming
ตันไป
back
หนึ่งที
in
แทบจะฟอลเลย
ช้อปปิ้งช้อปปิ้งช้อปปิ้ง
in dominant fashion. The support was there, making the right calls mid-round. A little bit of individual brilliance, but the team still performing together.
It's
ถ่าย
not
กล้อง
even
เลย
that,
เลน
right?
กล้อง
I can't wait for it to come back up on the replay. But Martin's split-second decision-making, not to go for the fake-out, but to go for the
เข้าครับต้อง
Euro
เข้า
that
ครับ
was swinging him. And then on top of that, like that, just nice little cherry on top.
He's like, coming from a Euro player, I know which is which.
แต่เคซีแอบเป็นทีมบุกๆเนี่ยนะ
But
กันดู
last
ไม่ค่อย
round,
เท่าไหร่
we've been highlighted it many a times for the past couple. The ultimates to be used.
So many ults. Everything but the kitchen sink thrown at this. Wallace just looking for a target to send that deadlock ult in. Spot
แต่เถอะ
the
โอ้โห
tower.
โดนทั้งแฟดทั้ง
Gets out. But I have to say, with all of this Sentinel util now in post, Casey have to go quickly.
Yeah, they need to be careful, and not only that, if they do go quickly, there's ultimates to deny, and well, first one in, still not got.
ไฟแมนเฮเว่นว่ะ
Armageddon
แบบ
used
ซัด
either,
เลย
but it might not be needed
ไม่สน
at all, it isn't.
ยัง
Navi
จะ
move
ต้านทาน
into the
มา
next half with an advantage.
อะไรวะ
You're
เนี่ย
seeing the value from the
นึกว่าลงแรง
utility there, and while it's late on the half, it's late in the evening, and Navi have their advantage. They
แล้วทิกกิ้ง
lead
เอาเวมาเลยวะ
coming into the final half. มาเปิดทิกกิ้งเอาเวให้ฟังได้ป่ะ แล้วดูแบบฮาร์ฟไทม์โอ้โหฮาร์ฟไทม์มันเอาทิกกิ้งเอาเวมาให้ฟังวะพี่เป็นไง
เพลงมันอยู่นะ
ฟังแล้วคือเขิมไหมแต่แชทไม่ได้ฟังนะ อยากฟังไปหาเปิดเอาปีนี้มันเข้าไอ้นี่แล้วดิแบบว่าเพลงแชมเปี้ยนอะเพลงแบบออกแนวคือเขิม
เพลงไหน
ยังไม่มาไงแต่ปกติมันจะปีเว้นปี เพลงผู้หญิงเพลงผู้ชายปะ เพลงที่เจสันฟังแล้วทรมาเพลงนี้ เพลงที่เปเปอร์เล็กอีกแค่ไม่กี่วินก็ได้แชมป์อ่ะ ไม่ใช่ได้แชมป์สิได้สตรีเสมอแบบห้า
เจสันคงไม่อยากได้ยินอ่ะ
The last drops of sand begin to
เปิด
drop
ยาวเลย
through
ไง
the hourglass for one of these teams. For the other, a run through the lower bracket is what awaits. Navi, they have their favoured side to close out this map, but will it be good? Will it fall to the French?
โอ้แล้วแบบตอนขับรถนะไปเปิดฟังในรถเบสแน่น
Koala, first point of
ๆ ฟังแล้ว
contact
คือเขิมใน
in
รถไอสัตว์
It's player presence, and there's plenty more behind this for Navi. Many times on the attack side, they were barreling through smokes, but as they clear out that space, A is where the push is coming in.
Navi well aware of what needs to be done and
Martin.
will stop this before it's even got started.
ปีดันมาแล้ว
Sadak just looking for a kill, maybe
มัน
throw
ดู
a
พุ่ง
shot
สุ
or
ดเหมือนกันนะ
something.
ไม่ลงไม่เลิกไม่อะไรเงี้ยช่าง
As
แม่ง
Martin is lost, you
Gap
don't
ได้
have
อยู่
any
นะ
of that gap close anymore. In terms of getting to site, Elite still hanging around in middle. But Navi happy to play this
Elite
way
ทำเกม
because
หน่อย
they've
ครั
got
บ
a cam
Elite ค
up
รับ
on B, and all that that
เพื่อน
means
ตื้ออ
is
ยู่ตอนนี้
that they don't need to worry about the entire left-hand side. They just group up and wait for the execution.
And you look at Shao, right? He's playing as the rotate player, just in enough vicinity
Nearly.
to use the utility that he has if it's needed. This is not going to be B. This is going back towards A short, or that's what I thought, as the spike makes its way through mid.
Yeah, I think all of this right now is to try and drag a player
ผมว่ามัน
over,
เข้าช็อตว่ะ
create some pressure, force
นี่ไง
Navi
ผ
to
มว่าละ
redistribute the forces, and there you have it. That's the
แล้วถ้าเด็ก
response.
ไปได้นะเอง
KC get the reaction they were looking
รู้จัก
for.
ไซส์นี้ก็เยอะอยู่ดิ
Still, Roxic hangs around, Sheriff at his side, and Hero in support from Dice backside. The smoke now drops in the front, looking for the fight. It's Roxic that has the first. Time is of the essence. There isn't enough of it. Hero still hanging around. and
อุ้ยฮีโร่อีกแล้วครับ
It's a quad kill that keeps Navi going in the second half of play.
He's had a massive series, time and time again, coming up with a clutch, and in this last most pivotal half of the
แต่ต้องมันจะ
series,
เป็นเพลงสายแบบ
comes up
Electro.
and wins the pistol round. It might
Side of
only
pop
just
pop
be
there.
one round, but it's a massive one to get started.
Also comes through the support of Ruxic as well.
Let's go!
Tunnel of smokes to just path his way to the planter.
ถอดหูฟังอีกแล้วเตรียม
Wondering if
เตรียม
that
ตัว
hat
จะ
was
เคลี้ยง
going
ห
to
มว
go
ก
เขารู้หรือ
flying
เปล่า
on
ว่า
Saish's
ปี
head
นี้จัด
again,
ที่ปา
but
รีสอะ
for now
KC
KC's
มีของ
still
ฝรั่
in
ง
this,
เตะ
but that pistol does put them at odds of this defense,
Oh,
as we
okay.
said.
Gotta remember,
ตอนนี้
this year is so
โค้ชบอก
important
ไอ้เหี้ยมึง
for
ไซเฟอ
both
ร์ใช่ไหม
sides.
สัตว์
Most
เดี๋ยวกูจะปาหมวกแพ้
importantly,
แล้ว
this
กูจะเป็นไซเฟอร์
Masters
เอง
for Navi because of
Wing with
Koala
Barmore.
Noob. He's Canadian, he wants to be in Toronto.
As we said, a family reunion on home soil, perhaps just leading the vibes of this team, keeping the energy up, emotion cited by Sadak on the other side. Where are KC's heads at right now? A round like this, it's just got to be picking up orbs. And it is the skipper who has already done so. 4 away from the ult. Looking to find his 5th ult point. But with the mesh in main on A, it's mid they go. And Koala, they head
กำลังขยับ
into
เก้าอี้
Trying to be the man, dragging his team to
ไอ้โคล่า
Toronto. The
เกือบ
rest
แล้ว
of the supporting cast helping him out and doing so. The last two of Martin and
จังหวะหน้าฉิงหน้าขวาแล้วข
try
ยับ
and
เก้าอี้
make something on towards A. Those sonic sensors and sentinel utility to try and get through.
Over there.
players in place. Just to set this one up, KC looking for any kind of out, but every route they walk into is met with trouble. A player picked up by Martin, but that was one of the pistols. KC need to do a little bit more here if it's to make any kind of damage on what will be another Navi strong bonus that's set up.
And would this be the time to finally win out your bonus? Send you towards double digits. A chasm between the two teams at the minute, which KC need to try and cross through the first buy.
This round is absolutely huge and potentially netting Angel his first ever win over Sadak. In terms of the call for this round, it's going to be grouped up with long-standing teammate Shao. The combo of util dumped towards tiles, but no result. You can see Navi is sticking to the strengths of this comp.
They don't need to fight mid.
You can just re-clear it with the drone instead.
Exactly. Although Martin thought was going to get that engagement with Koala, instead decides to TP all the way back and is going to be jump spot in mid.
Like this placement of the sensor as well from Angel. It's forced Sadak to just face check it, and with that now broken, all picked up, it's further information towards Navi as to what exactly is going on in this round.
But see the thing, KC think that that's where the cipher is because of the last round. That's deadlock was on A. They've switched up their sentinels, and KC could be
ด่านนี้ไม่
executed
เล่นกั้น
into
ใจ
their
ไม่
own
เล่นโอ
doom.
ดินกันได้ไง
Another utility investment though in the
Compare
meantime.
when,
Barrier
yeah.
mesh has been dropped in towards B main, but that's not before both the salvos and the net had been placed as well. Still A under threat, and the traps are here. Oh, Hero's been suppressed though.
It's massive. He
เอาเลย
managed
ครั
to
บ
get a cage
เอา
off,
ยาก
so
เอา
hasn't
ลง
been
ยากมาก
identified
สโมกกลาง
by
ใส่
the
ดิ
info dart. And gets one of his own. Koala's
Winging
here
to come
to
top.
try and get some support, but Martin continues on his reign of terror.
And Roxy's still hanging around in main. They had to clear him or plant the spike. Less than 10
Elite
seconds
galang
once
aloy.
this comes in.
This is going to be close,
No
but
bad,
didn't
ครับ
account for Elite. Dead
กำลัง
Angel,
เดินมาเพลิน
2v2 post plant, and Navi look to come out the other side the better. Elite from short has to try and fight his way through, doesn't even get a cam. It's just going to be a defuse, and what a way to finally convert a bonus round Navi
ลากก่อย KC
when they needed it.
เอซีแม่ง
And those players standing tall on the A
Log.
site again. Hero
แม่ง
gets
โดน
his
แม่งหลอก
one.
แล้ว
And Ruxic just hangs
โอ้
on. The amount of sustain he has from these smokes, it's such fundamental play, but executed correctly. Martin with one, you know, everyone on KC doing a little bit of something, but still, Navi, the all-important round result.
And I think as well, this could perhaps be the
เชื่อใจไม่
quickest
ได้ว่ะเคซี
that we have
พอ
seen a
พอ
timeout used since the start of a half. Carming points, and if they lose here, it's a massive chance to win the series out. Gone.
Absolutely. So into the next round we look to see if what was said from Sadak and the rest enough. Someone who, as we mentioned before, has brought on teams out of bad situations. You look at Loud, mentoring some of that younger talent, the question always being, could he do it without Aspas? Madrid, a sufficeable answer, I think. Martin's been doing brilliantly on the jet. And now he has support behind him. Only Angel here, but getting out of dodge with his own util, and Navi very quickly retaliating.
มาหมด
Yeah,
ตรง
and they've got so much stall potential with what they have, and so KC decide to look elsewhere, but Koala's ready, so is Shao. I think they're actually thinking
Oh,
about
the
moving
Foot.
into main.
This is a
เฮ้ยแต่
huge
แต่
isolation.
ฟุตก็เอา
It's
ไว้ให้
only
ให้
Sagetsu
ใจพี่เลยแล้ว
here.
แมตช์หน้า
The Sheriff now has to have any
Oh.
bigger
Một
moment
cái
than it
xui.
has done previously.
ก็จะ
Asking a
เห
bit
นื่อย
too much.
หมดใจตอนนี้คือ
Still, Koala Noob has moved in towards B main as KC find a little spot in market to work with. This is just a bait on A.
Navi are so
30
happy to
seconds
give
left.
this space away at the same time. They have control on either side of the map. The mains, more importantly, Angel and Koala, as you say. Now looking at the Canadian. Feels as if he has his time to strike beyond the cage. At least one kill,
Spike
but
down.
that's the spike. At the back of the pack, it goes down.
10 seconds left.
And so Navi up to an 11th. KC, you know, in some of these eco rounds, just really haven't felt all that threatening. There's so much control, but it's not even necessarily coming from the Sentinel players. The setup's on site.
Yeah, it's the setups on site, but again, it's also how comfortable and the understanding that the full Navi roster has in terms of they know when they can move into mains, they know when there's a step too far, and I don't think they've necessarily put a foot wrong since they've moved on to the defence. Well, we know that because they've won every round on this second half.
This is the most important of the lot, though.
ตอนนี้
Cairo.
ไซวูกับดองให้โหดกว่า
Win here, it's 12, and very well,
no one Sai Wu.
series taken.
ไซวูเนี่ย
That
Fine,
buy
but
won't
they
look
don't say
great
who.
either for KC if they lose
That's
this.
him.
Very early knife, though. Important just to
Damn.
detail that Angel has been spotted towards short. So, from what
Team
KC
Dong
have
in common
collected,
top.
info already. Is there a possible way they can see what the setup is? This is something we haven't seen before, though. Cam contact for a Koala flash. It's an elite lurk. He is solo in this endeavor.
Big 1 versus 1 that could potentially be one out. The poke and prod on the A side has been won out by NAVI because they've got the A main
ลำ
space.
เยอะลำเยอะไอ้โคล่าเดี๋ยวโดนฉก
Very well, just step into this, but slow in the
มือมัน
approach.
ไปจับ
KC
เมาส์เลย
creep
ยุกยิก
closer
ยิกตลอด
towards
เวลา
the B site. It's a drone to round the corner. It's broken, and this is the play. Koala taking it into his own hands. Just one.
Yeah, that's all it is going to be. But the setup from the Cypher
เล่นเป็นซัมติงในมาร์ติน
can't capitalise, and now it's Hero on the back side. He's
Oi,
been
ay,
spammed out. They know where he is because he responded to the bullets sent his way. And now we go into a 2 versus 4. Rooksik trying to take a timing, but well noted. And now it's up to the captain.
Not feeling like Angel's going to be coming up with the goods here, though. Casey, slow approach, all circling back to his position at the start of the round.
จะทำกันน้ำแบบนี้
And that's how you have to play some of these defaults. I mean,
น้ำมันเพลย์
I don't think really they've been known for this kind of style in the past, but it's the one that you're forced to play against this NAVI side right now.
Especially when you have to find out where the Sentinel utility is, right?
They don't have to challenge for that space. They win it
น่าจะ
outright.
นินจา
Let's do KC this time. 4 players left
ไม่รู้
standing.
ยังจะตัด
It's
ปะ
round number 6. Still 5 more though to close the gap up entirely. They showed us they were capable of doing it before, but when it got to 9-9 on split, it was all NAVI.
Yeah. I think for KC, they found a way to win outright, but I also feel as if there was some mistakes from NAVI there. They had a good read on what they wanted to do. Koala unlucky not to get 2 and get traded out. We will look towards A main in this fight once again.
Angel here. Expressed this time, but a miss sensor is a very quickly recollected one. NAVI on the offensive. 2 players to come in from short, but there is support from middle. It's Koala Noob just facing by himself, and while Net's going to come in there, the salvos, do they arrive in time? No, Martin dashes right out.
It's going to be a big duel in mid.
ปิงแล้ว
Most importantly towards
ของ
the
ลง
arch. Rooksik TP into the other side. The spam coming through, but they can't quite find him. He's taking his time and they can't quite find the value.
NAVI ever
รอดได้ไง
evasive,
วะ
but
แล้ว
look
มันดัน
at
ต่อนะ
Rooksik. He wants to keep on going. Just the 1 kill that he picks up. NAVI still putting their foot down. 50 seconds or less. KC need to make a move, and in terms of space taken and utility dealt with, there is not much at all.
This is big.
ดับหมดเลย
Ava's just
ไอ้
going
ไซ
to
เฟอร์
read
ยู
the
ทิว
ult.
ใน
It's a
ปี
hit and hope, so to B they go.
Yeah, but you say that, it takes all the Sentinel utility offline and Hero's here by himself. He has no support.
สโมกก็เปิดไม่ได้
Still creeping closer to the site, taking their time. Hero to take that first fight onto Elite, and that really opens things up. Util back in. Hero has his second. 2 on 2, but it drops to Angel. This one feeling a lot more likely.
And has the grav net.
นาจะโดนพิซุยหรือเปล่า
Can stop the swing from at least one of those players, and it's Sugetsu dead in his tracks. To the corner, he will remain.
อัดเลย
Peeking back through, though, Alice by his side. 7 for KC, they survive.
I always feel as if 7-11 is a really defining scoreline for a comeback. It's one where it's totally within touching distance, and especially when you look at economy, ultimates there.
It's another time where Martin just goes flying round the corner, jumping in. But as we do go
มา
round
ติน
by
กับ
round,
ปิมี่นี่
got to make
ส
those
ไตล์การเล่นคล้าย
decisions.
กันเลย
It is getting
ใครนะ
pretty
มาตินกับปิมี่อะสไตล์การยิงอะแต่ว่าปิมี่แม่งสเตเบิลกว่าเยอะเลยสเตเบิลคือแบบมันเล่นมั่นคงกว่าแบบไม่ค่อยเน้นรักเท่าไหร่
มาร์ตินมันดูแบบ
เดี๋ยวมาเดี๋ยวไปเดี๋ยวมาบางทีมันดูแล้วเธอะ
เองไม่โดนนะ
ใช้แผ่นรองเมาส์เหมือนกันเนี่ยไอ้ส้มๆใส่ของดีนะแองบอกต่อบอกว่าจะจบสักคู่2 เกม 3 เกมนี่น่าจะมีตี 4อ่ะบอกเลย
Just shy of 1.4, but it's the space making more than anything else, which is the biggest asset to KC right now
จ
against
ริงๆการได้
this
สแต็ก
Na'Vi
มามันดู
defense.
ไม่มี impact ว่ะ
Playing with the pace, starting off fast, making Navi sweat. Didn't get much utility out the other
ก็
side
ทำหน้า
of
ที่มัน
it.
ดีอยู่นะ
มันก็ดู
Now
มี
they
อะไรอ
get
ยู่
the
นะส
drone
แต็ก
to check mid.
KC so slow. Just waiting for some information, and as this A site has both the sensors and the traps, the cipher, the deadlock, they know at least one of them now through the owl drone. When we've seen KC pressure market before though, it's just been a means to an end. They've not often executed, and you can see with the position here of Sugetsu still hanging around in A main, there's definitely a view to take this one back into the stack.
I mean, at the same time, Koalanu brings out Dimensional Drift, looking to clear out and find out where players are, and well, they're going to head towards A, and this is where all the utility is.
As I said, just raising that question mark in middle, but now you're heading into the utility. It's the Hunter's Fury to try and gut out some of that space in the back. Roxy gets hit and Sugetsu follows it up
หมด
cleanly.
ยกไอ้มดสโมกละ
Koala's still here, and he's found his first. The salvo's in. How much time is there? Spike plant has to happen, and it's dice where it'll go.
Got to be thinking about Martin
ต้องแผ่นตรงนี้จริง
towards mid.
ไม่งั้นไม่ได้แผ่นละ
He could play late
โคราช
upset,
สแปมโดน
perhaps a win condition, but the retake, we look at
Cái
the,
này thì Martin lên
annihilation
lại.
from
Martin lo lên
Angel
đồสุดท้าย
to be the big win con here.
How can Navi flood out? Entrenched in the heavens, still waiting for this smoke to expire, but it's time instead. Those final grains dropping to the bottom of the hourglass, and that's where Martin starts to reveal his position, buys a little more time, because, well, I tell you what, KC are going to need it on their side. Hero's starting to work on the defuse, and stepping in Martin may be a moment too late. It's gone all the way through. Martin will die after time. But it's up as far as KC are concerned. No,
เอ้ารอดเหรอ
he lived.
รอด
มันตาย
He actually lived
เฮ้ย
that.
รอดเฉย
Cocoon didn't fully go off, but the point still stands. Navi have map point, and 5 rounds remains to be the gap.
But for Navi, it's one round. One round is all they need to put their hand into the next round in the lower bracket and survive. Just one match longer for KC, an underwhelming
เกือบจะหลับแต่กลับมาได้นี่
to their stage 1. A massive round to try and deal with a set play. Doesn't get the value that they're looking for. Martin noted by the Cypher Cam.
เล่นเร็วครับเล่นเร็ว
Raising an issue for Navi to deal with. As soon as they take mid, Navi are dropping back that defensive line into Boathouse, but this time their support. The mesh is there, and so's the sensor. Martin still with blades and an updraft. He fires himself over the top of Switch, but it's only going one way for now in the feed. Shao gets his 2. Can Angel find 2 more? He's got the first. It's a trade out 2 on
เอาไป
2.
ตัว
Look at how low Sadak is. He at least has
Nah,
one in
nah,
for
don't
Dart
he?
to try and know anybody. He'll get the information he needs. But how long is he going to be able to survive?
Breakout going through lane, flash behind it. Sadak just hiding underneath the rail right now as the lane walk up comes through from Koala. Elite, the healthy player. We have to depend upon him again. KC, the blue wall could crumble under the pressure of Na'Vi as they're putting it on. Elite has withstood at least that first player, but he has to go big where the rest of his team couldn't. To move on in their stead for KC, stage 1 hopes and dreams. Elite will continue
มีกล้องเนี่ยแห
where
ละ
the rest could not. That's number 8. But how many more do we need?
I mean, we talk about CPR, about resuscitation. That was a defibrillator. electricity coursing through the veins of Elite to keep KC alive. Navi now. What's the response? I mean, you look at the eco. This is where you would do something crazy on the defense.
With 4 rounds left here, Navi very likely sent back onto an eco at least one more time before this map is done, and that being the one rifle in the hands of Koala already cut away, loose from the round.
ไม่เชื่อรีบได้เสียงแน่นอยู่
Still favoring the sheriff.
All I'm gonna ask, Navi, please do not use Show's ultimate.
Sound sensor.
Okay, well they can't hear you, mate, so we'll have to see if they go for it or not.
Still have that Guardian though. That's a big point to talk about because that's a bit of firepower.
And it's this stall as well into the late round, which makes things all the more concerning. Shao maybe even thinking about using the ult here, just purely based on the positioning of these players. Looks like he might just send it in, and oh, well, your wish will not be granted. Navi want to win it here and now. Shao still on the side with the gun in hand, and those reinforcements just can't arrive soon enough. Shot down where they stand. KC will have a 9th. We go again without a Navi ultimate.
The question is it a fake ultimate? Is it the real deal? Hero just trying not to give much away here.
It's crazy too with the amount of points that requires to get up. I feel like so many times we've seen not just any old run-of-the-mill ultimate, not just your neural theft.
Yeah, like
sorry, Bear. You know, from the shadows, but like some really big round-defining ults are being just thrown into the fire.
Quite literally, mate. Like you're sitting there and you're like, listen, guy. It's like the Mourinho story with the Balotelli one, right? Like, listen, do not get a yellow card. Do not use your ultimate. Angel, please do not use your ultimate. And then you come into the next round and they just send it, and you're like, oh goodness gracious.
If you can find a way to pull it off, you look like a genius. But now, I think Navi on the receiving end more often than not.
But like you speak about, right, I know everyone speaks about like percentage plays and the numbers and let's crunch them, pushing up the glasses as Bren likes to say, but in these moments when it is literally playoff life on the line, I think the percentage play is what you opt for.
Absolutely.
ไม่กล้าลุกไปเข้าห้องน้ำหรอกตื่นเต้นเกินเกม
NA pilled you out, but heading into this one,
they're from the UK.
That's true. And in terms of how we carry on in EMEA, it's Koala that starts things off. Shao lightning the next. Could this be the round for Navi? Sui has responded. It's still a player advantage with the defense, and they have util to fall back on both sides.
That they do.
And even the setup here for Navi, you look at it, it's Sentinel players on either side of the map, so even if Aves had gone far, straight in with their ultimate, they were prepared for it. A lot of thought put into this, but now KC are on a plan B.
วิกเตอร์โหถ้าระดับวิกเตอร์นี่คือดึงจัดแล้วนะ
Towards it. Look at the utility setup.
เป็นนิว2 คนสลับไซด์กันด้วย
Cypher can for contact.
And then
Sonic sensors round about him to create a support network, and he's calling to his team. I've seen players on my cam, they're in short. Where does KC go here? There's a gap in towards tree, and that's exactly where they find to opt to go.
The question is, are they overcooking this a little bit too much? Because, as I say, bunkers on both sides for Navi. Less than 30 seconds in the plays through spawn. Ruxic watching over it, but as soon as that penny drops, there's problems for KC. Elite can at least solve it with a kill for now, but this is so chaotic, Cairo.
It is, and look at this, the Omen ultimate used to try and clear out Hero instead. Found by Elite's rifle. His opposite number, the Sonic sensor gives the game away, but look at the deposit in mid. Sugetsu could be massive here.
Hearing the steps, all on Sugetsu, gets the first, and over his former captain, the wool is pulled over his eyes.
ได้ยินปะน่าจะได้ยินปะว่าไปสวน
hoping that the spike could go down, and now that KC
เดินตาม
have
แล้ว
it, it's a split deck completely. One player main and
แล้ว
one
พี่ซุยแม่งไปเมน
all of this heard
ไป
by
สักไกลเลย
Koala straight into the firing line as KC continue.
I mean, that round was like prime time boxing, dancing round one another. But with that being said, I mean, the most important thing for me in the next round is one, Aviz has his null command up and available so they can take and get rid of any sentinel utility that's possibly needed. But the other aspect to it is Navi's buy. They are stricken once again. So they've read into a double stack on A with both
โอทีป่ะเนี่ย
Hero and Angel. Mid
ตรง
presence
โอทีป่ะ
made.
เย้
ดูอ่ะ
Navi are gambling. They want to
Ui,
flood back into
ủa, nó
Alt.
hùa.
Yeah, but this is the play that you make. Already Martin is low.
Để
Top
đi
gen
nạp
is
của
where
La
he will dash to.
เปิดราวอันติโยรุ
And the null command comes in. But Navi have players in position. They are knocking on that door. There's just a couple guns in play, but they are so quickly dealt with. KC have 11, and once again, we are at the very least guaranteed 24 rounds. But even then, whoever ends up losing this will feel hard done
ไอพวก
by.
อินนี้
It's
นี่โดน
gone
เนิร์ฟ
all
เวอร์
the
เล
way
ย
down to the wire and then some.
เจอโซว่ามาก่อนสแกน
Every
สาม
single
เวฟ
map
อะ
ties up.
แล้วก็โดน
We've
วิ่ง
had
ไกล
full regulation,
Top
one
ด่านแรงๆ
overtime. I think overtime right here
สแกนนี่
would
โหด
be
จัดอันนี้ก่อน
just. Both teams have a buy.
โดนนี่โค
Both
ตรไกล
teams have ultimates which should find value. Koala Noob has decided to
ต
go
ำรวจ
for the
เหลือ2
glass
สล็อต
cannon
สล็อตก็
operator.
ตึ้มเริ่มมามี1 สล็อตต้องได้
Set
สล็อต
play
ต้อง
in
ซื้อ
towards B main hasn't found value, and Koala finds a little gap to work with.
คู่นี้มันจะเอาสกอร์สูสีไปไหนเนี่ย
Be running into player traffic
phải
just
là
yet because Shower
đập bên
shut
đi.
it down. The mid lurk lost. All focus on B and Angel the one to receive it. Right up against this wall. Sensor by
โดนแน่
his
เลยเคซี
side.
ดูทรงแล้ว
โดน
Drone comes in, it gets the
เรียบร้อยครับ
info, and that's the
เพื่อนเข้ามาไม่ได้ครับ
reinforcement. Angel needing the duel,
GG
winning
ว่ะ
it. Navi in position. This rematch from the first game of kickoff. Looking to go Navi's way. A second time of asking. Koala Noob in backside, so
Koala
much support.
ถือปืนที่เขา
KC
ชอบ
are
เนี่ย
cornered.
ในลึก
Looks like they are. I mean, you can barely get back past that mesh in main. The setup's over on
3-4 อีกแล้ว
A. Where do you go?
ก็ต้องไปให้ฟุตครับผมให้ฟุตพี่เอ๋ยให้วิท
Let's see if Navi try and dry peek into the rifles, holding the angle. Remember, there's still
จริง
35
ๆผมว่าผม
seconds to
ให้
work
วิทนะ
with
เพ
here.
ราะว่ามัน
This from Rooksick as
เนี่ย
well.
มัน
Just
คนบ้านมันจะ
another
แพ้
spanner in the
ตลอด
works,
มา
playing around his
นี่ยังไง
own
ก็โดน
smoke
โค
and
ราช
looks to take this fight on the chin. Closing in. Navi in
GG.
position. 11.
โอ้โห
This storm
เคซี
โดนหลอกพี่แล้วโดนหลอกกันหมด
ของปลอมว่ะแล้ววันนี้พี่เฉาฟอร์มดีสุดเลยอ่ะตั้งแต่
พี่เฉา
แข่งมา
ลั่นจัด
ตัวเนี้ย
คู่ต่อไปตุรกีก็อตเอาให้จริง ชื่อมันก็บอกเลยว่าซุดไงซุดนี่ก็คือเทพเจ้า
พี่เฉาไม่ได้ลั่นขนาดนี้มานานมากแล้วแบบเป้าวันนี้มันคีนจัดเลยตั้งแต่สปิตอะโอไซนี่ยังต่ำ2 คิวงงเลย
พี่เฉา
ได้ไงถูกอย่างนี้ปกติแบบโอ้โหตัวหนึ่งก็เหนื่อยแล้วอ๋อเลย
ผมว่าวิทย์ว่ะผมก็ว่าอาจจะเป็นวิทย์ พี่เชาพี่เชาลั่นที่สุด เดี๋ยวมาแชทผมไปห้องน้ำก่อน เย็นๆนะ นาวิ เคซีมาทรงนี้ตลอดด้วยเลขเหมือนชนะ พอไปนอนตื่นมาแผ่นมันแม่งประจำเลยแม่งหลอกเด็กจัดเซนว่าหลอกเด็กแล้วเจอเคซีเข้าไป
Match found. Move or get zapped.
นี่ครูสอนไม่แข่งตาไปตี1 ครึ่งบ้าจัด
Back when I was in Fnatic with Alpha, like he's
ถ้าเป็นติกลงมาใส่ล่างมาเจอฮีโร่มันจะมีบัฟยิงทีมเก่า
น่าจะมีอยู่ คนเลยเจอทีมเก่า
ตอนนี้พี่ซุยไม่ยิงแล้วนะทีมเก่า ยิงไม่ลง
ทำน้ำไม่ลงผู้มีพระคุณวันนี้
ทำไมมันง่วงไวจังวะจะตื่นก็ตื่นสาย
Go, go, go! Reloading. I'm out of here. Just die. Reloading. Gotta go. Go, go, go! Shoot. I'm out of here. Go, go, go! Down! Gotta go!
Reloading. Stop the fire.
Watch out! Gotta go! 3 down. Drop. I'm out of here. My blind is dead. Get lost. Go, go, go. Doors activated. Blocking sight. Reloading.
เฮ้ย
Gotta go. Gotta go. Nice try. Reloading. Go, go, go.
Making cover.
I'm out of here.
Reloading.
Kill. Go, go, go.
Who else?
I'm out of here. Watch out. Gotta go. Get wrecked.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Not ready yet.
The hunt begins.
Headshot. I'm out of here. Gotta go. Now it's ready.
Stage change.
I'm out of here. There we go. Next. Get out of my way. Gotta go. Back off. Gotta go. Stop it. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Not ready yet. Go, go, go. Bye, monsieur. Who? I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Bye-bye.
It's you and
I'm
me.
out of here.
15 kills remaining.
Gotta go.
Gotcha, fun. My turn.
Almost out.
You want to play? Let's play.
Kills remaining.
Take this. Go away.
Love.
5 kills left.
Go, go, go. Nice drive. Reloading.
สวยครับน้อง 19 นาทีเลยเหรอ นานไปเปล่าน้องทำไม EMEA มันเปลี่ยนคู่นานจังอะ
ปกติอยู่แล้ว
Match found.
Move or get zapped. here.
And they're off.
Go, go, go! Smart move. Sit down. Gotta go.
You're finished.
Kill. I'm out of here.
Multiple kills. Spawning.
Gotta go. Stop it. I'll take it.
Stealing sight.
Go, go, go. Take it out. I'm out of here.
Shutting the down. To suppress.
That's 3.
Stage 2.
Gotta go.
ใครเนี่ย
Gotta go. Go away. Go, go, go. Shock it. Miss. Watching here. Smart move. I'm out of here.
Charge your ults. Throwing charge.
Drop. Reloading. Go, go, go. Shortcut.
Suppressing.
Gotta go. Down.
10 seconds until stage change.
ขี้ไม่โดน
Stage 3.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Too slow. I'm almost ready. Here we go. Get out of my way. Next. Down.
Charge your ults. No one's catching Neo.
Stop. Gotta go.
Somebody's there. Stand aside. Reloading.
Go, go, go. Taken out.
New stage in 10.
I'm out of here. Go dead.
Flash.
Not enough.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Gotta go. What? Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Breaking them.
15 kills to go.
You blink. I'm out of here.
Flashbang.
โอ้ไม่ตาย
Ultimate orb spawn.
Go, go, go. Get lost. Gotta go. Shot.
สัตว์มันโดนบ่ายวิ่งเข้าผม
I'm out of here.
โอ้ยเหลือ10 นาทีก็จะมา
Match found.
Move or get zapped.
ยังอีกอะตี 2เริ่มคู่ 2มันจะไปต่างอะไรกับไอ้นี่วะพี่เลย
Gotta go.
อะไรอ่ะ
เทคคอร์สตัวนี้ ถ้ามันจะมีพักเบรกต่างเลย
And they're off.
Cutting through.
Go, go, go.
Back in the flash.
Go, go, go.
Here. Neutralized. Reloading. Here.
Kill.
Time to jump.
Take this.
เฮ้ยเฮียแล้ว
Bye bye.
Reloading.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Doing a thing.
10 seconds until stage change.
Gotta go. Go, go, go. Bad move.
Reloading.
That's 3.
Cutting their vision.
Four. Shock it. Running low. Next. Gotta go.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Good.
I'm out of here.
Cutting through.
That's 3.
Revealing area. There they are.
Gotta go.
New stage in 10.
Heads up. I'm out of here.
Stage 3.
Go, go, go. Shock it. Too slow. My ult's ready. Gotta go.
Reloading.
Bye. I'm pissed. Go, go, go. There we go.
ใช่เสร็จมันเนี่ย
Go, go, go.
It's you and me. My brother Jones.
Nice try.
Reloading.
Gotta go. That's 3. Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
แบกแกล้งกว่านี้ป่ะ
Gotta go. They're dead.
Time to jump. Enemy down.
ไอ้ชัดยิงไม่โดน
Reloading.
Go, go, go. Gotta go. Slow
Three
down.
gone. Now 4.
I'm out of here.
ผม
Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Shocking. Gotta go.
Fake teleport.
I'm out of here.
Charge your once.
Insane. Doing a thing.
Drop. Gotta go. Go, go, go. Too slow. Gotta go.
15 kills to go.
I'm out of here. Oi! Gotta go. Smart move. I'm out of here. Shock it.
โอ้โห
Go, go, go.
Back in a flash.
Stay down. Go, go, go.
No more. It's you and me.
I'm out of here.
Decoy.
Slow down.
Reloading.
Gotta go.
You always bet your team bro ไอ้สัตว์เล่นมาหลายตาเกมก็ยังไม่มา
Match found.
Oh, ใครมันแย่งวะ
Training. It's time.
Go, go, go.
And they're off.
Blocking sight. I'm out of here.
Reloading.
Reloading. We're good. Reloading.
Got 4.
Gotta go.
Rampage.
Destabilizing.
New stage in 10.
Not. Show me a target.
One down. Reloading. Blocking. I'm out of here.
Not bad. Ult is ready. Reload him.
Blocking sight.
Neutralized. No distractions. Contract complete.
Reloading.
Rampage.
Cutting their vision.
Reloaded.
10 seconds until stage.
Focusing.
Back up. I'm out of here. Shotgun. Reloading.
คุณจะเอาฟีนิกซ์มาแฟดกันเองทำไมอ่ะ
Stage 3.
Breaking them.
Gotta go. Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Ball. Reload
Gotta
him.
go.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Still in sight.
อันนี้ชนะได้อะไรอ่ะ
อะไรอ่ะ
อ๋อ น่าดูเนี่ย มันมีรายการเอเชียนแชมเปี้ยนลีก
Show me a target.
เอ้ยเฮียไม่ได้ยิงเลยกูอะไรวะเนี่ยเปลี่ยนปืนเนี่ย
New stage in 10. Final stage.
คือไหนมีกิน
No one's
กิน VS
catching
แอส
me.
ปาร์มีอีกถั่ว
Rampage. Readiness on a rampage.
Stay down.
Headshot. Not ready yet.
Be faster.
Show me a target. Destabilizing.
แบ็กเจอร์เป็นแอดเซนครับ
I'm out of here. Shotgun. Blocking sight.
พอเลยพอ
I'm out of here.
Charge your boots.
Enemy down.
15 kills to go.
Cutting their vision.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
เนี่ยหลบไม่พ้นอีกแล้วนี่เวน
No distraction.
I'm out of here.
อ๋ออ๋อ อ๋อ
5 kills left.
พุทธ2-1
เฮ้ยดูส่งเมื่อวานแล้วยังไงก็ไวท์เทเลตี้ครับ
ult's ready. Here we go.
They've tried and just not felt great about.
พี่เอ๋ยไม่เชื่อมั่นในฟุตอีก
Yeah,
ต่อไป
I'm not sure.
There's also a little bit of switch
Tom.
up here, right? Because
ไวท์ทอลแม่งเฟิร์สไทม์เลยอันเนี้ย
พี่เอ๋ยลองเชื่อมั่นในฟุตอีกสักครั้งไหม
ไม่ได้แล้วไม่เชื่อแล้ว
100%นะเนี่ยอันเนี้ยแฟกเจอร์
จังหวะมันจะเปลี่ยนชื่อเปลี่ยนเพื่อนอะ
อาทากับตันเลยนะ
คิดว่าวิทย์วันเนี้ยเตรียมมาว่าจะโดนแฟกเจอร์ว่ะรู้จักคอมรู้จักอะไรละ
แต่เดิร์กยิ้มเลยนะพี่
แสดงว่าเข้าทาง
พี่ว่าไอ้สุดมึงกำลังคิดอะไรอยู่ ตอนนี้กูจะแบกไหวปะวะ
จะได้
พี่ไม่กลัวโดนไอ้ไซวอปมันหลอกเหรอ
ไปบอกพยุงตัวได้อยู่
Vitality come into this.
Defensive side for Vitality, but they now have a different player in the mix the last time they played it. So already an aggressive start. Dirk are looking to try and get in their face as much as humanly possible. And well, manages to get that opener onto
กับตัน
He's found himself an opening.
Ah,
and
Sud,
looking to
Sud,
crunch on
ui,
him, a
Sud.
big play by FUT,
Oh.
wrapping themselves around.
Still
They've
going.
made it
Sud,
to the
bigger.
outside as Zeus picks
Ui,
up a
lương
triple.
rồi.
This round has quickly fallen into FUT's hands, and now with just one player
Ê,
left to
tỉnh lại quá.
fall, it is the new gun that has to
Chạy không
face
ra được.
off against almost the entirety of the opposition. FUT with a pistol under their belt.
It feels like Zeus managed to slip through the cracks, which is
อัตรากับตันถึงแม้จะหลอกพี่เอ๋ยแต่สุดไม่เคยหลอก
in the
พี่เลยนะ
first round. Like this guy has been an absolute highlight, which I think you have to also talk about expectations for the teams overall.
แล้วดันมาแบบ
Vitality built a
ชิว
team, got
ๆ
top
ทำไม
four at
ชิวจัง
เออ
Masters, and
งงว่ะ
right now are looking vulnerable. Sorry, that's a
ทัก
And then you
ทาย
look at
พี่
FUT,
เคซี
they
ช
were
นะ
a
แพ้
squad
กัน
that
ใช่
last year
ชนะ
and
ปืน
the year
มี
before
ให้
at
จด
least
ไว้
made a Masters. In fact, in 2023, they were at every
Sai
single
gì?
international event. They've added in Zeus, who's been their best player,
เดิร์กเล่นนีออนเหรอ
and they're right down there, potentially not making either of the Masters to kick off the year.
For FUT 1-0, Vitality, Sivov, a
วันนี้พี่
big
เอ๋ยไม่
name
ให้ฟุต
that's
เลย
been
แหละ
added to the server is
Everyone's-
someone that we had doubts about, you know, in terms of facing off
Yeah,
against
you
the
took
top
the
tier
hammer.
competition. And I think
You
this
took
is going to be one of his greatest tasks, not
Yeah,
just
sure.
FUT as a squad, but with elimination on the line, they are definitely going to be a team that steps
เมื่
up
อ
to
กี้
the
ดู
plate
แบบว่า
in
เดิ
a
ร์กเล่
big
นนี
way,
ออน
already
จังหวะ
finding their opening
ไม่มั่น
with
ใจ
a 1-0 start. The attackers, well, they've gone for a light buy. It's just going to be classics and
นีออน
moseying
เดิ
on
ร์กกับ
towards
นี
the
ออน
B
เดมบิ
side.
พี่
They
เอ๋ย
hope
ได้
that numbers can be the
Damn big.
difference for them as they pick up these orbs and look for any sort of advantageous fight. but
Yeah.
nothing's being offered up.
One of the things with FUT that I think it's going to be a make or break for Vitality. It could be what kickstarts them back into the tournament. You're playing against a team that a lot of the time works off fundamentals, very aggressive in the way that they play. So maybe that boosts Vitality's confidence getting those
ปืน
individual
ท่าใส่กระ
fights.
สุนมันเท่จัง
Or they're going to slam you into the ground. Like they are a team of 50-50s. It seems all the way through the matchup, and it'll really put to a test. Wow, what a setup they are! Okay, Zeus. Just looking for some stuff. It might only be against pistols, but an in-zone ballers as well. He was getting SSX.
วันนี้ฟุตมันมาหลอกพี่
I
เอ๋ย
like
แน่นอน
the idea there from Safe, sending in the salvos to try to put Yedege on the back foot, put him out of position, but he has that cage, survives on site, and then the reinforcements come through, even catching an angle on the side of the cage. Nasty stuff for that first three, but then the slide in no scope to close it out. You know,
I was going to say,
was high.
Does he know it has a scope?
วันนี้
I
เยตู
think
เจมีเสียงว่ะ
he might, but he didn't need it right there. The spams were good. Its hip fire is pretty
I
accurate.
love how he's got all those kills and he's just giving it to Mr. Fallen.
I hope he doesn't try that with the Outlaw, though. That'll be
he's
a
just
different
going.
altogether.
Bye,
Very
that
impressive
bot.
from Zeus, and he'll lose
Bot
his life.
มั่นใจไปไหน
Durka
โดน
waiting
บอส
for him down below. Vitality more than happy with that opening pick.
Was the message from Geist just disrespect
อะไร
the
อยาก
hell
จะ
out of them
ต่อ
today? Because that was the
อยากได้อ
one
ยู่
rifle or one vandal that they had in this round.
อุ้ย
Still
แล้วดัน
pushing
แบบนี้
them.
เลด
The
การเช็ค
defensive side looking to try and
โอเค
pincer in from behind. Cracks looking to hold the line in front of them. And they kind of already have the attack
ฝืนนะ
box
พี่
in,
แค
but that kill onto Cracks open things up.
Yeah, there's a lot of weaknesses for FUT. Losing those opening duels just makes it so much harder. The pressure on as they attempt to crunch rather towards Arcade. Les is having none of it, cleaning up the kills before he meets Yedege. But a 1 versus 4, an ace clutch needed, and really, I guess the question of damage is always going to be there in a round like this. But carrying that Bulldog through the next could give them some opportunities, or even that reposition to catch them off as they exit. Moving weapons is often going to be the goal of players in this situation.
I can assume there's no real reason for him to hold on to the gun, because if he dies, he'll get himself a Vandal in the next round, or Phantom, but it's FUT, it'll be a Vandal. It's whether or not he can catch him. Unfortunately, they're now running directly towards where he was previously seen, so his last position might have held a little bit more value. Potentially going to try and sneak up behind them. A nasty surprise if nobody's paying attention, but a couple of players watching. He'll take one.
โอ้โหนึกว่าได้สอง
Manage a second as well. A little bit of
ได้
extra
เกาะพี่เดิร์ก
damage,
ไป
but
ด้วย
ultimately Vitality have done well. They'll keep 3 guns forward to look into the next round.
Yeah, if Sivov wasn't the man he is, if he played a little more passive, he might have gone down with his low
ไอ้
HP
สุดมันรีบ
as
ไปหน่อย
well.
เมื่อกี้
It's a decent opportunity created
ดูเลสจริง
by
ดิพี่
Yedege in the late round, but Vitality still, they've got their round on the board. They've done what they needed to, and they've carried a few weapons through to the next. For them, it was a solid showing, being able to pick off all these players, move around the map without too much of an issue. But this round will be a different story because we saw those weaknesses. We saw the disadvantages in a lot of those fights, the ghosts in play, the quick nature of some of those flanks on a round like that. This one, well, when we eventually get there, will be a little bit different. But I'm not seeing a lot of movement.
อย่างนิ่งมาก
อ้าวเหรอไม่เทคเหรอแล้วทำไมเซฟมันดูเหมือนปล่อยเมาส์เลย
One of the things I want to talk about a little bit more with this compositional change is the last time we saw Fracture play by Vitality was actually less playing a Brimstone. Now that, for me, is the least less agent on the planet, because you want this guy in the back line, you want this guy lurking around different aspects of the map. When you play Brimstone, you have to be within a certain position.
โอ้โหดึกแค่ไหนถามใจเธอดูมีบอกไหมใครเป็นอะไรเซฟเหรอดูไอซีบอกสิพี่เมาส์มันอยู่แบบขวานู่นคีย์บอร์ดอีกฝั่งหนึ่ง
โคตรไกลอ่ะ
นั่นจะเอาแสดงว่าเมาส์มันชาร์จจัดเลยเอาพื้นที่กว้างขนาดนี้นี่คือเพิ่งมาเริ่มนี่มันจัดไป3 แก้วแล้วตึงอยู่นะถ้าไอ้แก้วที่มันกำลังดื่มคือเป็นเบียร์พี่แบบ
โอ้ยสบาย
โอ้โหดูพี่เยนี่คือแบบค องสถิติเลยแก้วน้ำไม่เต็มโต๊ะเลย ถ้าพี่เอ๋ยไปแข่งนี่น่าจะแบบเป็นทาวอะเอาทาวมาตั้งไว้ใกล้ลาวรีโลอินโปรเกรสเอาวะมีบอกอ่ะ สายเบียร์ผมเป็นคนหนึ่งแต่ที่กินเครื่องดื่มแอลกอฮอล์แล้วไม่อินอะมันไม่ได้อ่ะมันไม่อร่อยอ่ะไม่จอยกับการดื่มแต่ดื่มได้ไหมก็ได้เขาก็คงแบบว่าฟิลเหมือนที่ผมชอบกินเป๊ปซี่แหละมั้งแต่เขาชอบกินเบียร์มากกว่าอะไรอย่างงี้ เอาพี่เอ๋ยกับพี่แทนไปนี่คือแบบเหมาไอ้นี่แหละไอ้รถน้ำอ่ะเห็นนะที่เขาเอาไว้ฉีดอ่ะนั่นแหละใส่เบียร์ไปเลยแบบเบียร์ผมกินไม่ไหวว่ะท้องอืดถ้าเวลาไปดื่มกับเพื่อนอ่ะกินเป็นช็อตเล็กๆดีกว่า21:16 นาทีบ้านกูตี 2:18แต่สุดท้ายเวลาที่ผมไปกินอะไรกับเพื่อนทีไรไอ้เหี้ยโอเวอร์ฮีทจริงไอ้เหี้ยกับข้าวเนี่ยแล้วกินเหล้าไปด้วยคือลองนึกภาพในสมัยวัยรุ่นอ่ะแบบขาหมูเยอรมันแม่งเป็นเต็มโต๊ะอะแล้วแบบกินเข้าไปขาหมูเลี่ยนๆแล้วก็มีพวกน้ำต้มยำไอ้เหี้ยกินเหล้าเข้าไปอีกโอ้เราแม่งเป็นเหล้าโค้กอะแบบโอ้ my god ไม่อ้วกแค่ไม่รู้ไปดิไม่ได้อ้วกเพราะเมาอ้วกเพราะเลี่ยนเหี้ยอะไรอยู่ในท้องมันก็ไม่รู้กลับบ้านไปก็นั่นนะตามสภาพแบบสงสารท้องยิบรีโหลดดันเช็คอิงเพย์เยอร์อินเวนทอรี่คือเช็คทำไมอะมีอะไรเพย์เยอร์อินเวนทอรี่
เดี๋ยวนี้รู้สึกตั้งแต่มีปัญหานี่คือจัดการดีอยู่นะ
ต้องอัปเดตให้หน่อย
ไม่ให้มีเครื่องหมายคำถามในหัว
ไอสมัยที่ยังไม่เปลี่ยนคอมนี่คือมันไม่บอกด้วยนะ ไม่บอกด้วยว่าเป็นอะไร คือปัญหาคอมแหลกบอกไม่ได้เขินหาคนน้ำตาล
คือมันให้บายเหมือนเดิมเหรอ checking player by
มันต้องแบบมิกไม่รู้ว่าไม่จอยสักอย่างเลย คือมันต้องเช็คไงว่าซื้ออะไรบ้างเงินเท่าเดิมเปล่าซื้อเหมือนเดิมเซ็ตเหมือนเดิมป่ะแต่จริงๆถ้าเราไม่เรื่องก็ไม่น่าจะมีปัญหาป่ะไม่แต่เซ็ตใหม่อะไรก็เรื่องของมันป่ะ
ใช่
ไม่ชอบเหล้าไปนอนก่อนฝันดีนะฝันดีครับผม เย็นเหล้าเช้ากาแฟป่ะพี่เอ๋ย
อะไรนะ
เย็นเหล้าเช้ากาแฟ
เย็นเหล้าเช้ากาแฟ
อืมนี่ไง
เติมกลาง
พอ
คื
ดี
นเหล้าได้ไหม
โตลันโต้เนี่ย
โอ้
อยากเปลี่ยนเซตติ้งไม่ได้เปลี่ยนเลย จะไปนั่งดูหน้าทีวีแทนแหละแต่กลัวหลับมากเลย เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวแล้วมันเช็คแค่เพเยอร์บายไอเทมเลยมึงต้องตัดเข้าคัดซีนอ่ะ
เรียบร้อย
มันซักผ้ามันนี่ไอ้แผ่นรองเมาส์มันเคอะเลยนี่สภาพเดียวของผมเลย เอาเล็บขูดไปนี่เป็นรอยเลยนะ มันซักยังไงอ่ะ ทุกวันนี้ผม
อันนี้
ผมเปลี่ยนแผ่นรองเมาส์ไงรู้ป่ะแบบ
เมาส์
ซื้อ
แผ่นอะนะ
ซื้อใหม่เลย
เออเอาน้ำแรงๆฉีด เอาสไลด์แล้วก็ลูบ อย่าขัด
ผมได้เปลี่ยนเลยซื้อใหม่เลย แต่ละร้อยใช้ได้ประมาณ2-3 เดือน อุ้ยมึงแค่เช็คเพเยอร์บายมันต้องตัดเข้าซีนเลยเหรอ ไอ้วิทที่ชูถ้วยนี่คือแชมป์คิกออฟใช่ไหม
ใช่
ใช่เมา
Well, to make it back to that stage of a grind, starting out with a battle against FUT.
ใครเปิดเพลงผิดอ่ะ
Rolls
Yeah,
being
but
done
he-
here,
No
just
done
confirming that
taking
everything
player by.
is okay on the server. Everything is as it was. Now, Tom, as we get back into the game,
เมื่อกี้เหมือน
to
ticking
remind
away
people
เข้ามา
who might be
เฮ้ยมัน
joining
ส
us
ปอย
just
ส
now,
กอร์ปะเนี่ย
it's been a lights out start.
อ๋อสปอยลาวเฉยๆใช่ไหม หรือว่าไฟนอลสกอร์เห็นนะข้างหลังอะพี่เอ๋ย
เฮ้ยมันไม่ใช่
ดูเป็นจริงยังไงไม่รู้อะผมเพิ่งรู้ว่าบ้านผมกับบ้านกินอยู่ซอยเดียวกัน
เอ้า เขาเพิ่งรู้ว่าอยู่หมู่บ้านเดียวกันแล้วก็ซอยเดียวกันเหรอ
ไม่ใช่หมู่บ้านเดียวกันแต่อยู่ในแบบเวิร์กเดียวกันอะ
อ๋อ
มันเป็นซอยใหญ่อะเพราะว่ากินบอกว่าเจอผมหน้าเซเว่นไปนั่งกินข้าวกับกะเพรา
สตรีมโคตรฟิตกิน มาแล้ว
แค่เช็คเพลเยอร์บายที่นานเลยอะ
Thing is, their position in my eyes is better than FUT's because you got to watch them play and now get to play them.
พี่สน
Like,
ใจกลับมาเล่น
it's
พับจี
a decent position. Obviously, it's one match in your it's
ไปเล่น
risky,
แบบ
but
ไม่มีอะไรเล่น
Durka safe
ก็เล่นอยู่นะ
kicks. They've
เก
all
มไม่
been
มี
there
แต่
a
คน
million
เก่ง
times
นะ
less.
ยุคเนี้ย
ต้องมี
Need
คน
I
ชวน
say
อ่ะ
it?
ต้องมีคน
Anyone
ใน
who's
ตี้
new
แบบ
is
ว่าแบก
Seabuff,
คน
and
มา
he's been pretty good
ยุค
this
นี้
season.
แม่ง
Came in, he kicked the doors
พับ
down,
จี
blew
แม่ง
him off
เป็
the
นเกม
hinges.
ตึงไปแล้ว
We're
เมื่อ
back
ก่อน
into
มัน
the
เกมตล
game.
ก
Barriers are up.
เล่นมีแต่คอนเทนต์
We're
เนี่ย
seeing a
เจอ
lot
บั๊ก
more
บ้างหรือ
movement
เจออะไร
than
ก็
last time. That's a good sign.
เล
Vitality
นโซน
grouped up. Remember,
He's
they
cleared the
Lên-
whole
lên-
north
lên-
side
lên-
within 15
เล่นอยู่บ้าง
seconds.
That's a lot of information. The drone gets a little bit for themselves, and that
yeah,
Cypher
yeah,
utility
yeah.
down and out. Suppressed is
yeah.
Yedege, but he fires back
yeah,
some bullets to
yeah,
suppress his
yeah.
enemies. A molly that
Yeah,
delays,
yeah.
and they won't be able to execute off that utility falling. Looks like Vitality are
Ui,
trying to find another
Balin.
approach, and Seavoff opens that avenue.
Yeah,
There.
well,
But
the thing
Team
is,
PUBG
FUT
เขาเล่นกัน
knew
เร็ว
almost
เกิน
exactly where they were, but
ตามไม่
it
ทัน
still
วางเล่น
seemed like Mr. Fallen
ผมเล่นมือ
บ่าย
กันบ่าย
caught off guard by that. They're going to try and
ปืนตีถูกภาพ
regress off
สี
the
ขาว
back of the stun. The shot's not
ไม่
quite
ปืนซุด
connecting.
มันพิ
Solid
การอย่างนั้น
counter flash thrown out by the attack side, and now they look to wrap
Ui.
back in, still having that additional
Ui,
information.
one
Yedege,
way.
though, Zeus
ว่าซุดไปได้เล
spraying
ส
through, still trying to get through that same choke point that they were stopped at initially.
Yeah,
Vitality
sure.
has stalled.
ออกอย่าง
That's
นี้
exactly why they wanted to go so quickly when they saw his utility was down.
หัวอร่อยเลย
That
ยัน
cage
เจเมื่อกี้
causes
วัน
so
เว
many problems. Combine that with the fact that he's using a phantom.
โอ้
You
แล้ว
can't
เขาไป
see
ร
the
อรับ
tracers,
หน้าบี
and he is firing on all cylinders. With that utility now in play, the
Yeah.
camera
30
watching for the
seconds
walkouts on A, and no more steps. The complete freeze from Vitality, at least from FUT's
Sig-
perspective.
Sig-
They
Sig-
make the
Sig-
rotation you just highlighted, Tom. Everybody other than Yedege is waiting on this B
PUBG
side of the map with
ตึงมาก
cracks
เลย
sneaking down below. This is a powerful setup.
Yeah, there's not a lot of
Ui.
time either.
Ui, đi à,
Spike
cái
already dropped onto the ground, and but it's left
Khó
all onto
một cái.
Seaboff.
ปืนนี้มันยังแท็บกว่าพี่
Already putting
Bulldog.
that first nail in the coffin,
Khó
but
hụt
even
ạ.
just surviving here is going to be nigh and impossible. The spike plant will go down
Không
at
được
least,
tụi
but you
đó
are
chính là con
boxed
này.
into a
It's
corner,
okay.
trapped
Cái lì
with your
con này.
opponents standing in line. You need both shots immediately,
ta
and you
vào
won't
đi.
even get one. FUT with a fantastic defensive round and an immediate
ตามไม่หลับ
response.
Many a player would have panicked there in that
Why,
3v1.
he left
Ran in to
them
try to
to
end the round on time and given him
It's
an
like, dude,
opportunity,
people-
but they wait patiently, knowing he's trapped in the corner.
Done that
There was
with it.
no way out. Nice opening by Seavoff, but once this
มันฝืนจัด
util
เลย
came back online, look at the trouble they're facing.
thinking those smokes could have helped them out, but not a chance when Yedege is waiting. And that's how confident they are in him to lock down that side of the map that they
จะไป
send
เล่นเกมพวก
everybody
ทำฟาร์ม
else
ทำ
running
ปลูก
away,
ผักอะไรบ้างอะชิล
waiting for that rotation that came through. Vitality being red in this round, slowed down by some of the utility as well. That's exactly what we like to see as FUT get off to a good
จะ
start,
ยืน
but
อยู่
it
ฐาน
could be a
นานๆ
slow
นิ่งๆนาน
start
แต่คอไม่ดี
for the
ข
game.
ยับตัวหน่อย
Now I'm panicking.
Well, seems like we're
ล่าสุด
chilling
ครับ
at least for a little
เซฟ
bit.
ยังไม่ยิงนะ
But yeah, I think
เออผมว่าเซฟข้างหลังมันดูห
bit
ลับ
that's
ๆนะ
worrying me. I saw
Boy,
mentioned
Jordan.
the
ตั้ง
concept
แต่
of
มัน
the less lurk.
Yes.
ได้แชมป์คิกออ
He
ฟแบบ
wasn't on the lurk.
ดูหลับยาวเลย
There was almost a very direct attempt
ไปก็ต้อ
being
งหักเงิน
made
เดือน
by this attacking side, and because of that, Zeus was
กลั
able
ว
to
มัน
clear out
จะ
the
เกิน
full
แค่หัก
top side of
ก
the
ลัว
map,
โดน
and
เด้
they
ง
know they've been pushing. They spotted that
งานไม่
early
ดี
rounds. They were looking to try and pincer in behind them. If they allow that much map control for FUT on this defense, they're going to get blasted. Like, they need to start catching some of these players. And while, Mitch, I'll be honest with you, this isn't really the round for it. Their buy is
แท็กจะเล่นตัว
It
ช่
is almost a good start with some utility being destroyed. The salvo sent out, but Yedege quickly repositions his traps and will still have full control over on this B site because they've got him. You might even see the rotation from Cracks in the near future.
พาร์ดิวว่าจะทำเป็นคลิป
Vitality making noise now towards that A site. Zeus, many a player would back off from here, but he wants to play aggressive through the smoke. Stun comes in, a smoke as well from his side as they get aggressive. Out of Captain doing the
ด้วยใคร
same
ได้
on Dish.
อัตรากับ
And it's a lot of aggro to put out there. And he's going to be forced back by the utility, sent in the other direction. Nice passive molly. That's going to stop anyone from pursuing.
they're getting a lot of info, getting a lot of
มา
space.
เข้ารอบ
But
คอม
Vitality's goal so far has just
อะไร
been
วะมันลุกเชื่อ
garner as
ค่อย
many
มาสด
orbs as
มาย่อง
possible.
ที่หลังกัน
One away from the overdrive, which is one of the few things that could realistically turn this
Well,
round
damn,
alongside that orbital strike, but it's how much do you want to commit with 35 seconds, no real information, and they're about to walk into that same cipher setup, this time on B.
เอาพังเลยอะ
เฮ้ย
มาโคปะ
Stun, I don't
เรีย
think
บร้อย
Yedege safely able to
Ay,
spray
get to
down
it,
his
ay,
trap
bro.
that was repositioned earlier. Nets in one with Durka falling. Now the fight in the open going just as well. Sure, he'll fall eventually, but limited time and even more limited weaponry remaining. This is a clean round from the side of FUT.
Cracks full blinded him.
I think so.
He's like popping through the smoke, just full blinds the guy. He's like, right, I've survived. I managed to take down one. I see the other guy right in front of me. I no longer see the other guy right in front of me. But hey, they won their
Gets an
round.
assist for that as well. He's you're welcome, by the way. Helped him out. Yeah, that was
พอรอบ
nice,
ผม
and
อยาก
I
ให้
think
มันออก
you
แท็ก
see
อีก
as
สัก
well.
สักนิดอะมันบักเยอะ
It does. It pops up assist too. It's just beautiful.
ว่าจะเริ่มสตอรี่ใหม่
He
ทำเป็น
gets
คลิปแล้ว
flanked out
ข้างหลั
from
งเก
heaven.
มปุ๊บ
Les is able to take him down. I think that would have happened either way.
Wait,
The reality is
Valorant.
only
Let
losing
games
that
be
one
played.
player with the pressure Vitality put on there with that quick springboard into sight. That's fantastic. Zeus dodges the stun, looks for the fight. That is Durka on the other side, but he's not deterred, and maybe he should have been. Plenty of players backing him up. And Zeus down. Out of Captain looks to fill his boots.
มัน
but
เหมือนจะเจ็บเย
Boots
อะแต่
of
มัน
lead,
ดูไม่
they're
มีใครเจ็บเลย
sinking
ว่ะ
in this round.
It's all out aggression. They're literally just trying to stop Vitality before they can even get anywhere near any part of the map. And it does almost feel like Zeus has just been told to be disrespectful. Cracks.
เยอะนะเยอะนะ
He
5 ตัวเลย
definitely
นะเพื่อน
wanted to. He's going to. Straight through.
ไม่ได้สักตัว
The spray's not pretty. One completely blind, and it is 1v1 Jules galore for this round. Every single fight being taken, and so far every single one being lost. It's only Yedege standing. Economy, it's not bad, but it's not as good as you might think for the side of FUT. It's looking like he's going to
นี่ไง
attempt to
ดู
do
ของ
some
พี่ไป
damage
กลับมา
here.
แล้วครับ
He's going to fail.
4-1 up, you see
Wow.
Durka getting aggressive. He's on an agent that he can quickly back off around the
ใช่เดิน
corner.
เล่นกันฟัง
And he
ไม่หมด
decides to
คือ
go
ดู
one
ตั้งแต่
by
วีแรก
one
คือพอรู้แล้ว
aggression
มันส
into
ตาร์ท
that
เสร็จมันไม่กล้าแบบ
angle. It's a mistake, and it
Come near
plays out
movement
as exactly as you'd expect. Vitality feeling like their opponents just played into their hand. Seavoff picking them off through the smoke, but he had the info from his teammates.
The thing is, they've done this every round, though. Like, it's worked.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
2/3 of the time, which I wouldn't say it's the greatest way to play Valorant, but I genuinely wonder how much of this is just like, let's just disrespect.
เฮ้ยซุดมึงไปแต่ละทีนี่มึงเจอ3เจอ
Just
4
going back again. He's just swinging it. And then a captain
ดีเทรดมาได้
alongside
หนึ่ง
him. They're just dry
ใช่
peeking.
เหรอมันจะเล่น
This
จ
makes
ริ
a
งๆเหรอ
difference being together on that swing. Stuns traded out. Seavoff gets
มาแล้วว่า
close.
สี
He's
วอ
so
ปสโมกล
aggressive.
งเลยครับ
And look at
เกือบ
his
เป็นสโตนใส่
reward.
ซิง
A double pickup.
An ult burned up by Ada Captain for nothing, all thanks to that reposition. Ult's online for Vitality. How this isn't the round where they'll need them. Sivov is carrying them across the finish line in this one. And it's Yedege with a stinger in a 1v3. If he can take a couple down, even force an ultimate out, that would be an ideal scenario. But there is no chance. Okay, if he made it around that corner, I start to get worried, but he's put to bed early.
Yeah, it is similar to the last round. Okay, this time they had Mr. Fallen with him, but it is still Zeus takes a fight.
อุ้ยหลบ
Then
ว่ะ
the next person swings after. Oh, this was after already the initial player was gone. But it is really just this super aggro defensive start.
That's
exactly it. They use their ults. The idea there from a weaker buy coming out of FUT to see that panic from Ada Captain in throwing it down, almost to use it as a smoke, deterring their aggression and allowing them to back out of this nasty position when they'd already used up their stun. But that didn't work out, and a huge investment for so little return in a round where you're already at a disadvantage. That's going to be something that's discussed during this timeout. This is called by FUT, of course, to correct the course, as Vitality are now just one round behind them.
Yeah, it seems like so far they've had two win conditions. Either the opponent walks directly into Yedege's setup, or they walk directly into Zeus. That will win you the round. Anything else, and well, even sometimes when they do walk into Zeus, they still manage to hold on. I do think Vitality are already making that realization of, okay, for the first 20 seconds of the round, they're going to run at us. So let's just wait. Let's be patient. And they have already utilized some of those ultimates, whereas Vitality, they've still got everything online.
And even think about the round where they ran into Yedege's setup. It was based off of, like you said, the same thing. Zeus getting aggressive north side, seeing nobody there and coming back, right? They want that early aggression for information or for the fight. And now it's not working in either department. So Vitality forcing FUT to, well, hopefully change their approach to this. We'll see if that's the case, as I do look at the barriers, and that man's going to get aggressive.
If anything, a lot of the time it works better when he doesn't run into anyone. Because then he can reposition onto the side and play with the rest of the team, and that is what's happening here. Got A control, Mr. Fallen. They've had someone on this angle, I think 3 rounds in a row, so I'm fully expecting there to be some sort of flash, or no, it's just going to be the dry peak. Fade away. Flash for Zeus. Safe immediately swaps off his utility. He was setting up salvos, but he knows there's going to be someone in this corner ready to try and fight him. And while Zeus is going to get both of them, somehow he still makes it work.
But they've lost the sight now. Plan to be acquired safe. Spike goes back towards that site. The smokes are down, but not for too much longer. The decision needs to be made.
Trying to find it.
That's a very open plan, but he's going to get it in. I mean, this is fantastic. Zeus, super low HP. If he can swing through and catch them off, but Les wasn't really sticking that fight. Yedege just on the other side, and that ultimate gets them info. Don't know exactly where these last 2 players are. They've got them boxed in. And it's Yedege who's looking to finish them off. The cam for the info. And he hoped that he could catch Les off. Ability in from kicks, he might be able to stop them, but it's already halfway. Time pressure is on, reload is heard, spam's coming through, landing, and the repeat gets them across the line with a sneaky defuse. Just as the smoke was fading, it's FUT 5-3.
ไอ้ฟาลิชินั่งเยี่ยวเหนียวเลย
I don't know how Zeus manages this. Just utter filth of his own individual brilliance. Sturker responds in form, and honestly, he's been having a pretty decent start to this game. Back on that side for try as he might, but I think they got so focused in on working out where Zeus was and clearing him from A main that they kind of just then lost the entire site and had those smokes down on the diffuser. As you said, it was halved so quickly, it became very, very difficult for Vitality from then on.
Yeah, just a little late getting that utility down, or I guess putting too much stock in the spams. Either way, result is the same. Around to their opposition. Vitality looking for new ground. It's towards the B site, but as you said, Tom, the successes they've had is when, on the side of FUT, is when Vitality go running into this setup. But now, a salvo destroys one of the traps. Still very much covering the walk through.
I think they're trying to bait the push.
The pump fake.
Yeah, they know that at this point, every single round they've made any presence known on the map, Zeus has gone pushing. So they've got Sivov watching the backline. They've got Les trying to lurk around for the top of the map. But this time for actually sitting a little bit more pretty. Okay, they will spot out Zeus still deep within A main. But because of that, he's forced back. The only thing they haven't spotted out is still this B aggression. A little bit further forward towards Arcade, which is a pretty nasty double trap if they go in that direction.
Flash is burned up by cracks just to enable Zeus to keep this position inside of A main. Not going to be available for the retake to play through those smokes, as we've seen plenty of times before. Late play by Les. He's been spotted though, and now they're coming back to this two-man setup. The high-low grabs the kill, and now a huge advantage for FUT. Kicks and safe. In fact, just safe. Last alive. The spike down up above. He needs everything to work out in his favor, and nothing does after the first. 6-3 as FUT. They were being closed in on, but now steaming into the lead.
Yeah, I really love this setup from FUT. I think realizing what ults are on the other side, like you know that your opponents have that opportunity of the Armageddon, which if you're playing anywhere near the site, you're going to get cleared. You're playing any of those close lanes, you're going to get cleared. So what do? They take Arcade. No one's going to ult Arcade. Like, that would be a really weird spot to hold. But then you have the cross on anyone on the site. And that's exactly where our captain is watching. They managed to hold on to all of those positions, and I think Vitality were caught off by what is a bit of an unorthodox position. But look at Zeus again. He's just running it down.
Big north side play. They've got south of B covered in by the trap, but this means one less for Yedege to play off of on the site, and pressure is on him. A lot of weaker weapons here for Vitality as they get aggressive. Ult popped by Durka. An opportunity to really turn this back in their favor as they pressured the weaker side. And FUT left into a very disadvantageous spot. A 1 versus 5. Mr. Fallen grabs the first. Across the line. Now, they don't need the money for the next round, but there's a few more to play for. It looks like the decision might be to carry this one through to bolster that economy. A great response from Vitality.
Especially from Dish. Like, you basically have to jump into your opponent's angles. Like, the chance of even doing damage are slim unless you just wait for them to exit on the round. It's the same sort of attempt, though, from FUT. They, again, like, go for that aggressive push on towards that north side, but I like the fact that this time Vitality just react. They go, okay, you're going to run it down onto us. That means you've got at least a couple of players trying to push and hold onto these positions. We're just going to take it towards Dish, because guess what? We know who's not there. Zeus.
And it's also so frequently we're seeing this play. If you look at the last round for Vitality and how they approached it, probably FUT's aggression would have worked against that. They had players spread out. They would have been isolated in a 3vx fight, and that north side crunch would have either gotten them info into a slow play that they could then adjust and rotate into, or gotten them fights that were very advantageous for them. Instead, they go for this aggressive play when Vitality have adapted to play as a unit, to be more direct, and put the pressure on what happened to be the much lighter side of the map. Great adjustment from that attacking side, using everything, every disadvantage to their advantage. Now we come into round 11. 2 more to play for. Vitality still with a chance to tie things up before we exit this half.
Yeah, and if we can go off their previous form at Masters, as we mentioned, the defensive side is where they thrived, but it's a different look roster, even a different comp.
Camera taken out.
Now, though, pressure being put onto Yedege once again, a completely different position from at a captain. But his teammate is going to end up isolated. For Yedege, this has been enough a lot of the time. The spam through the smoke doesn't quite connect, and actually it's Mr. Fallen that's taken the majority of the damage so far.
Rolling Thunder will be committed from FUT. They really want this round, and understandably would put them with a leg up at the half no matter what happens next. But Seavov's put Yedege in the dirt. It made it to the side at least, but those smokes soon to fade. Safe falls. Okay, they need a few more kills though, and it's mainly up towards heaven. Orbital strike will be pulled into play, getting them a pick as well with Zeus falling. The spike still needing to be defused. The smoke's no longer blocking them. Krax goes pushing, but he is caught as well. Everybody stepping up to the plate, but another fantastic round from Seavov. He seems so present in these rounds that they convincingly win, and now 6-5. 1 away from tying things up at the half.
Yeah, it was mentioned on the desk as well, like, would there be that comfort on an agent he hasn't really played? Yes, looks like yes there will be. I think good timing on the stun combination as well with the ultimate, but even just individually. The guy is popping off 13 and 6.
Yeah, it was thank you bro, for the free kill.
5's looking good as well. 6-5, an even half possible. But still investment here for the side of FUT.
คืนฟอร์มหน่อยช่วงต้นทัวร์
Not looking like they'll play much of a part in this round. Orbital strike for Ada captain, the one that is close, and Zeus. Well, there's no surprise that Zivov is watching for A main. He has managed to dominate this portion of the map and are even getting ready to set up a stun just to try and remove him from this position deep into A main alongside the drone.
Locating targets.
I mean, the drone being used, I'm not even sure if it's needed. I think we know the setup by this point. Zeus is on the corner. Krax is here ready with the flash. Use the stun to start with. Try to force that aggression. And, oh, they're going to wish they had that flash in a little earlier. It's going to be kept for later on. Zeus will not be. He's put in the dirt early on. And it looks like FUT's chances of a lead at the half may be getting buried as Vitality. They've still got Zivov up in full health, a man advantage. If they push A, they're going into a lot of defenders.
It doesn't seem like
30 seconds left.
there's been much of a note towards Dish. They've got to be careful with this last position, looking to come in from behind. Salvos to force them more into the open and hoping space can be made, and it has been. Dirk has done well. There is less. As I said, it seemed like he was completely unnoted by the opposing side, and Zivov is there to strike once again. A 6-6 half looking inevitable, unless we can see that clutch from Dish, which, as I said earlier, is not an easy thing to do.
No.
สรุปแล้วซุดมันก็ลั่น
Maybe
นะ
if you had some
แต่มันก็
utility
ไม่
to
ได้เล่น
help you out, but just the cam, I'm not sure how much
เห็น
Yadajay
ไหมมันเป็น
can
อย่าง
do
นี้
with
ตลอด
that.
เลย
Guardian
เวลา
in
ดูมัน
hand,
ยิงมันบอกโอ้โห
four
ใครจะยิ
players
ง
that
สู้
he's
มัน
up
ได้วะ
against, super passive
แต่ว่า
position,
จะมีเหตุ
safe
การณ์
waiting
เรื่อง
for
ราวหลาย
Salvos
อย่าง
to come
เกิดขึ้น
online
โด
ใน
น
เกม
ตันโดนนู่นนี่
after shock in play as well.
They're so far out of the sight.
There's no way that this can go his way. It's a stat farming round, and it turns out to be just that, but for Durka. 6-6 at the half, an impressive resurgence by VIT.
ไม่มีคนเทรดก็ใช่แต่เหมือนเขาว่าหมากไว้อย่างอยู่แล้วมันให้นีออนเล่นคนเดียวเอาข่าวเอาพื้นที่คนเดียวเอาให้สุดเอาตัวรอดสุดก็ทำได้นะช่วงครึ่งแรกอะแต่ครึ่งหลังโดนฟรีหมดเลย
นึกว่าจะมีคนตามตัวหนูด้วยที่เห็นมันเล่นคนเดียวเลยของเขิงก็ไม่มีส่งการจะเอาไปปาดได้1ได้2แล้วก็คุ้มหรอเปเปอร์เล็กRQให้ใคร
เป็นเล็กโบ5ป่ะโบ5พรุ่งนี้เป็นเล็ก3-1ครับ
โอ้โบ5นี่เปเปอร์เล็กมันอดทนด้วยดิ เล่นมาเยอะโบ5
ฟอร์มกำลังเดือดด้วยเขียวหมดตอนนี้เป็นเล็กอะ
แบบภูว่ากว้าง
The 20% just Zivov, because right now it is almost perfectly encapsulating the
ผมไม่ไหว
stat.
ว่ะเจนที
Keeping the stat
เจนทีไม่ไหว
exactly
ผม
on par.
เจนทีตรงนี้แน่นจัดอะ
Man, I'll tell you, if I'm going to give an upgrade,
อาจจะไหวก็ได้นะไม่แน่
it
นะ
might be Zivov after
Maybe he
what we saw
doesn't
in that
need
first
it.
half.
There
Exactly.
you go.
He's too cool for it. Also, he wants his utility, but no, it's because he's too cool. He's playing the cool card. Salvo's in, and okay, forced forward is out of captain. A little bit delay to the rest of the squad thanks to that util and FUT. Well, they're pumping the brakes on this, hoping that Yadajay can find value, and that he does.
Been good so far. Even manages to double up onto kicks as they are trying to.
แล้วมันเอาให้แบบชิวๆเลย2ตัว
แล้วคลิกมันเดินเข้าไปยัดสโมกซะ
deadliest of duos. First will come for free, a tiny tag to Durka, but still a whole lot to be found. This fight versus Anna Captain could be everything. The smoke lasting an extortionate amount of time. That means they're going to go past each other, but Anna Captain might just have to drop on his opponent. It just depends when he peeks around the corner. And both players now within the tower. The main issue is taking a stun available, a knife if needed, but the fact is Cracks already just looking to swing out, and with the clock already gone, there really isn't any more time for less. It needed to be the insta-kills, and in the end, it's Cracks to close.
Got a little bit close out. A pistol for FUT. And this is where they found their rounds early half of the first. It seemed like Vitality were only able to sprinkle in a little bit of resistance. But in the end, they certainly heated up. They'll start this half off cold, though, with a 1-0 deficit and presumably full eco coming into this one. And for the defensive side, I mean, it's tough to make that work. When we saw them on the attack, they tried to create some opportunities. They moved as a unit. It is more difficult to do that. And
มันค่อยๆยิงก็ได้แล้วตอนนั้นเลนมันก็ยืนนิ่งๆไอ้ที่เขาไปกดปักวืดไปเลย
One holding in that aggression on the B side, but nobody there.
โลกอะไร
No one's home. Would have sent it all through the standard spawn of the south.
ได้
Still looks good.
It's very good.
Okay.
แก้ตัวจันปุ๊ก
Never mind. The weaker weaponry has been absolutely slaughtered. I don't mind the idea. Vitality moving as a unit in an attempt to try and cause a little bit of extra damage, but FUT are well aware and already farming up a decent amount of those orbs. Unfortunately, a lot of them have been onto the Yadaje, but as you can see, Les is going to try and have a couple of his own. The main worry for me is going into the next round, you're going to have Anna Captain with the potential to buy up and get himself a rifle, but more importantly, if he can find this final kill, which I'm hoping Les won't allow, he would already be on his ultimate, and you're on a map where you've got a good chance to collect one of those orbs anyway.
Yeah, there's a couple opportunities to do that. For Les, with just the classic, Zeus is pushing him. Chance for one, but not when Zeus has got that rifle in hand. Yeah, I don't think he even used the scope there. He doesn't like to. Why not with that accuracy? It is an in-zone flawless coming through for FUT, and a 2-0 start to the half. Very nicely done by Ada Captain too. He's under a lot of pressure. He's got the pistol. The stun comes in just that little bit late. That gives him the chance to pick up a double. Now though is where the real challenge begins.
แต่นี่ยังไม่มีปืนเลยโหหมดแล้วเร็วจังหมดแล้วแหละเดินจับข้างในเนี่ย
If it was any other team, I'd be like, oh, that's really cool. But it's just the fact that Cracks really loves chaos. Although he's been playing a lot of Fade recently. I think those are his two. Durka, operator, doesn't have the shield, and he's just about to get out of it. His counterpart of Zeus that was the main person to highlight in that previous half has already gone down. Mr. Fallen has just gone walking through the smoke. It seems like Les is more than aware and will be able to hold on, but not for long. The trade out eventually.
They're going
to go for the plant, getting into a position where they have rifles to play with. This round might not be as easy as a normal bonus.
Salvos were used start around by Save.
ลง
I think they'll be online soon.
ยาว
for that refreshing utility to come back into play. Here we go. Salvo's online, being lined up as we speak, but Ada Captain, he's got a read on the timing. Stun goes in. Beautiful! Ada Captain disrupting the play completely. Stopwatch in their head, and now a 2 versus 3. Vitality stalled out, op in hand, and that's something you're gonna want to carry through to the next. They're running for the hills, saving these weapons, and it's all thanks to Ada Captain. The double in the last round was nice, but it's an anti-eco. Sure, he had a ghost, so the playing field was a little more level. That one there, that's got a very important round on the board.
Yeah, and I was looking at the after-plant position from FUT, and I won't lie, it made me nervous.
Yeah.
More for them, because they're in spots where it's like, okay, you can't hide. If you get spotted, there's absolutely nothing you can do. And instead, they use the stun and swing straight into it.
I don't know if you caught that in the replay, but our observers, our EVS were kind enough to catch an angle of the nade that cracks through, and well, listen, it fell apart a little bit. It fragmented for sure. It was up there. It was up there, unless it was anti-camera setup. I think.
No. I think we've seen that one used by KC last year, right? It's a distraction nade.
Exactly. You hear the sound cue and you think, I better get out of here.
เกมของเลสกับมาโกะ
I
ค
love
ล้าย
that
ๆกัน
that
นะ
comes
ดึง
exactly
ช้าๆแต่
as
ไม่
we're
คม
saying,
ขึ้น
like,
มา
oh, well, it's cracks on the KO. You gotta have him in there. Well,
Hey.
a little bit of work to do on the lineups there.
ตามเคม
Hot flashes, binds teammates, gets killed. That's all you need to know. He feels confident, and that's all you need from Cracks.
Yeah.
โกะได้
He
ดูเห
doesn't
มือน
see
แบบ
where it lands
ไม่เหมือ
at
น
the
ว่า
end of
โค
the
ตร
day
น่ากลัว
unless
เลย
he's paying
แต่
attention.
ทั้งคู่เลยเลส
No, he's too busy headshotting people to care.
Exactly.
Durka with the operator. That's the gun we'd like to be highlighting, but
ที่
looking
ถ้า
where
เก
he
ม
is on
สาม
the map.
บอกเลยยันวาง
Zeus is just, by the way, Zeus is just running it down from B. He's like, yeah, guys, I don't think they're going to rotate too quickly into this one because I've just thrown all of my utility onto one side of the map. But the delay is good. Les has managed to buy time, full rotation in, and a captain is looking to try and do this once again. But already, Safe has managed to do well. A single kill. I think he's even picked up a rifle in the mix of everything, but is quickly dealt with.
That flash was actually very good, but because Seavoff didn't see anyone, they don't
What
go
like-
swinging out through it. They don't want that battle.
Spike
Decide to wait a moment longer, but that is their
วิทแม่งโดน
downfall. And
ทำ
that
วิ่ง
duel,
แย่แต่
Durka will
แต่
save
ละค
this
น
weapon again. At least he'll try. And you can see how quickly FUT are pushing into the spawn, realizing he's going to want to carry this forward. Now, only one player's got the right read. It's Mr. Fallen. Right place, but is it right time with Durka holding the angle? He's walking right into it. A free pickup. They hasten their pace towards the spawn. They'll catch him. He's going to be trapped inside of main.
เมื่อกี้คือวอลลี่จาก KO 10,000 ชั่วโมง
They'll catch him as he does, and the angle's good. Both swinging at the same
อะไร
time.
ของเดิร์ก
Patience
อะ
on display. No weapon save for
คืออะไรอะ
Durka. Big gun remains
มั
on
น
the
เซฟแบบใด
floor,
วะ
unpicked by
ดูแบบ
FUT. 10
มัน
to
เก่าๆเอง
6. We
เซ
talked
ฟ
about the pistol being valuable, but this start to the
เซฟ
half
แบบไหน
for
แล้วมัน
FUT,
ยืน
it's
เปิดแบบ
Gotta be fuming.
ต้องพลิกสองมุมอ่ะ
I love the fact that Zeus literally has no fear.
อาจารย์ฟุกมันลั่นตาเฉย
I think that is why this works so well with Mr. Fallen, because I think Mr. Fallen has always been a creative and intelligent IGL, like someone who I love watching the games they play, sometimes because it's insane and sometimes because it's genius. He's on the fine line. But the thing that works with him and Zeus is he'll say, Zeus, I want you to run through 15 pieces of utility, slide in and headshot someone. He goes, okay, boss, see you later, unless it's dead on the site. And that's the main, even though you've got other like weapons like the operator, I think Safe even managed to get a rifle because of that. The main danger was all of that Cypher utility was eliminated immediately just from that guy diving into the site.
A timeout called by Vitality because this start to the half has been so scary from FUT. The 4-0 beginning, the op taken out of play for Vitality coming into this one as well, and that's somewhere that they found those early picks with. Can't allow this to spiral too much further. A real opportunity for them if Vitality were able to take it here. I think this is how they won kickoff as well, right? It was map 5 up against Liquid in the grand final. They managed to take it in the end.
They had a lot of momentum. That was what seemed to change within that series. It's been a little while since we've seen that sort of full fly Vitality. Right now, a couple of players, Kicks and Safe, definitely having a bit more of a rough time on the individual front. And you look at FUT, and that's not the case. Like we mentioned that maybe the LG had a captain have had quieter performances. In this map, they've been fantastic. I think you exclude the first 3 rounds, and they're top of the board.
Yeah. Scary signs. And FUT not looking to slow down anytime soon. If they win this round, it's the home stretch with Vitality stalling out in the early half of their defense.
Gotta go.
They've already lost a lot of control, but relying on these traps being tripped. For now, that's not the case. The plant comes in before any fall. Durka, the flash catches
Holy
him.
shit.
Beautiful work from Mr. Fallen. And he follows up with the kill onto Kicks too. Less Safe and Seavoff, they've got it all to do, and money's not great. The chances aren't looking fantastic. They might want to consider a save at this point.
They've got to be nervous of the post-spawn as well. They could literally be anywhere. The way the FUT have been playing was so aggressive that you can even see just the nerves. There's 15 angles they need to check all at once, and the players just swinging one by one. We mentioned Cracks through his utility this round.
วันนี้ไอ้คนที่ไม่ลั่นวันก่อนยิงใหญ่เลยนะ
มาหมดเลย
ยิงเหมือนแบบยิงโชว์พี่เอ๋ย
Vitality are just almost completely flabbergasted by the sheer pace of some of these rounds coming out from FUT. They are showing their opponents no
วิทย์เปลี่ยน
respect
ผู้เล่นครับ
whatsoever.
เอาเทคออก
ultimately it comes
Say
down
well,
to
must
someone
have
like
that.
Mr. Fallen in that round when we talk about utility. Cracks was the one running in, gunning them down, but Mr. Fallen, he had those flashes. We saw it from his his opponent's POV in that initial fight onto Dirk. He came out with, I think, 4 assists in that round, helping Cracks every single step of the way. That's what himself.
แต่ว่าคิงเวลา
I
เจอ
think
ทีม
Doug
ไฟ
does
เขา
so
ก็
well
ดุ
as well, but like
ชอบหลับบ่อย
yeah, do you now ult when you are on 58 HP? Probably not. It's one of the ones where you can kind of throw it in and it's not the end of the world, but that's got to be infuriating. They really don't have much to play with. And with FUT,
โดนยิงแล้วเสียทรงอะ
wow, you have to remember this was 6-6 half. Utility offline. I said the major danger when you go into A is having less and his utility. But less is no longer on the site, and he's got no utility.
Do or die really for Vitality in the next round. It's looking like this won't be one they have too much of a say in. Like you said, Dirk is ult, unlikely to be committed, and you can see why. He's dealt with so quickly. The pistol's in play, okay, good stun, but they can't follow up on it because there's 2 more players on the angle holding for that peak. The opportunities being given away are slim to none. I mean, I do see Ada Captain getting a bit aggressive, but again, that's because Zeus is there. There's 2 players on the site with that bit more of a passive hold, just peeking off the flashes. Sometimes peeking out wide, as Cracks just gets punished, but you know, even economy management's not really in the realm of conversation here. FUT got so many credits. They will be good to go for many rounds to come, if there are many rounds to come. Just 1 needed for the attacking side to close
เซ
this
ฟเรื่อง
map
อยู่
out.
นะเองละ
อุตส่าห์
It's a
ตี
little
ได้
bit
6
cursed, but
เพราะว่าตอนนี้
comfortable.
นะเอง
พร้อมกัน
นะเองดูดีกว่าสำหรับผมอะ
I think other than Zeus, who is on
ใช้ลูกวิ่ง
4,500
ของอะไร
credits, everybody else hit max
ยี่ห้อ
that
อะไร
round, so they are in an incredibly good
Not
position.
much of
Finally,
it, yeah.
clearly the game plan was to get that operator on Durka as soon as possible. Well, this will be that.
อันนี้เราดูจากอนาคตห
Addition
รือว่าดู
brought into
ปัจ
the
จุบัน
round.
เนี่ยดูอดีตหรือปัจจุบัน
Really found too much other than the opening pick onto Zeus. We'll see if he can get something here, but immediately smoked off the angle so they can flash through it.
Oh, it's nasty. The double flashes too, but Kicks still manages to walk away with 1. The trades, though, are there as the op steps into play. Durka lands himself 1. Ult activated, throwing everything at this one. And he'll lose his life immediately. A connection from Cracks that maybe doesn't level the playing field. See, there's info to play with on the other side. With the hat off Les's head and the spike down in the open. There's almost no choice for FUT but to run into this angle. Mr. Fallen has his ultimate. Don't know if they'll commit it at this
ที่ชนะ
point.
แค่เอเปกกับที
Write this round off and play for the next. They know they're still up against an op, or they
เจอ
could
ฟอร์ม
be.
ตกจริงๆนะ
Safe's the one to retrieve it.
ผมว่าเซฟหนักกว่าวะหนักกว่านะเองอีกตอนเนี้ย
Checking there's no one on the flank.
จริงนะผมว่านะเองยังดูเล่นดีกว่าตอนเนี้ย
ทำไมรู้สึกเกลียดความเป็นตัวตนขนาดนั้น
มันตั้งแต่กลับมาจากกรุงเทพไปโดนอะไรของโดนของพวกนั้น
Safe is sitting.
ไม่ผิดคนเลย
Vitality know that Spike was on the deck unless
ของหมด
they're going to have a rough idea that he's around the sand area. But that time now ticking. Safe already honed in on the site. They could try and hightail it back, but that clock is getting far too low. They need to make a move, and the crossfire setup should make it impossible. They are well aware of Les's position, but he'll find both anyway. Around finally in this second half for the side of Vitality, but they need
แต่คนยิง
5
ที่แท้
They
ถูก
do,
ขอ
and
ง
the
วินตอน
problem
นี้
is FUT not committing that rolling thunder. It means it's
ตามคนบน
online for an
นั่นแหละ
immediate execution in this one. They put a lot of stock in those double flashes. KOs, blinding main, and breaches going deeper into sand. But Kicks was able to dodge them. They trade out the early fights, and then in the end, Les's position
นี่คือวัด
proves to
การ
be
ใครได้ตัว
superior.
อัน
The
นี้คือ
reality
สายล่าง
is
ครับ
that's a
ถ้าเข้า
damn
ไปก็ต้อง
close
ไป
round, and not something
ไป
that
เจอ
you'll be
จากทีม
confident that
ส
you
อง
can
ทีม
connect
ต้องได้
another
2 ครั้งถึง
5
จะได้
in
ตัว
a row to push it to overtime.
Rub
We need to
back
see
side lang.
another level reached by Vitality, one that hasn't been hit so far in this half.
I love that. You put all of your utility to try and control B main, and Zeus just runs through everything. Means there's been no push, there can be no control. Now at least the defense has been able to take a bit of control towards
ตอนแรก
A
คิด
main.
ว่า
That's where
อี
Durka
มี
is
เนี่ย
posted
วิท
with
กั
the
บ
operator, and they've also done the
KC
same
ปีนี้
in the arcade. A similar setup to what we
ต้อง
saw
เปลี่ยน mindset วิธีการ
from
คิดละ
FUT. It does however look like
เอาเดินขาลงมา
ช่วงนี้โดนหลอก
to that
บ่อย
aggression, allowing time
เออ
for
มันคือว่า
Yedege
คนมั
to
นเป็นช่วงขาล
slowly
งแล้ว
move up on A, take that disc control and potentially have a late flank, but with that rolling thunder available, again, I like the positions that the defense have chosen.
Comes the big push, Molly up top, but Safe is the second player in the setup.
Yeah,
Big
flash.
swing
Ball,
around
ball.
the back, but Les
Yeah.
gets nothing.
Yeah,
And now this
they
becomes
went
very
ไม่ลงน้ำหนั
troublesome
กจัด
indeed.
เลยอ่ะ
If they get the plant here, rolling
seconds left.
thunder for post plant. Zeus
ปล่อยจอยเลย
actually the one looking for the plant. Instead, it's going towards Ada Captain.
They baited
It's
it.
just a bait to start. Rolling Thunder used up as Yedege is running it down. Information in play. They know exactly
Save
where
line
Durka is.
2-0 ว่ะ
No smokes to block him off. But no need to peek him either. And
Save
going
man-
running in there
ที่เราไป
with
ดู
the off
สกอร์
with no
ล่า
ult
สุด
to fall
หนัก
back
จัด
on. It's not going to look too pretty. He's going to take down 5 players. In fact, he's only got 4
Tiet.
shots in his magazine.
วิเตียนนี่คือหนักเลย
Looking like it's too tall
แต่ว่า
a
คอนทราส
task
ต์กัน
to
จัด
ask.
ตอนนี้
It's 3 players
แต่จริงๆตอนคิกออฟ
lined
มัน
up
ผ
in
ล
a
งานดี
firing
นะ
squad.
ได้เป็นมาสเตอร์
Yedege,
เข้ารอบ
the
ลึกด้วยซ้
safety in this play to swing
กลับ
in
มาแล้ว
and close it out. Just moments away from connecting their own map. 13 to
ำจะไปโทษไอซีวอปก็ไม่ได้ มันก็ดูทรงแบกอยู่
ตีบอกเล่นดีอยู่เนี่ย
แต่จริงๆตั้งแต่เปลี่ยนซีวอปเข้ามามันทีมแม่งดูขาลงไปเลย เหมือนแบบคนอื่นขี้เกียจยิงอะ
ตีบอกมาวันแรกโคตรโหด
งงว่ะ
หรือว่าพอทีมเห็นบอกเอ้ยคนใหม่แม่งยิงว่ะสบายละ
กูชิวแม่ง ดูมันตัดอะไรอะน้อยเว้ย
ดูละเขาดูข่าวเกมตัวเกียร์ละ
คนตัดมาเลยน้อยซีเฮดบิดแม่งเวอร์จัดซีเอสนี่โซนอื่นไม่สู้เลยเหรอพี่
คือยังไงนะ
โซนอื่นอ่ะพวกเอเชียเอ็นเออะไรเงี้ย ไม่สู้เลย
โอ้ไม่สู้
เจอพวกรัสเซียพวกเนี้ยทำไมมาสเตอร์ที่มีทีมมันๆเข้าไปแม่งต้อง อยู่เช้าด้วยวะ มีแรงเชียร์ปะเนี่ยผมว่าถ้าวาโลมันล้างลีกเนี่ยปี67ลีกหมดสัญญามาแน่ครับฟาลคอน
ไหนก็มา ล่าสุดฟอลคอนเซ็นเด็กรัสเซียอายุ17อ่ะ ที่เขาบอกว่ากำลังจะแบบเป็นว่าที่โน1อ่ะเข้าทีมเรียบร้อย คู่กับดองอ่ะนี่ไง คู่กับโมเดซี่นี่แหละ มันปืนกลโมเดซี่สไนทีมตัวกว่า
ล่าสุดเห็นมันเอาซิมเพิลเป็นสแตนด์อินเนี่ยเป็นไง
เป็ด
เล่นยัง
ยังไม่เล่นเดี๋ยวเล่นทัวร์ใกล้ๆนี้
อยากเล่นไหมครับแพ็คใหม่วะแบบว่ามอดแพ็คใหม่ๆถ้าเราดูแข่งโตรอนโตก็น่าสักตี 4ครับตื่นสักตี 4พอดีเกมเริ่ม พี่ว่าเซนจะได้แชมป์มาสเตอร์โตรอนโตวะ
He was punished.
กดสักตาเนี่ยน้อยก็ได้ EXP วะ
Match found. Wolf or get zapped.
To think I once looked up to you. To think I once admired you. But you screwed it in my favor.
Reloading.
And they're off.
เดินเข้ามาตรงนี้ได้เหรอ
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Make it interesting.
Hard move. Back up. Gotta go.
Executed.
Go, go, go. Stop heading dirty. Go, go, go.
ปืนอะไรไม่เป็น
Bye bye. That's 3. Gotta go. Four down. Go, go, go.
Stage change. Neon
Gotta go.
rampage.
Reloading.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Got 3.
Gotta go. Go away. Blocking sight. I'm out of here. Fuck it.
Drone is down.
มี2 คนเลยเหรอ
Here. Kill. Get lost. Bye. Gotta go. Reloading. What? Reloading. Go, go.
New stage in 10.
สวยละ
You blink.
Stage 3.
Reloading.
Go, go, go.
Rampage.
I'm out of here. Fuck it.
What?
Go, go, go.
Drone going out.
Ultimate ult.
That's 3. My ult's ready. Gotta go. There we go.
ถ้าวินแพ้
Go, go,
ต้อง
go.
มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงครั้งใหญ่
Down.
10 seconds until
Heads
stage
up.
change. Final stage.
I'm out of here. Fuck down. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Gotta
ทำไมในไอ้เหี้ยในเดธแมทที่แม่งสไลด์เนี่ยโดนยิงหัวแล้วเหรอวะ
What? 3. Go, go, go. Reloading.
It's you and me.
Gotta go.
เริ่มแล้วเดี๋ยวมาเข้าพิธีกรนี่ทันไงก็ทัน
Nice try. I'm out of here.
โอ้โห เอาไว้เซฟพี่ตัว
Take
เองหน่อย
this. Go, go, go.
ที่ส่งของจะไม่ได้ยิง
Gotta go.
This is how it ends. Headshot.
โอ้แอนเลสโอ้โหแล้วมันแอนเลสดีกว่า
I'm out of here.
ปล่อยท่อมันเปลี่ยนคอมทุกแมปเลยเหรอ
Go, go, go. You had your fun. What's this? My turn. I'm out of here.
ของคนนี้ไม่ได้ดูเอเนครับผมไม่ดูเอเนเลย
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
ตัวใส่ไม่กอด
The hunt begins.
ให้เขาหลบแฟดกันยุคนี้ใช่ไหมอย่ามีเลยแมป3อ่ะเฮียเหนื่อยแล้ว นอนเถอะ เหนื่อยแล้วพี่ฟุตเอาให้หน่อย2-0ไปดีน้องลินดาไม่อะไร Facebook เพจขายช่องเฉย
What I was mentioning is that since the Star Partnership, FUT has always made that second master of each year since they've been in. So this is a squad that is looking to make that lower bracket run, is looking to have made improvements since adding in Zeus. And you know what? They are looking to get straight off to the races safe. Will do a lot of early damage, but he's also taken a lot of early damage.
Tianajay with the opening pressure on him, though. Durka quick to trade it out, and the sight seems to be theirs. They still have to cross through, though. Zeus dealt with, and that'll at least get a plant out of this situation. A 3 versus 4. Vitality is so many players inches away from death.
Without a captain and a classic, definitely nervous.
แม่งอยู่ทาวเวอร์โคตรเยอะ
Get back around, but it's already darker within that site.
เรียบร้อยโดนกู้ยาว
They've got to be a little bit careful. Spam's coming through. They're going to try and body block this and just stick it, but there comes the double. Oh, from behind, Krax has managed to find some though. That time is ticking away. Less is going to be revealed. He knows roughly where he is. Needs to land the shot. He's run out of bullets.
Oh, let me crack.
Get a freebie. Oh, Krax did so well, but there was no more in the clip.
That's tough. One more bullet there, and maybe he would have had him a few shot.
งงว่าวิวัฒน์ไก่นั่น
0 for Vitality, and a much-needed pistol round to set them on course. They need to bounce back on split and take us to Ascent, where they will then fight to continue this lower bracket run, as you said, Tom. Elimination on the line, and this is the map that could send them home. Big risks, the composition they've brought to bear, and all eyes are going to be on Safe. How this Yoru is going to be put to play by Vitality, and how he can perform now that he's on that duel list, already opening up Mr. Fallen Down, and almost a second.
But that has been, I think, part of the downfall of his individual ability, has been playing roles where he's less about I'm the tip of the spear, I'm the aggro, I'm the first guy taking the fight. So I think putting him back into this position, it gives a lot of opportunities calling rather than from the lineups or the setups, which has been on the Teo, and have the potential of being caught with utility in hand. But now, FUT have next to nothing to play with. Am I even getting seized? Still had a captain, almost manages to get the job done, but should be a relatively easy position from here on out, and even gonna do some pretty good management on the Vitality side.
I can't wait to see for Vitality in these buy rounds as they come up. The look that they're going to have, you imagine a much more direct approach with Safe leading the pack from the front, with Durka and himself diving in on the duelists. It's a dangerous duo for anyone to deal with. Some of that supportive utility has been fantastic. Seavoff, we've already seen an early round lurks on the Omen, being able to take a lot of that later space, as your opponents, at least in there, might hopefully overreact to the direct play in the early rounds.
This is literally what made that Haven comp work initially, was okay, we're just gonna take Safe, one of the best duelists in the world last year, or at least in EMEA, and then we're gonna take Durka and put him on a duelist, probably the best duelist in EMEA last year. So it's like, it feels like a band-aid fix, but one that could very much work for them.
Especially if you're not ready for it. And then look, if they came in today on FUT thinking, yeah, Safe might pick up the Yoru here on split, then someone needs a raise. Maybe everyone does.
Good.
I reckon guys somehow saw it coming.
Nice.
He knew it was going to happen someday, but did he know it would be today? 2-0, and FUT pulling out the rifles, but Vitality are in a very healthy position. This is effectively a full buy, with Seavoff picking up the mantle of that Marshal. But now there's a rifle on the floor. Zeus winning the battle of the Yorus when it comes to the full buys, setting them up with a man advantage early.
Is that
เดินมาแบบชิวๆ
we can expect that
นึกว่าแบบว่าเฟกโค
to play against, but Zeus at times is the hardest player in the league to play against. Individually, whether things have gone well or bad for FUT, it seems like a lot of the time he has been there. And you think even back to their defeat, just yesterday, he still had some flashes in the pan, even when they weren't able to take that victory over Fnatic. They've definitely got to be careful. A man down already, 3 rifles in hand, and at least it was 3 players on the A site. I think maybe that little bit of extra information might just pull one back.
Now we've got deep information as you're highlighting towards B. Passive heaven control on B as well. In fact, just passive control across the board, really respecting some of that early dueling ability that Vitality have. Holding on the site, that nade though is going to force cracks into the open. Battle Dirk is happy to take site now under pressure. Zeus comes in to fill the gap. Patiently as the time ticks away. Yeah, they need to make a move. Although now he's been spotted. No more element of surprise. Big swing from Seabot. They found their, but they need the plant. 6 seconds on the clock and out of bounds. They've managed to get that plant in. Seabot 1v2. He needed that onto Ada Captain immediately. But he's picked off, and the round goes to FUT.
If they'd lost another round to running out of ammo, I would have lost my mind.
That would have
been a rough one, but no, a good resurgence in the end, and clearly Vitality very happy to leave it late. Maybe having that expectation of, okay, someone's going to overpeak, someone's going to swing. Thinking back to Fracture, that was happening every single round, like they were taking those fights, but it was calm and methodical in the end. And that'll be enough, but there's still going to be a repurchase here. Now Dirk has got off to a decent start. Showstopper already online, something he can look to implement in the early round, and already looking like a battle for this mid control.
Certainly, but not off rip. We're going to wait a moment. Let that orb go up to block out the line of sight. That was FUT's orb, of course. Yedege using it to reposition into heaven. That leaves vents open, and that's exactly where they're going. Walking their way in there with the Hun.
ภาพจำยังชัดเจนเลยไอ้สุดเล่น
They've got some map control to bounce off of the springboard into. Trying to make up for what they've lost is Zeus. Aggressive as his B main aggro. Actually, 2 players, Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain, pushing up, and I don't know if they're going to stop.
น่าจะโดนของไล่ทรงละ
Going to come down to how much can Zeus do. In fact, it's nothing. He just gets the info, falls back. Doesn't have a lot of support, and the timing here for save is everything. If he can find cracks, it could be huge, but instead he's also just ducked back towards the site. And with this mid-flank coming, the longer Vitality take, the more terrifying this position comes. Of course, that showstopper is still available for the entry.
They heard that gate crash. They know that he's potentially going to TP onto the site. Oh, nice pick by Rex. Clay pigeon shooting, finding that in the TP, very much expected, but less. Gets the element of surprise up top, pounces for a double, but that's all he'll get. Seabot in a familiar position, but the spike not planted this time, and players everywhere. Great adjustment by FUT. You got to give it to Cracks. That was a nasty shot.
I think the weirder thing for Vitality is you've just come out of that Fracture game expecting your opponents to be ridiculously aggressive, and this has been the most patient and calm FUT I've ever seen in my life. Really slowly taking B main control. They're using paranoia, smokes, they're even keeping that control. Then you have the initial aggression that comes out from Zeus. He has any sound. He's like, I don't fancy taking this fight, I will fade away. The guy was running it down A main every round on the defensive side has gone, no, I will fall back to side and play nice and calm. And so he gets down to the 22nd mark there, going blind, and now he's back to his old tricks. Knowing he's up against the low by, all right.
แล้วเดินก็เดินเหมือนเซฟเลยตายแล้วนะ
The fact that Cracks gets pressured by your player Durka diving in with the ult, he has to fall back out of that top position. But he knows when that gate crash that he's been warning about for 30 seconds now, when that comes in, Zeus will be the one to take that player down. He emerges from the smoke just in time while Cracks is covering the main walkout. A beautiful trade-off of responsibilities, and that just comes with trust and playing with each other a lot. You can see now FUT 2-2, man advantage, and passive plays up against these weaker weapons. The danger is Mr. Fallen. For second there, they could have pushed up as a unit, 3 players blitzing into him, but he's again created that extra little bit of space.
Stunned to slow them down. Passive fallback. And a captain coming in from behind. The problem though is he might be a little bit late to the party. Mr. Farland's goal once again is just to try and slow them down as much as possible, but he's under some serious pressure. Smoke will be there to cover him and still just surviving within this smoke, even potentially going to go through it. That's the spike on the ground. Another coming up with that account, finally making that long rotation.
มุดไปยิงอีก
ทุกอย่าง
Well, only one standing. Seabov in
Balance
these same
boy.
positions again and again and again. 3-2. Very clean stuff from FUT.
It really is just textbook Valorant there. Even the smoke going down from out of captain, that provides a little bit of extra
เซฟมัน
space,
เดินมาก่อน
allowing for this player on site, Mr. Fallen, to
แล้ว
stay
เดินก็เห็น
alive
ว่า
that
เซฟไม่โดนอะไร
bit
กูเลย
longer
เดิน
while
อ
he
อกมา
completes the wraparound through middle.
ก็ตาม
No,
ภาพเลย
even if they were in mid, they would which they were not long ago when he pushed B main, they were. But that they would have to go towards the site. Maxi's dealing with one player with a weaker weapon.
พลังตุร
In fact,
กี
he was dealing with none, so the backstab comes in to complete that arc with Mr. Fallen. Beautiful play. And 3-2 as a result. The lead is now there for FUT. I don't know how out of captain wasn't actually caught by that prowler. Angle slightly off, I suppose.
Interesting thing with this is that Vitality have basically, other than Astra for Omen, they've taken the Fnatic comp from yesterday that beat FUT, like using the exact same composition. The thing is, I think Fnatic are always very good at those very late round
มุม
executions.
อะไร
Whereas so far for Vitality, it has just been a complete failure in that regard. And although sure, FUT haven't had a mass amount of time to adapt from yesterday,
ในกล้องไอซีบอก
you've
เหมือนเอา
kind
มือ
of
ล้วงกระ
given
เป๋า
them
เล
an
ย
opportunity to learn from the mistakes.
Exactly. You think they've come in here with no idea what went wrong yesterday? It's going to be most of what they talked about. The reality is, we'll see that in the second half. If I remember correctly, the Fnatic game, it was FUT struggling on the attack. I think 4 rounds in the first half. So we'll see if they maybe need a really big margin coming out of this one. I don't know where the
ถ้ามันจะมี
expectations
คน
are to
แบ
be
บ
set,
ไฟวอ
but
บรวม
again,
ร่าง
with
กับ
the
สายญาติ
learnings
โต๊ะสูง
from
แล้ว
the
ก็กลาง
previous
แขน
day, Vitality have their work cut out
ไอ
for
สายญาติมันก็
not
กลาง
just
แขนเยอะอยู่
in that second half, but in this round as well. With Kicks and Durka down,
เล่นไร
3 players coming in through heaven, but this super passive hold that FUT have shown in almost every round towards this A site so far. They are playing back, allowing Vitality to take the space, confident on their crunches after. With cracks down, there's still more players than they should expect. Zeus saves the day with the double. Just one left, and he'll clean him up too, making it look easy against
มันไม่ยิง
Seaball.
ทำเพื่อเดินยิง
Putting
แบบ
4-2 on the board with money in the bin for the attacking side.
All I'm going to say is Seavov's clutch statistics are getting blitzed in this map. He's been in like 3-4 already. 1v3 scenarios at the end of rounds. But
1v3, and now this.
this one was actually tougher because you had those early fights into middle. It was something we mentioned that the defensive side were leaving pressure around that part of the map, and they get 2 openings.
ยิงแบบ
The
โคตร
second
บ้า
that happens, it almost
คือ
looks
การ
like
ยิงแบบ
it's
ไม่ใช่
done.
พรสวรรค์นะ
Well,
เนี่ย
Vitality are going to take themselves a pause. You can understand it.
ยิ
You
งแบบ
win the pistol second round and then 4 in a
เป็ก
row
ไว
for that defense. And a lot of them have looked incredibly comfortable for
นี่ค
FUT.
รับของดีจากตุร
I
กี
have one real question,
Nah,
and
okay.
that's, do you think that Yedishe gets that loud in scrims as well? There's no way, right? No man's throat can withstand
เซฟ
that
บอก
amount of
กู
screaming.
งิดเลย เจอเอ็มงี้
Well, you say that.
รุดบอกเอาจ
I'm
ริงๆ
gonna
เมาส์ผมพัง
bring this up again. Do you remember the last time they casted a sentence?
I do, yeah.
There was he
45
chill?
มันยิง
Was
ว่า
he
จริง
chill
พี่บ
for
อก
48
We
rounds?
went into round
No.
45. It was still the
That's
same
probably
level.
longer than most of his scrims.
That's practice. That's practice. And the most impressive thing is there's never a voice crack. There's never a break.
ยิงคล้ายๆ
Pushing
ยิ
to
ง
the
คล้ายเป็น
limits.
มี่
I
เล
don't
ย
know. I think he's got a place
ความ
in a
ไว
rock
ความไว
band
อยู่ในระดับ
after
เท่า
this.
กัน
Oh, yeah.
เอเวอร์เนสออก NRG แล้
It's
ว
heavy
เดี๋ยว
metal.
เป็น
He's got
เอาใช่
some
เหรอ
คอนเทนต์
He's
ครีเอ
got
เตอ
some
ร์ตัว
screaming
เล็ก
ahead of him on the mic. That's for sure. Not just on the
The
server.
meme.
4-2.
ไม่รู้ว่าจริงเห็นมีมเนี่ย
เขา
It is
มี
a
คน
bit of a
พิมพ์มาไม่
screamer
จริง
for
ว่ะ
FUT. They're looking good. They're feeling good. And the
Team are
advantages
on.
keep on stacking with ults now in
Definitely.
play. Vitality on a weaker buy as
อย่า
well.
ยื้อปูไว้แข่งเลย สาร
Durka has always made
Satchel out.
grand
วิถีเกม
final
สักคนดีๆอ่ะนี่ไงเอเวอร์เนสว่างอยู่
the regular season. Looking to
หยุด
try
เลย
and
หยุด
lead
เลย
the
พี่
charge with the Bucky.
แต่ผมว่าเซฟหนักกว่าเอฟเออีกตอนเนี้ยสภาพมัน
Zeus has
มัน
been
ไม่เอาเลยเลย
switching up his position almost every single round.
ยาวเลยตั้งแต่
Let's
ใส่วอ
managed
บ
to
เข้ามา
get quite a bit of ground in the last, so maybe just looking to try and remove him from position. But for who Zeus is, he has been incredibly tempered with his aggression. This timing, like, could have been nice, but I think
ตุ๊ด
the
แม่งยิงสัก
screen
งอมเลย
unfortunately
เซ
fading.
ฟ
And once again, like, you've got almost full A ramp control, full B control, mid currently open, but they are well aware of it on the FUT side. Where is the opening?
แต่ช่วงตอนมาเล่นดูเอลนี่ผ
They
ลงาน
haven't
มัน
found
ดี
it
ไหม
yet.
This late stage play
Oh,
again,
the-
gate crash
But
back to
lượng
A
chưa
side.
rồi hả?
Normally they haven't been
Thử qua-
keeping as
thử qua bên
aggressive
Evo à?
control of Heaven. It could be their downfall against this weaker play. The fact that you've got Yenishay holding on to that control to play up from vents, they can put pressure on from every side. That's what Vitality tried to do.
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
Try and fail. As those players in vent fall, as this round seems to come crumbling down, 20 seconds again, feeling the pressure of that clock.
คนที่เอมคล้ายกันก็มี
Into the
จิม
round,
มี่กับวูด
14 seconds. They need to
เอ
get a
ลีหลัง
move on. And we know that this site is stacked heavy every time. Salvos slow them, and the round's already done. There is no way for that plant to come through, but they can cause damage. They can bleed the credits, maybe not dry, but a little bit lower.
ไม่ยิงเพื่อ
Unfortunately, Zeus with a 3-piece. That's 5-2 on the board.
ยิงสู้ไม่ได้เลยครับผม
Use this dimensional drift just for safety, just to make sure.
มันสเปรย์คอนโทรลพวกผมพี่เห็นมันสเปรย์ไหม
But I like this setup. Like you've had
What
that
do you
sort of
have?
crossfire in
Need
towards
a
the
scheme.
vents. It's been a position that Vitality have been consistently putting the pressure on, and well, so far that
Yeah,
double
I got
duelist,
gang
like,
pixie,
the whole
but
point of
people-
having that sort of raise Yoro is it's meant to throw your opponents into disarray. Find me a moment where FUT were in disarray. They've been incredibly comfortable. They've been passive. They've been patient.
เจอในอย่างนี้ในแร
So
ง
this is not the
แต่
expectation
ถ้า
of
เรา
this
พุ่งไปเล่น
composition
ได้เลย
already. Looking to pick up the pace a little bit, looking to try and catch them off guard. Pressure placed onto Cracks. He's actually going to use the Nightfall just to try and get him out of there. Safest of one, but Yenishay has done even better. It's 2 kills already from this aggressive position. Safe managed to get past, but nobody else even made it into sight.
And they needed Safe. They needed that player to link up with. Instead, now they're in a position where you're pushing through a smoke, running into open territory where you've got no idea
น่าจับ
what
จิม
lurks
มี่
around
ซุด
any
แล้ว
of
ก็
those
วูดไปอยู่ด้วยกัน
corners.
นะ3 คน
And this is a position where,
บ้าจัด
hell, looking at the economy, you could see a save at this point.
Emmer.
But normally there'd be a lot
Emmer
less
อยู่ด้วย
time on the clock. A 1-minute 15 save would be a new thing to see. I think they're resetting to try to hit the other side of the map and see what they can get out of this. Making it to a site, less with a Viper's Pit. This is still winnable, but this is a very much an
มันเหมือน
uphill
เยอะดูดิ
battle.
เห็นไหม
At
แขนแบบ
least
เหมือน
they
เล่น
still
ไป
have
เอา
that.
มือลงกระเป๋า
I
ซ้าย
suppose
หม
not
ด
second smokers, was less is more than
Lên
second
มือเดียว
smoker. But with the wall down, Seavoff being alive is essential to get them onto B site.
มีสโมก2 ลูกส
The
โมก
worry
ไป
is most of the
Wow.
time when you avoid the
แต่
A
มีบอส
side,
อยู่บนเฮเว่น
you won't be running into
ถ้าได้
Zeus.
กลางไวเปอร์พิษอ่ะ
But they
ต้อ
are
ง
running
เทรด
into
เอานี้ให้ได้
Zeus.
ต้องไม่เทรด
Tom
ด้วย
เออ
ฆ่าได้
Nice
เลย
shot
อะ
on the first. Ada Captain is
Really
there,
well.
but I don't think he wants to overface this one. Viper's Pit might be utilized. Never mind, Ada Captain does want to do that.
ไม่ได้วาง
And with the tail utility going in, the salvos is going to deny them a
10
plant.
seconds left.
They've only got 10 seconds to try and get this in. Paranoia being sent through. TP behind.
Oh.
Hit him well.
Don't be
That's
full-
a nasty
okay, do it.
surprise. Zevo in another 1v3. Hasn't gone well.
ทำไมถึงไม่อัน
Even
ตี
if
ไปเล
Mr.
ยลูก
Fallen
พี่
loses that fight, second player won't be able to trade him
Late
out
นะ
behind that wood. A very nice play from Ada Captain,
จะได้ไง
delaying
เก็บไว้
them,
เรา
putting the pressure on. The salvos do the same.
โอ้
We talked about the ultimates, the Viper's Pit being one of the main things that could have given them something to, that's
เดี๋ยว
nasty.
เมื่อกี้มึงลัก
Could
กี้
have
ด้วย
given them something to play with. The reality is
Exactly.
now ult stacked up on the
ทำ
other
ไมไม่
side.
ถึง
Two
แพ้
very
ติดแบบไม่
impactful
ตรง
ones.
เขาจะติด
Yenishay
มาแล้ว
has
ไง
the
ตอน
pin.
เนี้ย
Mr. Fallen. Armageddon online
Nice land.
for Vitality. Well, they'll have to pray for something to go differently. This is
ก็คือโดน
momentum
อัลฟาเจอร์
carried
ยืน
through
ข่มมัน
from
ก็เลย
that
แบบ
first map.
ออนแอ
Vitality
ร์
win the pistol.
โดนรุ่
They
นพี่
win
ตุ
the
รกีสอน
anti-ego,
เชิญ
but since
เอา
then
เยอะ
it is a
ให้รู้
sea
ว่าใคร
of
โนหนึ่ง
cyan
ตุร
with
กีเอามา
6-2 on the board. FUT. They're taking everything except for prisoners.
Flash. Oh, actually, Dirk has managed to correct his aim.
ดูได้ไงอ่ะ
That's a surprise. He gets away with that one. Tries to survive the second and while Ada Captain with an immediate trade. It's the first
Dòng
time
sàn
we've really
đấy
seen a proper battle
เพื่
for
อนน่าจะ
B main.
มาสักหน่อยปะ
Viper's Pit. Spam almost gets rid of Yenishay.
Nah,
You
yeah,
can see
tick-
he's
tick
maybe
by
a little
there.
bit nervous, but just wanted to make sure that, okay, when we haven't been able to capture B main as we have in every other round, I'll capture mid instead.
ดูทรงมันเล่นเหมือนไม่
Early
กลัวใคร
pick
นะ
was
พร้อม
nice,
วัด
but
ทุกคน
Durka going down.
ไม่งั้นไม่เป็น
Viper's
ศพ
Pit locking
เฟิร์
off
สคิว
mid.
เนี่ยเฟิร์ส
Now
เด
he's
ส
got B
รัว
main anyway.
Serious problem. The one thing is, Krax has just sent the Prowler through on A. He sees nothing with it and gets quite a bit of info, quite a bit of distance rather, on that Prowler. This might make them think about stacking up heavier towards that B side with the one extra man they have. Fallen, but he's still in
ซิบอร์ดมันเอากับ
position.
ซิบอร์ดไว้ใน
The
กระเป๋า
hunt
เก่
goes
งแล้ว
through.
กด
The information now
AD.
there. And never mind Mr. Fallen leaving for the other side of the map. In fact,
Keyboard
they've even
มันมี
let
แค่
the
ปุ่ม
Viper's
WAD
Pit fall
chip control
without a captain
Marked
covering
like
that.
everyone.
They are so certain this will be an A play. And they couldn't be more right about that. 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's such a huge error. No one shot the horn. They were too busy thinking about, okay, who's going to shoot it so we don't give the full
เข้าแต่
game
ละ
away.
รอบ
And now they've got to try and run into a stack site. It's a bit of a whiff from Mr. Fallen, but the time is ticking once again. They managed to clear at least one of them. That leaves it down to the remaining two. One of the best scenarios we've seen for Vitality so far. Mistakes were definitely made, but they could look to rectify. Patient stuff. The trade back and out of Captain finds him through the smoke. The best chance of Vitality, even with everything going, oh, completely wrong. And yeah, gone. Flex the spray at the end of the round out of Captain. You have earned it. 7-2.
แล้วพี่เขามาลั่นอะไรตอนเจอเฟนติกก็ไม่ลั่นเลย
right now 7-2 opening pick even went against FUT and they're able to recover. It was out of Captain to pick up the first piece and the last. That one,
that's painful.
That's caused issues.
Still
in position. They had that read. If it was shot, you still know there's players there.
I think Yedojay does leave his Viper's pit. That was the difference, is that you had an early rotation from Mr. Fallen anyway because of B main and because of mid, but he just leaves the Viper's pit because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, there's a chance he would have done that anyways just off of being broken, but without a Captain covering it. But it certainly pulled the trigger for them. Big mistake, a big cost pay. Captain was blind, and he still tagged up Durka. Now he's taking another. Takes the TP out, and it almost.
เกือบไม่เช็ค
The picks go back the other way though for Vitality. A 3 versus 3 they've ended up in. A real chance for the attackers to pick up a round.
Mr. Fallen wasn't sure if Safe actually stuck the TP or faked it. Viper's pit still available. It has been for a while for less, and yeah, I know definitely a time to try and invest it. The battle of Cracks versus Sivov could end up being incredibly important. It's such an unorthodox position, and Sivov with another triple kill. We've seen so many in that first map. Yedojay looking to try and push through and clear him, and actually Let's has gone down. He's been taken out by the salvos.
No,
Viper's been gone. Yedojay now finds another. This was looking like, again, a great opportunity, and now Sivov, he needs to ace. He needs to find it all for them to be able to win this. Already looking to try and tag that to half, and his head has been spun over the top of the box. It will be the defusal coming in for FUT, and I don't know how they've won that one.
Man, my heart goes out to Sivov. That's the 6th clutch he's been in on this map
Vitt
so
man
far.
får
He lost 3
ศึกษาวิธีการเล่นเร็ว
and he needed
เอา
an
แบบ
ace
PC เล่นเร็ว
to
แล้วหล
win
อน
this one. Trying to carry them kicking and screaming through this round, but
เดี๋ยวราวนี้ก็เล่นเร็วอยู่
much asked. Out of Captain getting that double, phenomenal. But they recover
เพราะ
from
ฝั่งข้ามแม่งดันออกมาแบบว่าไอ้เหี้ยเฮ้ยไม่ไหวแล้ววะแม่งเล่นช้าเหลือเกิน
scoreboard in that sense.
เรียบร้อย
Nowhere to go.
But then the pit going down, Safe not being able to take Yedojay, who was caught looking the other way. And you can see Sivov being left last alive 6 times and feeling those rounds slip out of his grasp, feeling the gap extend in FUT's favor. That's got to be tough.
You mentioned that they struggled to get rounds on the attack. Right now, it's not looking like they'll need too many rounds. Maybe even a pistol will do.
พี่เขาก็ยิงสเปะนะทุกตารางนิ้วเลยเมื่อกี้
And yeah, it doesn't look like they're slowing down much.
Well, this is really where Faded needs to earn that paycheck, because we are currently sat with the team that won kickoff. Now, we haven't seen that before. The kickoff fall-off. I think it was what, KC last year. Not being able to sort of replicate the same sort of success, but it's not the same team. We're talking about a Durka Safe less squad. And don't get me wrong, like Kicks and Sivov are no slouches. It's just the other 3 have quite a lot of caliber to their name.
That stat hasn't held up here, I'll tell you that.
But they also haven't had many openers. They've been kind of slammed in a lot of scenarios. Zeus is running it down again. Back to his old tricks. Paranoia even sent through there, just trying to get rid of less.
It seems to be the case that every time they've had that opening, it's traded back almost immediately.
Oh, don't you dare.
Destroying the gate crash as well. Less pressure put into the backside. Here comes the showstopper. Weaker weapons in play, certainly unsafe, but that rocket will make up for it. Mr. Fallen down and out. And this is the best chance they've had so far. 5v4 conversion is high. This was a 5v3, but we're back to equal footing. Safe trying to pull it back, but he's dropped by Zeus. And again, the pressure put on as the flankers down. It's all onto kicks. This looked like a shoe-in, a third round at last. But instead, it's another clutch for Vitality. Not Sieve off this time, but still an impossible task with Zeus putting up the quad kill for 9 rounds. But are hammering Vitality into the dirt.
I can't believe they came back from that. Like, you lose the double opener straight into the site. Player goes in with the showstopper to clear out the back, and then the first one is just madness, like full 180 from Ada Captain. But from here on out, it's the Zeus show. They're just thriving with all of these fights, reading every position, by the way. The spin around to catch the player from behind, and well, the screams are going to echo all the way back to the coaches, because the fact is, the call was right, the play was right, the decision was right.
It was perfect.
They still don't manage to win the round. Multiple retakes that should have gone in their favor. Well, you can see the confidence has only been growing. FUT, they started so passive, but they're getting more and more aggressive as the game goes by, because I'm not going to lie, Vitality look dead.
They do dead in the water. You really have to look at that initial plan. That's really where the preparation comes in, right? That's the first 30 seconds, the first minute, the first
Don't lose a 5v3.
No, exactly. And those 5v3s, those 5v4s, the fact that we just flew a stat that shows they're one of the best teams. Might have even said the best, but certainly way above the average when it comes to 5v4 conversions, and a 5v3 lost. Covering here with a third round would be nice.
No.
The captain stayed in the corner.
They have to check it. He's done stuff like this so many times as well, just with these bait TPs. Cracks is already in to support though, hiding within, and they don't expect him. I think he even got tagged by a vulnerable from Yedege from above. And a captain is still somehow here eventually, and it goes down to running out of ammo. That's been FUT's biggest weakness in this map, has been running out of bullets. But I'm seeing a clutch scenario. I'm seeing FUT with what is now a 9-round streak.
ถ้าโดยเยนูเจคัดอีกก็ GG ได้เลย
At the end of the half.
Once it's not Vitality in the clutches. It's been tough so far. I like this though, stacked up on the backside of firing squad. An impossible task for Yedege. He swings in and he's out of the round. Vitality, 3 rounds on the board at the half. But like we said, for FUT, even that 4-8 we
อาจจะเคิร์ดก็ได้เหมือนในนั่นน่ะ NAVI เซฟ ไม่ได้เล่นอีกแล้ว
ไม่น่าเคิร์ดโมเมนตัมมันไม่ได้
มันดูไม่ไหวฮะ
ถ้าแบบมันสูสีอะ
เห็นเคสเกะย้ายไปฟอร์มาใช่ป่ะบิ๊กดีลอะพี่5 ล้านมั้ง
ดูว่า
โคตรเดือด
That one's more about vitality, but the fact that the attack sides of the 3 times we've seen it this year, a 4-8 attack, a 3-7 attack, and a 1-11 attack for the side of FUT. So they definitely do struggle. And also the fact that they're yet to win this map this year. This would be the first, maybe when they need it most. An aggressive start into the round, but it is Durka to start. We're back in a 5v4.
Pistol essential here for vitality. And Durka's already grabbed himself a double kicks, steps up to the plate for more.
มาแล้ววะ
It's Cracks isolated in the open to finish out the round. Vitality have claimed their much needed pistol. Still so much more to do.
It's a very weird scoreboard to see a team win both pistol rounds and only have 4 rounds. It's not something you're going to see too often. So there's definitely a very, very long way to go. The Snade to kick things off.
Enemy remaining.
Durka.
Let's go, guys. Guys, good job, let's good job, Durka. Good job on A, on B.
Looking to get them back into this one. Still feeling like there is an opportunity. Look back to them versus Fnatic, an 8-4 defensive half in that 18-16 victory. We know that they can play the long game. We know that they can dig deep into this one, but when you look at the individuals, when you look at the players who have been performing throughout this series so far, they are definitely on FUT side. There really isn't an argument to be had there.
Even in a round like this, I'm nervous. Nice conversion, nice pick on out of Captain lurking out on B. The opening pick going to FUT made me a little bit scared, especially with the stat we just saw. But I imagine that's hampered a little bit when your opponents are on classics. Range very much in Vitality's favor, and it's kicks to pretty much secure this one. Mr. Fallen, it's not like he's got a Bucky. It's just a classic to play with on backside.
Doesn't have a Bucky or his ultimate.
Exactly,
Those 2 things might be able to save him, and well, I now know exactly where he is.
เน้นจัดเลย
Big round from
เกิน
kicks
ขนาดไม่
as
เหลือ
well.
คลาสสิกคนเดียว
Farming up those additional
กระโดดไปหนึ่ง
ultimate
เลย
orbs. That nightfall definitely going to be important. And that's the thing. I look at this Vitality squad heading onto the defense. They need to get that momentum, and I think that's exactly what they've done here.
The rest of the shots were nice. That one was a little bit lucky, but we'll give it to him anyways. This is what we want, and we already saw in the pistol round, Sevov getting the squad a little bit hyped up, keeping that positive energy flowing, and that's essential when you're in this stage of the game. If this was a group stage matchup, if this was week 2, maybe you'd come in and go, okay, they're going to write it off. You might see less energy behind that. It's only natural. But here, this is your last chance in stage 1.
NRG.
Leaks? Sorry, FNS.
Already. Defensive side, having that early aggression, but very quickly fading away from it. Invested quite heavily into the rifles in the last round, so this buy definitely has some bite. Now, FUT themselves have the guns in hand. Zeus already just a few away from having that dimensional drift, and Durka, he's looking to try and catch a time, and has to be careful of the flash, and in fact they both get caught. The 1-2 punch of Zeus and Cracks, and this round is already in turmoil.
โอ้ยดูเจสัน
Save goes down, not an easy position to connect
จบแล้ว
from.
พี่
Marshall in the open on A, mid-rotate as he's picked off, and now the A side very much taken. In fact, they're even gonna,
หมดยุค
they
ที่
have
ยัง
so much time
ยัง
and
เรี
they
ยก
go
ว่า
for
หม
an
ดยุคไม่
orb.
ได้ยังไม่
And
ถึง
then
ยุค
the
เลยครับ
plan
ผม
so Zeus will have ultimate online, not expecting to have any battles to fight. And indeed he won't out of Captain.
ไม่เชื่อ
Not falling for
เอง
that
ชอบหลอก
anymore. You have done that
อย่ามา
about
หลอก
6
กัน
times in this
Every
game.
time, I
Just
think.
teleport into the same position and go, there's no way anybody's going to expect
อาจ
that.
จะคิดนะน้องโนฟู
Yeah, well, he can't keep getting away with this.
If at first you don't succeed, try. Funnily enough, he did
What you
succeed quite a few times.
Exactly.
It's now just the mind games. It's like if I now go the other way,
คือฟุต
they're
มัน
going to
เล่นเพราะ
expect
ว่า
that. So I've got to now not go the other
กลั
way
วพี่อะไร
because
แบบว่า
I didn't
ทอด
go
ทิ้
the
ง
other way last time.
ก็เลย
Condition
แบ
them
บให้
by
ความหวัง
never
พี่
doing
เอง
it.
Exactly.
Think you're gonna do it eventually.
What
Yeah,
happened?
they're like, there's
Certainly
no
you won't
way
do it
he's
again.
still doing that.
But he does.
For
Yeah.
FUT. 10 rounds guaranteed already. And I said there was some bite to that round. There was a decent amount of
แต่ว่าคิ
rifles
กกับ
invested
ชัด
into
นาน
for
เราคือตอนแรก
vitality.
มันจะมีสอง
Still
คน
though,
ที่โดน
kicks with
เตะไปก่อน
ultimate
เว
ready for
ลา
the next, and they will
ปล่อย
still
เข้า
be
เจ
able
อ
to
ทีมนี้แบบ
purchase
ควาย
quite
เขาเริ่ม
comfortably.
สู
In
งแต่แบ
fact,
บ
I'm wondering if
งียบ
Safe
ไปเลย
may even be looking to get an operator in here.
รอซาโยนาระมา
Well, I'm seeing what's on the server, and it looks like he is.
Cheating.
พี่เซฟเขายืนแบบกลาง
This is going to
ก
be
ลาง
an
ฟลอ
all
ร์เลย
put in 10 to 5, everything. And indeed, the life of stage 1 on the line. They'll put the credits up to match it. Operator for safe. Early pick towards the B site perhaps, but take a look at where FUT are. All 5 players looking at that A site. It will be the ult sent through to find the info. One spotted. What's Zeus's idea?
โอ้โหยืนไม่ได้เลย
Salvo's in play. Decoy sent and a great flash. That is beautiful from out of captain. The paranoia lands, and with it the opening pick and the A site falling. Durka, the last bastion of defense, trying to sneak forward and get some space. In fact, he's not cleared his corner.
จบเลยพี่
Why
บอก
would he expect that captain to just be sat there watching another obscure
ยังไงโยรุก็ไม่เอา
angle
เม
and
ตา
wall?
ว่ะถึงเทโจจะโดน
Yeah,
โดน
I
ก็ตาม
don't think there's much more they could do. That
โยรุ
execution
ก็โดน
was
แต่
wonderful,
ก็
by the way.
ก็
They
ไม่
put
เอา
the
อยู่มันก็เล่น
salvos
ได้อ
in.
ยู่
It's a teleport into the salvos, but also you know that, okay, now if I paranoia, he can't go back up against the wall and get away from it. There's no way for him to go. Like, it really is just picture perfect from the side of
ตีโย
FUT
รุ
how they
มัน
got
ทำให้
into that
เกมบุก
site.
มันดูแบบว่า
Once you get the opener
โยจะ
and
แข่ง
Dirk
มันดู
against
มีอะไร
Cole.
ไม่แน่ใจ
มันสามารถเบิกวิน
We talked about, I don't think
ข่าว
their
วิดีโอ
3v5
เลย
conversion was awful.
Yeah.
I don't think their 3v5 is going to be any
ก็อาจจะ
better.
มีภาพอยู่
On the retake, yeah, I can see why they're not feeling that, and I think the only damage
ปก
done
ติมันยังไม่ได้
to
ปล่อย
FUT in
ใช่ไหม
that round was salvos onto
ที่ทุก
Zeus
เกมตึ
as he
ง
came
ๆ
out
นะ
of his
ตี
ult.
ตี
So
ไม่เข้า
boost from his teammate. Is what I'm trying to say.
So it's not
ผมรู้ว่าติด
exactly
เต็มทุกจบเลย
an inspiring
gorgeous.
position. And look at that, it was literally the only damage done. We end up 11 rounds on the board for FUT. And the most important thing is they've lost the
เดิน
pistol
มัน
to
โดน
follow
ตี
up
รอด
in
สื่อ
both
เลย
halves.
เพราะมันรู้ว่า
That's 4
ที่เหลือ
rounds.
เข้าไซส์หมด
Vitality
แล้ว
have
อยู่
5. So if you're looking for hope,
I need
I
to-
ain't got any for you. This is a FUT game. They are going to dominate
Amen.
based on what we're seeing, and Vitality need a
เฮ้ยเดิน
major
แบบว่า
turnaround. Now
เดิ
the
นชิว
save that they just played is their one opportunity. Operator still in play. Rifles across the board. If you lose this one, your chances of pushing to OT, not just with the amount of rounds you need, but where your economy is going to be at. Let's just say, Vitality fans, you better hope this turns into 11-6.
Back to kick off
เป๊ปมันโหดจัดเลยหนี
the
ตาย
upper bracket matchup between FUT and
สู้ไม่ถอย
Vitality.
ครับ
And it was 13-4 in Vitality's favor to send them into the lower bracket. Is looking like a completely different story this time around, but Durka is there to find the start. He's definitely been like one of the few beacons of hope in this map, at least. Looking better on the raise, but what it's done to the rest might not have been worth it. A
โหยาก
postpart
จัง
once
เลยว่ะ
again.
ไม่ได้เข้าบอมอ่ะ
All they have to do is convert that advantage.
Durka, nice blast pack. They
God.
still win the duels, though.
Oh.
What a
Oh.
for Zeus! It's a 3v2. The
สุด
advantage.
แม่งเดินมาเบ่งกล้ามเลยใคร
into
ต่อย
FUT's
เพื่อนกู
court.
วะ เดินไปตบเรียงตัว
The
เลย
operator, he's picked off a key player. The one that was on site. Now the pressure on. But it's on to safe instead. 45 HP. And a one-way smoke, blocking him out from any real hope of taking this round across the line. The defuse no longer possible, saving the op, an equally difficult task. He's boxed in.
มาดิ
The spike set to explode, the flash good, but out of captain's there. Nothing for Vitality in the next round.
บายบาย
And
Vitality
12-5, it's 7
หลับเยอะ
in a row
หลับแล้ว
needed.
เนี่ย
ตามคำมา
เป๊ะๆ
I think if you want to look back throughout the
สภาพพี่
performances
แบบ
of this
โอ้โห
stage,
แข่ง
I
อะไร
think
ยั
this
นตี
has to
สี่
be the peak of a captain. Like the man
ดีนะเกมนี้
was
2-0
insane
วิทย์แม่งเล่น
all
ช้า
the
เนี่ย
way through.
ไม่งั้นถ้ามีคู่3นี่แม่ง
Obviously.
น่าจะปาเป็นตี
The
5-6
man
โม
is
ง
inevitable, it seems.
ไปถึงไอ้แมป3เนี่ย
But from that
Ron,
position,
Ron,
like, you have to
Ron,
look at that. That's another scenario where
It's
it's a
about 4v5.
4v5.
เยียดเลย
The statistic looking like it's
Don't
being
touch
obliterated by FUT in this matchup alone.
อาการวิทย์ตอนนี้เหรอครับ
And with 7 in a row needed for Vitality to survive in stage 1,
เข้าใจมันเกิดอะไรขึ้น
it is looking like FUT will be the ones to continue forward in this tournament, look to make that
เขาบอกว่าเป็น
3
ปัญหาด้าน
streak
การ
of
สื่อสาร
matches to
นะที่
take themselves
เซ
to
ฟเดียว
Toronto.
มา
We
พู
said
ด
it. They don't miss out on both masters. That's not a common thing since
ตอน
partnership
ไอ้ไม่
began.
ไอ้
FUT have always
ตอน
been there.
จบ
And
มา
this
สเตอร์
is a
มัน
statement.
ที่มันแพ้
Left the gap in that smoke.
บอกว่าการ
Originally,
สื่อสารมัน
Receive off
มันไม่คลีน
trying
ให้
to
ได้
put the pressure on, but he gets forced back off the angle because
บางคน
Adam
มันยัง
Captain was
งงๆอยู่
watching and waiting.
เลฟ
send
ต่อ
safe in
ภาษา
now.
อังกฤษเลฟไม่ร้อยเหรอ
Operator in hand,
Yeah,
flash
but
used.
here-
There's players here. Yanishay's going to peek, but the shot
ไม่
is
น่าจะเล่น
landed.
คนเดียวเลย
This was a big opportunity. The man advantage potentially, but now Sevov is
คือว่าก็น่า
isolated.
จะได้เหรอมั้งเห็น
And
พูด
Safe stuck up close. He's not caught by the ult. But one player is that might sell out the fake. They might not expect him to still be so close, and he'll get his reward. But Yedege pulls it back into their favor. Now the off stuck behind a smoke. They need another hero. Showstopper fired in for another Vitality with a real opportunity. Both players spotted. Nade in on the C's. Mr. Fallen barely survives, holding on for dear life, but Safe sends him packing. 12 to 6. The beginning of a monstrous comeback, at least. Vitality have to hope it is.
Yeah, I think they use both pauses in the second, so it is literally down to, or sorry, in the first half. It is down to them at this stage. No call-ins, no check-ins, unless Geist decides to give them one. Which I'll be honest, I think for a few rounds he's not going to be doing so. You've already seen your opponents utilize pretty much everything in terms of ultimates. Nothing is close at this stage. And apart with Yedege ready on that Viper's pick could be enough to put this to bed. Safe stepping up though. Well, it's necessary. Absolutely. Oh, what? Zeus! In such a crucial time for Vitality, pulling out a play like that. The pit now blocking off so much. The pathway they'd like to use to get back in. The plant secured.
ทีมที่แบบทรงเป๋นี่
Operator through a pit.
ถ้าตกรอบไปมันก็
this
ถื
is
อได้เวลารีเซ็ตเหมือนกันนะ
Of all the times to make a play like that,
ทำอะไร
Zeus,
ใหม่
he may be out of the round, but his mark on this round is clear.
Playing time. They have the ultimate ready, Salvos, yeah. In a matter of seconds. This clock might be enough for them to win this, and they still have a couple of other snakes within the grass. They also have to try and deal with every other piece of utility in play. At a captain puts one more on the body pile as Vitality look like they might be going out with a whimper Sivo, unless all that stands in the way of FUT, and they will not stand.
คือมันแล้ว ไม่รู้จะเล่นไงแล้ว กูไม่เข้าเพื่อนไม่เข้ากูก็รออย่างงี้
เขามายิงอย่างเงี้ยดูมันเดินมายิงดิเฮียพี่ฟายตายหมดเลยอ่ะ
ตุรกีเอมเป็นไงให้อภัยอัตราได้ยังเรียกเลย
เรียกศรัทธาว่ะ
เรียกศรัทธาทำให้พี่เอ๋ยมีความหวังอีกครั้งกับฟุตโอ้ยลินดาขอบคุณนะครับสำหรับโดเนทนะครับคนทุบเทขอบคุณนะครับลาตรีสวัสดิ์นะครับใครที่อยู่คืนนี้ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับรักทุกคนเลยบ๊ายบายลาตรีสวัสดิ์ครับผมขอบคุณที่อยู่ด้วยกันทั้งคืนเลยตั้งแต่เดินยันหลับยันนอนปะลาตรีสวัสดิ์ครับนี่กล้องมุมติ๊กต็อกบ๊ายบายครับคนทุ่มเททั้งหลาย